Chapter 21 of the Pickwick Papers by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Debra Lynn. The Pickwick Papers by Charles Dickens. Chapter 21, in which the old man launches forth into his favorite theme and relates a story about a queer client. "Aha!" said the old man, a brief description of whose manner and appearance concluded the last chapter. "Aha! Who was talking about the inns?" "I was, sir," replied Mr. Pickwick. "I was observing what singular old places they are." "You!" said the old man contemptuously. "What do you know of the time when young men shut themselves up in those lonely rooms and read, hour after hour and night after night, till their reason wandered beneath their midnight studies, till their mental powers were exhausted, till morning's light brought no freshness or health to them, and they sank beneath the unnatural devotion of their youthful energies to their dry old books? Coming down to a later time and a very different day, what do you know of the gradual sinking beneath consumption, or the quick wasting of fever, the grand results of life and dissipation, which men have undergone in these same rooms? How many vain pleaders for mercy, do you think, have turned away heartsick from the lawyer's office to find a resting place in the Thames, or a refuge in the jail? They are no ordinary houses, those. There is not a panel in the old wainscoting but what, if it were endowed with the powers of speech and memory, could start from the wall and tell its tale of horror. The romance of life, sir, the romance of life. Commonplace as they may seem now, I tell you they are strange old places, and I would rather hear many a legend with a terrific sounding name than the true history of one old set of chambers." There was something so odd in the old man's sudden energy, and the subject which had called it forth, that Mr. Pickwick was prepared with no observation in reply, and the old man, checking his impetuosity and resuming the leer which had disappeared during his previous excitement, said, "Look at them in another light. They're most commonplace and least romantic. What fine places of slow torture they are. Think of the needy man who has spent his all, beggared himself and pinched his friends, to enter the profession which is destined never to yield him a morsel of bread. The waiting, the hope, the disappointment, the fear, the misery, the poverty, the blight on his hopes and end to his career, the suicide, perhaps, or the shabby, slipshod drunkard. Am I not right about them?" And the old man rubbed his hands and leered as if in delight at having found another point of view in which to place his favorite subject. Mr. Pickwick eyed the old man with great curiosity, and the remainder of the company smiled and looked on in silence. "Talk of your German universities," said the little old man. "Pooh, pooh! There's romance enough at home without going half a mile for it, only people never think of it." "I never thought of the romance of this particular subject before, certainly," said Mr. Pickwick, laughing. "To be sure you didn't," said the little old man. "Of course not. As a friend of mine used to say to me, what is there in chambers in particular? Queer old places, said I. Not at all, said he. Lonely, said I. Not a bit of it, said he. He died one morning of apoplexy as he was going to open his outer door, fell with his head in his own letter box, and there he lay for 18 months. Everybody thought he'd gone out of town." "And how was he found out at last?" inquired Mr. Pickwick. "The benchers determined to have his door broken open, as he hadn't paid any rent for 2 years. So they did. Forced the lock, and a very dusty skeleton in a blue coat, black knee shorts, and silks fell forward in the arms of the porter who opened the door. Queer, that. Rather, perhaps, rather, eh?" The little old man put his head more on one side and rubbed his hands with unspeakable glee. "I know another case," said the little old man, when his chuckles had in some degree subsided. "It occurred in Clifford's Inn. Tenant of a top set, bad character, shut himself up in his bedroom closet and took a dose of arsenic. The steward thought he had run away, opened the door and put a bill up. Another man came, took the chambers, furnished them, and went to live there. Somehow or other he couldn't sleep, always restless and uncomfortable. 'Odd,' says he, 'I'll make the other room my bedchamber and this my sitting room.' He made the change and slept very well at night, but suddenly found that somehow he couldn't read in the evening. He got nervous and uncomfortable, and used to be always snuffing his candles and staring about him. 'I can't make this out,' said he, when he came home from the play one night and was drinking a glass of cold grog with his back to the wall, in order that he mightn't be able to fancy there was any one behind him. "I can't make it out," said he. And just then his eyes rested on the little closet that had been always locked up, and a shudder ran through his whole frame from top to toe. "I have felt this strange feeling before," said he. "I cannot help thinking there's something wrong about that closet." He made a strong effort, plucked up his courage, shivered the lock with a blow or two of the poker, opened the door, and there, sure enough, standing bolt upright in the corner, was the last tenant, with a little bottle clasped firmly in his hand, and his face, well, as the little old man concluded, he looked round on the attentive faces of his wondering auditory with a smile of grim delight. "What strange things these are you tell us of, sir," said Mr. Pickwick, minutely scanning the old man's countenance by the aid of his glasses. "Strange?" said the little old man. "Nonsense! You think them strange because you know nothing about it. They are funny, but not uncommon." "Funny!" exclaimed Mr. Pickwick involuntarily. "Yes, funny, are they not?" replied the little old man with a diabolical leer, and then, without pausing for an answer, he continued: "I knew another man, let me see, 40 years ago now, who took an old damp rotten set of chambers in one of the most ancient inns that had been shut up and empty for years and years before. There were lots of old women's stories about the place, and it certainly was very far from being a cheerful one, but he was poor and the rooms were cheap, and that would have been quite a sufficient reason for him if they had been 10 times worse than they really were. He was obliged to take some moldering fixtures that were on the place, and among the rest was a great lumbering wooden press for papers with large glass doors and a green curtain inside. A pretty useless thing for him, for he had no papers to put in it, and as to his clothes, he carried them about with him, and that wasn't very hard work, either. Well, he had moved in all his furniture, it wasn't quite a truckful, and had sprinkled it about the room so as to make the 4 chairs look as much like a dozen as possible, and was sitting down before the fire at night, drinking the first glass of 2 gallons of whisky he had ordered on credit, wondering whether it would ever be paid for, and if so, in how many years' time, when his eyes encountered the glass doors of the wooden press. "Ah," says he, "if I hadn't been obliged to take that ugly article at the old broker's valuation, I might have got something comfortable for the money. I'll tell you what it is, old fellow," he said, speaking aloud to the press, having nothing else to speak to, "if it wouldn't cost more to break up your old carcass than it would ever be worth afterward, I'd have a fire out of you in less than no time." He had hardly spoken the words when a sound resembling a faint groan appeared to issue from the interior of the case. It startled him at first, but thinking on a moment's reflection that it must be some young fellow in the next chamber who had been dining out, he put his feet on the fender and raised the poker to stir the fire. At that moment the sound was repeated, and one of the glass doors, slowly opening, disclosed a pale and emaciated figure in soiled and worn apparel, standing erect in the press. The figure was tall and thin, and the countenance expressive of care and anxiety, but there was something in the hue of the skin and gaunt and unearthly appearance of the whole form which no being of this world was ever seen to wear. "Who are you?" said the new tenant, turning very pale, poising the poker in his hand, however, and taking a very decent aim at the countenance of the figure. "Who are you?" "Don't throw that poker at me," replied the form. "If you hurled it with ever so sure an aim, it would pass through me without resistance and expend its force on the wood behind. I am a spirit." "And pray, what do you want here?" faltered the tenant. "In this room," replied the apparition, "my worldly ruin was worked, and I and my children beggared. In this press the papers in a long, long suit which accumulated for years were deposited. In this room, when I had died of grief and long deferred hope, 2 wily harpies divided the wealth for which I had contested during a wretched existence, and of which, at last, not 1 farthing was left for my unhappy descendants. I terrified them from the spot, and since that day have prowled by night, the only period at which I can revisit the earth, about the scenes of my long protracted misery. This apartment is mine, leave it to me. If you insist upon making your appearance here," said the tenant, who had had time to collect his presence of mind during this prosy statement of the ghost's, "I shall give up possession with the greatest pleasure, but I should like to ask you one question, if you will allow me." "Say on," said the apparition, sternly. "Well," said the tenant, "I don't apply the observation personally to you, because it is equally applicable to most of the ghosts I ever heard of, but it does appear to me somewhat inconsistent that when you have an opportunity of visiting the fairest spots on earth, for I suppose space is nothing to you, you should always return exactly to the very places where you have been most miserable." "Egad, that's very true. I never thought of that before," said the ghost. "You see, sir," pursued the tenant, "this is a very uncomfortable room. From the appearance of that press, I should be disposed to say that it is not wholly free from bugs, and I really think you might find much more comfortable quarters, to say nothing of the climate of London, which is extremely disagreeable." "You are very right, sir," said the ghost, politely. "It never struck me till now. I'll try change of air directly." And, in fact, he began to vanish as he spoke. His legs, indeed, had quite disappeared. "And if, sir," said the tenant, calling after him, "if you would have the goodness to suggest to the other ladies and gentlemen who are now engaged in haunting old empty houses that they might be much more comfortable elsewhere, you will confer a very great benefit on society." "I will," replied the ghost. "We must be dull fellows, very dull fellows indeed. I can't imagine how we have been so stupid." With these words the spirit disappeared, and what is rather remarkable," added the old man, with a shrewd look round the table, "he never came back again." "That ain't bad, if it's true," said the man in the mosaic studs, lighting a fresh cigar. "If!" exclaimed the old man, with a look of excessive contempt. "I suppose," he added, turning to Lowten, "he'll say next that my story about the queer client we had when I was in an attorney's office is not true, either. I shouldn't wonder." "I shan't venture to say anything at all about it, seeing that I never heard the story," observed the owner of the mosaic decorations. "I wish you would repeat it, sir," said Mr. Pickwick. "Ah, do," said Lowten. "Nobody has heard it but me, and I have nearly forgotten it." The old man looked round the table and leered more horribly than ever, as if in triumph, at the attention which was depicted in every face. Then, rubbing his chin with his hand, and looking up to the ceiling as if to recall the circumstances to his memory, he began as follows: THE OLD MAN'S TALE ABOUT THE QUEER CLIENT. "It matters little," said the old man, "where or how I picked up this brief history. If I were to relate it in the order in which it reached me, I should commence in the middle, and when I had arrived at the conclusion, go back for a beginning. It is enough for me to say that some of its circumstances passed before my own eyes. For the remainder, I know them to have happened, and there are some persons yet living who will remember them but too well. In the Borough High Street, near St. George's Church, and on the same side of the way, stands, as most people know, the smallest of our debtors' prisons, the Marshalsea. Although in later times it has been a very different place from the sink of filth and dirt it once was, even its improved condition holds out but little temptation to the extravagant or consolation to the improvident. The condemned felon has as good a yard for air and exercise in Newgate as the insolvent debtor in the Marshalsea prison. Better, but this is past in a better age, and the prison exists no longer. It may be my fancy, or it may be that I cannot separate the place from the old recollections associated with it, but this part of London I cannot bear. The street is broad, the shops are spacious, the noise of passing vehicles, the footsteps of a perpetual stream of people, all the busy sounds of traffic, resound in it from morn to midnight. But the streets around are mean and close. Poverty and debauchery lie festering in the crowded alleys. Want and misfortune are pent up in the narrow prison. An air of gloom and dreariness seems, in my eyes at least, to hang about the scene, and to impart to it a squalid and sickly hue. Many eyes that have long since been closed in the grave have looked round upon that scene lightly enough when entering the gate of the old Marshalsea prison for the first time, for despair seldom comes with the first severe shock of misfortune. A man has confidence in untried friends. He remembers the many offers of service so freely made by his boon companions when he wanted them not. He has hope, the hope of happy inexperience. And however he may bend beneath the first shock, it springs up in his bosom and flourishes there for a brief space until it droops beneath the blight of disappointment and neglect. How soon have those same eyes, deeply sunken in the head, glared from faces wasted with famine and sallow from confinement, in days when it was no figure of speech to say that debtors rotted in prison with no hope of release and no prospect of liberty. The atrocity in its full extent no longer exists, but there is enough of it left to give rise to occurrences that make the heart bleed. 20 years ago that pavement was worn with the footsteps of a mother and child who, day by day, so surely as the morning came, presented themselves at the prison gate. Often, after a night of restless misery and anxious thoughts, were they there, a full hour too soon, and then the young mother turning meekly away would lead the child to the old bridge, and raising him in her arms to show him the glistening water, tinted with the light of the morning sun, and stirring with all the bustling preparations for business and pleasure that the river presented at that early hour, endeavor to interest his thoughts in the objects before him. But she would quickly set him down, and hiding her face in her shawl, give vent to the tears that blinded her. For no expression of interest or amusement lighted up his thin and sickly face. His recollections were few enough, but they were all of one kind, all connected with the poverty and misery of his parents. Hour after hour had he sat on his mother's knee, and with childish sympathy watched the tears that stole down her face, and then crept quietly away into some dark corner and sobbed himself to sleep. The hard realities of the world, with many of its worst privations, hunger and thirst and cold and want, had all come home to him from the first dawnings of reason. And though the form of childhood was there, its light heart, its merry laugh and sparkling eyes were wanting. The father and mother looked on upon this, and upon each other, with thoughts of agony they dared not breathe in words. The healthy, strong-made man, who could have borne almost any fatigue of active exertion, was wasting beneath the close confinement and unhealthy atmosphere of a crowded prison. The slight and delicate woman was sinking beneath the combined effects of bodily and mental illness. The child's young heart was breaking. Winter came, and with it weeks of cold and heavy rain. The poor girl had removed to a wretched apartment close to the spot of her husband's imprisonment, and though the change had been rendered necessary by their increasing poverty, she was happier now, for she was nearer him. For 2 months she and her little companion watched the opening of the gate as usual. One day she failed to come, for the first time. Another morning arrived, and she came alone. The child was dead. They little know, who coldly talk of the poor man's bereavements as a happy release from pain to the departed, and a merciful relief from expense to the survivor, they little know, I say, what the agony of those bereavements is. A silent look of affection and regard when all other eyes are turned coldly away, the consciousness that we possess the sympathy and affection of one being when all others have deserted us, is a hold, a stay, a comfort in the deepest affliction, which no wealth could purchase or power bestow. The child had sat at his parents' feet for hours together, with his little hands patiently folded in each other, and his thin, wan face raised towards them. They had seen him pine away from day to day, and though his brief existence had been a joyless one, and he was now removed to that peace and rest which, child as he was, he had never known in this world, they were his parents, and his loss sank deep into their souls. It was plain to those who looked upon the mother's altered face that death must soon close the scene of her adversity and trial. Her husband's fellow prisoners shrank from obtruding on his grief and misery, and left to himself alone the small room he had previously occupied in common with 2 companions. She shared it with him, and lingering on without pain, but without hope, her life ebbed slowly away. She had fainted one evening in her husband's arms, and he had borne her to the open window to revive her with the air, when the light of the moon falling full upon her face showed him a change upon her features which made him stagger beneath her weight like a helpless infant's. "Set me down, George," she said faintly. He did so, and seating himself beside her, covered his face with his hands and burst into tears. "It is very hard to leave you, George," she said, "but it is God's will, and you must bear it for my sake. Oh, how I thank Him for having taken our boy! He is happy and in heaven now. What would he have done here without his mother?" "You shall not die, Mary, you shall not die," said the husband, starting up. He paced hurriedly to and fro, striking his head with his clenched fists, then reseating himself beside her and supporting her in his arms, added more calmly, "Rouse yourself, my dear girl, pray, pray do. You will revive yet." "Never again, George, never again," said the dying woman. "Let them lay me by my poor boy now, but promise me." that if ever you leave this dreadful place and should grow rich, you will have us removed to some quiet country churchyard, a long, long way off, very far from here, where we can rest in peace. Dear George, promise me you will." I do," said the man, throwing himself passionately on his knees before her. "Speak to me, Mary, another word, one look, but one." He ceased to speak, for the arm that clasped his neck grew stiff and heavy. A deep sigh escaped from the wasted form before him. The lips moved, and a smile played upon the face, but the lips were pallid, and the smile faded into a rigid and ghastly stare. He was alone in the world. That night, in the silence and desolation of his miserable room, the wretched man knelt down by the dead body of his wife, and called on God to witness a terrible oath, that from that hour he devoted himself to revenge her death and that of his child; that thenceforth, to the last moment of his life, his whole energies should be directed to this one object; that his revenge should be protracted and terrible; that his hatred should be undying and inextinguishable, and should hunt its object through the world. The deepest despair and passion, scarcely human, had made such fierce ravages on his face and form in that one night, that his companions in misfortune shrank affrighted from him as he passed by. His eyes were bloodshot and heavy, his face a deadly white, and his body bent as if with age. He had bitten his under lip nearly through in the violence of his mental suffering, and the blood which had flowed from the wound had trickled down his chin and stained his shirt and neckerchief. No tear or sound of complaint escaped him, but the unsettled look in disordered haste with which he paced up and down the yard denoted the fever which was burning within. It was necessary that his wife's body should be removed from the prison without delay. He received the communication with perfect calmness, and acquiesced in its propriety. Nearly all the inmates of the prison had assembled to witness its removal. They fell back on either side when the widower appeared. He walked hurriedly forward and stationed himself alone in a little railed area close to the lodge gate, from whence the crowd, with an instinctive feeling of delicacy, had retired. The rude coffin was borne slowly forward on men's shoulders. A dead silence pervaded the throng, broken only by the audible lamentations of the women and the shuffling steps of the bearers on the stone pavement. They reached the spot where the bereaved husband stood, and stopped. He laid his hand upon the coffin, and mechanically adjusting the pall with which it was covered, motioned them onward. The turnkeys in the prison lobby took off their hats as it passed through, and in another moment the heavy gate closed behind it. He looked vacantly upon the crowd, and fell heavily to the ground. Although for many weeks after this he was watched, night and day, in the wildest ravings of fever, neither the consciousness of his loss nor the recollection of the vow he had made ever left him for a moment. Scenes changed before his eyes, place succeeded place, and event followed event, in all the hurry of delirium. But they were all connected in some way with the great object of his mind. He was sailing over a boundless expanse of sea, with a blood-red sky above, and the angry waters, lashed into fury beneath, boiling and eddying up on every side. There was another vessel before them, toiling and laboring in the howling storm, her canvas fluttering in ribbons from the mast, and her deck thronged with figures who were lashed to the sides, over which huge waves every instant burst, sweeping away some devoted creatures into the foaming sea. Onward they bore, amidst the roaring mass of water, with a speed and force which nothing could resist, and striking the stem of the foremost vessel, crushed her beneath their keel. From the huge whirlpool which the sinking wreck occasioned arose a shriek so loud and shrill, the death cry of 100 drowning creatures blended into one fierce yell, that it rung far above the war cry of the elements, and echoed and re-echoed till it seemed to pierce air, sky, and ocean. But what was that? That old gray head that rose above the water's surface, and with looks of agony and screams for aid buffeted with the waves. One look, and he had sprung from the vessel's side, and with vigorous strokes was swimming towards it. He reached it. He was close upon it. They were his features. The old man saw him coming, and vainly strove to elude his grasp, but he clasped him tight and dragged him beneath the water. Down, down with him, 50 fathoms down. His struggles grew fainter and fainter, until they wholly ceased. He was dead. He had killed him, and had kept his oath. He was traversing the scorching sands of a mighty desert, barefoot and alone. The sand choked and blinded him. Its fine, thin grains entered the very pores of his skin and irritated him almost to madness. Gigantic masses of the same material, carried forward by the wind and shone through by the burning sun, stalked in the distance like pillars of living fire. The bones of men who had perished in the dreary waste lay scattered at his feet. A fearful light fell on everything around, so far as the eye could reach. Nothing but objects of dread and horror presented themselves. Vainly striving to utter a cry of terror, with his tongue cleaving to his mouth, he rushed madly forward. Armed with supernatural strength, he waded through the sand until, exhausted with fatigue and thirst, he fell senseless on the earth. What fragrant coolness revived him? What gushing sound was that? Water! It was indeed a well, and the clear, fresh stream was running at his feet. He drank deeply of it, and throwing his aching limbs upon the bank, sank into a delicious trance. The sound of approaching footsteps roused him. An old, gray-headed man tottered forward to slake his burning thirst. It was he again. He wound his arms round the old man's body and held him back. He struggled and shrieked for water, for but one drop of water to save his life. But he held the old man firmly and watched his agonies with greedy eyes, and when his lifeless head fell forward on his bosom, he rolled the corpse from him with his feet. When the fever left him and consciousness returned, he awoke to find himself rich and free, to hear that the parent who would have let him die in jail, who had let those who were far dearer to him than his own existence die of want and sickness of heart that medicine cannot cure, had been found dead in his bed of down. He had had all the heart to leave his son a beggar, but proud even of his health and strength, had put off the act till it was too late, and now might gnash his teeth in the other world at the thought of the wealth his remissness had left him. He awoke to this, and he awoke to more. To recollect the purpose for which he lived, and to remember that his enemy was his wife's own father, the man who had cast him into prison, and who, when his daughter and her child sued at his feet for mercy, had spurned them from his door. Oh, how he cursed the weakness that prevented him from being up and active in his scheme of vengeance. He caused himself to be carried from the scene of his loss and misery and conveyed to a quiet residence on the sea-coast, not in the hope of recovering his peace of mind or happiness, for both were fled forever, but to restore his prostrate energies and meditate on his darling object. And here some evil spirit cast in his way the opportunity for his first most horrible revenge. It was summer time, and wrapped in his gloomy thoughts, he would issue from his solitary lodgings early in the evening, and wandering along a narrow path beneath the cliffs to a wild and lonely spot that had struck his fancy in his ramblings, seat himself on some fallen fragment of the rock, and burying his face in his hands, remain there for hours, sometimes until night had completely closed in, and the long shadows of the frowning cliffs above his head cast a thick black darkness on every object near him. He was seated here one calm evening in his old position, now and then raising his head to watch the flight of a sea-gull, or carry his eye along the glorious crimson path which, commencing in the middle of the ocean, seemed to lead to its very verge where the sun was setting, when the profound stillness of the spot was broken by a loud cry for help. He listened, doubtful of his having heard aright, and when the cry was repeated with even greater vehemence than before, and starting to his feet, he hastened in the direction whence it proceeded. The tale told itself at once. Some scattered garments lay on the beach. A human head was just visible above the waves at a little distance from the shore, and an old man, wringing his hands in agony, was running to and fro, shrieking for assistance. The invalid, whose strength was now sufficiently restored, threw off his coat and rushed towards the sea with the intention of plunging in and dragging the drowning man ashore. "Hasten here, sir, in God's name! Help! Help, sir, for the love of heaven! He is my son, sir, my only son!" said the old man frantically, as he advanced to meet him. "My only son, sir, and he is dying before his father's eyes." At the first word the old man uttered, the stranger checked himself in his career, and folding his arms, stood perfectly motionless. "Great God!" exclaimed the old man, recoiling. "Hailing!" The stranger smiled and was silent. Hayling!" said the old man, wildly. "My boy! Hayling, my dear boy! Look! Look!" Gasping for breath, the miserable father pointed to the spot where the young man was struggling for life. "Hark!" said the old man. "He cries once more. He is alive yet. Hayling, save him! Save him!" The stranger smiled again and remained immovable as a statue. "I have wronged you!" shrieked the old man, falling on his knees and clasping his hands together. "Be revenged! Take my all, my life! Cast me into the water at your feet! And if human nature can repress a struggle, I will die without stirring hand or foot. Do it, Hayling, do it, but save my boy! He is so young, Hayling, so young to die!" "Listen," said the stranger, grasping the old man fiercely by the wrist. "I will have life for life, and here is one. My child died, before his father's eyes, a far more agonizing and painful death than that young slanderer of his sister's worth is meeting while I speak. You laughed in your daughter's face, where death had already set his hand at our sufferings then. What think you of them now? See there! See there!" As the stranger spoke, he pointed to the sea. A faint cry died away upon its surface. The last powerful struggle of the dying man agitated the rippling waves for a few seconds, and the spot where he had gone down into his early grave was undistinguishable from the surrounding water. 3 years had elapsed when a gentleman alighted from a private carriage at the door of a London attorney, then well known as a man of no great nicety in his professional dealings, and requested a private interview on business of importance. Although evidently not past the prime of life, his face was pale, haggard, and dejected, and it did not require the acute perception of the man of business to discern at a glance that disease or suffering had done more to work a change in his appearance than the mere hand of time could have accomplished in twice the period of his whole life. "I wish you to undertake some legal business for me," said the stranger. The attorney bowed obsequiously and glanced at a large packet which the gentleman carried in his hand. His visitor observed the look and proceeded. "It is no common business," said he, "nor have these papers reached my hands without long trouble and great expense." The attorney cast a still more anxious look at the packet, and his visitor, untying the string that bound it, disclosed a quantity of promissory notes with copies of deeds and other documents. "Upon these papers," said the client, "the man whose name they bear has raised, as you will see, large sums of money for years past. There was a tacit understanding between him and the men into whose hands they originally went, and from whom I have by degrees purchased the whole, for treble and quadruple their nominal value, that these loans should be from time to time renewed, until a given period had elapsed. Such an understanding is nowhere expressed. He has sustained many losses of late, and these obligations accumulating upon him at once would crush him to the earth." "The whole amount is many thousands of pounds," said the attorney, looking over the papers. "It is," said the client. "What are we to do?" inquired the man of business. "Do?" replied the client, with sudden vehemence. "Put every engine of the law in force, every trick that ingenuity can devise and rascality execute, fair means and foul, the open oppression of the law, aided by all the craft of its most ingenious practitioners. I would have him die a harassing and lingering death, ruin him, seize and sell his lands and goods, drive him from house and home, and drag him forth a beggar in his old age to die in a common jail." "But the costs, my dear sir, the costs of all this," reasoned the attorney, when he had recovered from his momentary surprise. "If the defendant be a man of straw, who is to pay the costs, sir?" "Name any sum," said the stranger, his hand trembling so violently with excitement that he could scarcely hold the pen he seized as he spoke. "Any sum, and it is yours. Don't be afraid to name it, man. I shall not think it dear, if you gain my object." The attorney named a large sum, at hazard, as the advance he should require to secure himself against the possibility of loss, but more with the view of ascertaining how far his client was really disposed to go, than with any idea that he would comply with the demand. The stranger wrote a check upon his banker for the whole amount, and left him. The draft was duly honored, and the attorney, finding that his strange client might be safely relied upon, commenced his work in earnest. For more than 2 years afterwards, Mr. Hayling would sit whole days together in the office, poring over the papers as they accumulated, and reading, again and again, his eyes gleaming with joy, the letters of remonstrance, the prayers for a little delay, the representations of the certain ruin in which the opposite party must be involved, which poured in as suit after suit and process after process was commenced. To all applications for a brief indulgence there was but one reply: the money must be paid. Land, house, furniture, each in its turn was taken under some one of the numerous executions which were issued, and the old man himself would have been immured in prison had he not escaped the vigilance of the officers and fled. The implacable animosity of Hayling, so far from being satiated by the success of his persecution, increased 100-fold with the ruin he inflicted. On being informed of the old man's flight, his fury was unbounded. He gnashed his teeth with rage, tore the hair from his head, and assailed, with horrid imprecations, the men who had been entrusted with the writ. He was only restored to comparative calmness by repeated assurances of the certainty of discovering the fugitive. Agents were sent in quest of him in all directions. Every stratagem that could be invented was resorted to for the purpose of discovering his place of retreat. But it was all in vain. Half a year had passed over, and he was still undiscovered. At length, late one night, Hayling, of whom nothing had been seen for many weeks before, appeared at his attorney's private residence, and sent up word that a gentleman wished to see him instantly. Before the attorney, who had recognized his voice from above stairs, could order the servant to admit him, he had rushed up the staircase and entered the drawing-room, pale and breathless. Having closed the door to prevent being overheard, he sank into a chair and said, in a low voice: "Hush! I have found him at last." "No!" said the attorney. "Well done, my dear sir, well done." "He lies concealed in a wretched lodging in Camden Town," said Hayling. "Perhaps it is as well we did lose sight of him, for he has been living alone there in the most abject misery all the time, and he is poor, very poor." "Very good," said the attorney. "You will have the caption made to morrow, of course?" "Yes," replied Hayling. "Stay! No, the next day. You were surprised at my wishing to postpone it?" he added, with a ghastly smile. "But I had forgotten. The next day is an anniversary in his life. Let it be done then." "Very good," said the attorney. "Will you write down instructions for the officer?" "No. Let him meet me here at 8 in the evening, and I will accompany him myself." They met on the appointed night, and hiring a hackney coach, directed the driver to stop at that corner of the old Pancras road at which stands the parish workhouse. By the time they alighted there it was quite dark, and proceeding by the dead wall in front of the veterinary hospital, they entered a small by street, which is, or was at that time, called Little College Street, and which, whatever it may be now, was in those days a desolate place enough, surrounded by little else than fields and ditches. Having drawn the traveling cap he had on half over his face, and muffled himself in his cloak, Hayling stopped before the meanest looking house in the street, and knocked gently at the door. It was at once opened by a woman, who dropped a curtsy of recognition, and Hayling, whispering the officer to remain below, crept gently upstairs, and opening the door of the front room, entered at once. The object of his search and his unrelenting animosity, now a decrepit old man, was seated at a bare deal table on which stood a miserable candle. He started on the entrance of the stranger, and rose feebly to his feet. "What now? What now?" said the old man. "What fresh misery is this? What do you want here?" "A word with you," replied Hayling. As he spoke he seated himself at the other end of the table, and throwing off his cloak and cap, disclosed his features. The old man seemed instantly deprived of speech. He fell backward in his chair, and clasping his hands together, gazed on the apparition with a mingled look of abhorrence and fear. "This day 6 years," said Hayling, "I claimed the life you owed me for my child's. Beside the lifeless form of your daughter, old man, I swore to live a life of revenge. I have never swerved from my purpose for a moment's space. But if I had, one thought of her uncomplaining, suffering look as she drooped away, or of the starving face of our innocent child, would have nerved me to my task. My first act of requital you will remember. This is my last." The old man shivered, and his hands dropped powerless by his side. "I leave England to morrow," said Hayling, after a moment's pause. To-night I consign you to the living death to which you devoted her, a hopeless prison." He raised his eyes to the old man's countenance and paused. He lifted the light to his face, set it gently down, and left the apartment. "You had better see to the old man," he said to the woman, as he opened the door and motioned the officer to follow him into the street. "I think he is ill." The woman closed the door, ran hastily upstairs, and found him lifeless. Beneath a plain gravestone, in one of the most peaceful and secluded churchyards in Kent, where wild flowers mingle with the grass, and the soft landscape around forms the fairest spot in the garden of England, lie the bones of the young mother and her gentle child. But the ashes of the father do not mingle with theirs; nor, from that night forward, did the attorney ever gain the remotest clue to the subsequent history of his queer client. As the old man concluded his tale, he advanced to a peg in one corner, and taking down his hat and coat, put them on with great deliberation, and without saying another word, walked slowly away. As the gentleman with the mosaic studs had fallen asleep, and the major part of the company were deeply occupied in the humorous process of dropping melted tallow grease into his brandy and water, Mr. Pickwick departed unnoticed, and having settled his own score and that of Mr. Weller, issued forth in company with that gentleman from beneath the portal of the Magpie and Stump. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of the Pickwick Papers by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Debra Lynn. The Pickwick Papers by Charles Dickens. Chapter 22. Mr. Pickwick journeys to Ipswich and meets with a romantic adventure with a middle-aged lady in yellow curl papers. "That air your governor's luggage, Sammy?" inquired Mr. Weller of his affectionate son, as he entered the yard of the Bull Inn, Whitechapel, with a traveling bag and a small portmanteau. "You might ha' made a worser guess than that, old feller," replied Mr. Weller the younger, setting down his burden in the yard, and sitting himself down upon it afterwards. "The governor hisself will be down here presently." "He's a cabbin it, I suppose," said the father. "Yes, he's a havin' 2 mile o' danger at 8 pence," responded the son. "How's mother in law this mornin'?" "Queer, Sammy, queer," replied the elder Mr. Weller, with impressive gravity. "She's been gettin' rayther in the Methodistical order lately, Sammy, and she is uncommon pious, to be sure. She's too good a creetur for me, Sammy. I feel I don't deserve her." "Ah," said Mr. Samuel, "that's wery self-denyin' o' you." "Wery," replied his parent with a sigh. "She's got hold o' some inwention for grown up people being born again, Sammy. The new birth, I think they calls it. I should wery much like to see that system in haction, Sammy. I should wery much like to see your mother in law born agin. Wouldn't I put her out to nurse? What do you think them women does t'other day?" continued Mr. Weller, after a short pause, during which he had significantly struck the side of his nose with his forefinger some half-dozen times. "What do you think they does t'other day, Sammy?" "Don't know," replied Sam. "What?" "Goes and gets up a grand tea drinkin' for a feller they calls their shepherd," said Mr. Weller. "I was a standing starin' in at the picter shop down at our place, when I sees a little bill about it. Tickets half a crown. All applications to be made to the committee. Secretary, Mrs. Weller. And when I got home, there was the committee a sittin' in our back parlor. 14 women. I wish you could ha' heard 'em, Sammy. There they was, a passin' resolutions and wotin' supplies and all sorts o' games. Well, what with your mother in law a worrying me to go, and what with my looking for'ard to seein' some queer starts if I did, I put my name down for a ticket. At 6 o'clock on the Friday evenin' I dresses myself out wery smart, and off I goes with the old 'oman, and up we walks into a fust floor, where there was tea things for 30, and a whole lot o' women as begins whisperin' to one another, and lookin' at me as if they'd never seen a rayther stout gentleman of 58 afore. By and by there comes a great bustle downstairs, and a lanky chap with a red nose and a white neckcloth rushes up and sings out, 'Here's the shepherd a coming to wisit his faithful flock.' And in comes a fat chap in black, with a great white face, a smilin' away like clockwork. Such goin's on, Sammy. The kiss of peace, says the shepherd, and then he kissed the women all round, and ven he'd done, the man with the red nose began. I was just a thinkin whether I hadn t better begin too, specially as there was a werry nice lady a sittin next me, ven in comes the tea, and your mother in law, as had been makin the kettle bile down stairs. At it they went tooth and nail. Such a precious loud hymn, Sammy, while the tea was a brewing, such a grace, such eatin and drinkin. I wish you could have seen the shepherd walkin into the ham and muffins. I never see such a chap to eat and drink, never. The red-nosed man warn t by no means the sort of person you d like to grub by contract, but he was nothin to the shepherd. Well, arter the tea was over, they sang another hymn, and then the shepherd began to preach, and werry well he did it, considerin how heavy them muffins must have lied on his chest. Presently he pulls up, all of a sudden, and hollers out, "Where is the sinner? Where is the miserable sinner?" Upon which all the women looked at me, and began to groan as if they was a dying. I thought it was rather sing'lar, but howsever, I says nothing. Presently he pulls up again, and looking werry hard at me, says, "Where is the sinner? Where is the miserable sinner?" And all the women groans again 10 times louder than afore. I got rather savage at this, so I takes a step or two forward and says, "My friend," says I, "did you apply that ere obserwation to me?" Instead of beggin my pardon as any gentleman would ha done, he got more abusive than ever. Called me a wessel, Sammy, a wessel of wrath, and all sorts of names. So my blood being regularly up, I first gave him 2 or 3 for himself, and then 2 or 3 more to hand over to the man with the red nose, and walked off. I wish you could ha heard how the women screamed, Sammy, when they picked up the shepherd from underneath the table. Hullo! Here's the governor, the size of life." As Mr. Weller spoke, Mr. Pickwick dismounted from a cab and entered the yard. "Fine mornin , sir," said Mr. Weller, senior. "Beautiful indeed," replied Mr. Pickwick. "Beautiful indeed," echoes a red-haired man with an inquisitive nose and green spectacles, who had unpacked himself from a cab at the same moment as Mr. Pickwick. "Going to Ipswich, sir?" "I am," replied Mr. Pickwick. "Extraordinary coincidence. So am I." Mr. Pickwick bowed. "Going outside?" said the red-haired man. Mr. Pickwick bowed again. "Bless my soul, how remarkable! I am going outside, too," said the red-haired man. "We are positively going together." And the red-haired man, who was an important-looking, sharp-nosed, mysterious-spoken personage, with a bird-like habit of giving his head a jerk every time he said anything, smiled as if he had made one of the strangest discoveries that ever fell to the lot of human wisdom. "I am happy in the prospect of your company, sir," said Mr. Pickwick. "Ah," said the newcomer, "it's a good thing for both of us, isn't it? Company, you see, company is it's a very different thing from solitude, ain't it?" "There's no denyin' that air," said Mr. Weller, joining in the conversation with an affable smile. "That's what I call a self-evident proposition, as the dog's meat man said when the housemaid told him he warn't a gentleman." "Ah," said the red-haired man, surveying Mr. Weller from head to foot with a supercilious look. "Friend of yours, sir?" "Not exactly a friend," replied Mr. Pickwick in a low tone. "The fact is, he is my servant. But I allow him to take a good many liberties, for, between ourselves, I flatter myself he is an original, and I am rather proud of him." "Ah," said the red-haired man, "that, you see, is a matter of taste. I am not fond of anything original. I don't like it. I don't see the necessity for it. What's your name, sir?" "Here's my card, sir," replied Mr. Pickwick, much amused by the abruptness of the question and the singular manner of the stranger. "Ah," said the red-haired man, placing the card in his pocket-book. "Pickwick. Very good. I like to know a man's name. It saves so much trouble. That's my card, sir. Magnus, you will perceive, sir. Magnus is my name. It's rather a good name, I think, sir." "A very good name indeed," said Mr. Pickwick, wholly unable to repress a smile. "Yes, I think it is," resumed Mr. Magnus. "There's a good name before it, too, you will observe. Permit me, sir. If you hold the card a little slanting this way, you catch the light upon the upstroke. There. Peter Magnus. Sounds well, I think, sir." "Very," said Mr. Pickwick. "Curious circumstance about those initials, sir," said Mr. Magnus. "You will observe P.M., post meridian. In hasty notes to intimate acquaintance, I sometimes sign myself Afternoon. It amuses my friends very much, Mr. Pickwick." "It is calculated to afford them the highest gratification, I should conceive," said Mr. Pickwick, rather envying the ease with which Mr. Magnus's friends were entertained. "Now, gentlemen," said the hostler, "coach is ready, if you please." "Is all my luggage in?" required Mr. Magnus. "All right, sir." "Is the red bag in?" "All right, sir." "And the striped bag?" "4 boot, sir." "And the brown paper parcel?" "Under the seat, sir." "And the leather hat box?" "They're all in, sir." "Now, will you get up?" said Mr. Pickwick. "Excuse me," replied Magnus, standing on the wheel. "Excuse me, Mr. Pickwick, I cannot consent to get up in this state of uncertainty. I am quite satisfied from that man's manner that the leather hat box is not in." The solemn protestations of the hostler being wholly unavailing, the leather hat box was obliged to be raked up from the lowest depth of the boot to satisfy him that it had been safely packed. And after he had been assured on this head, he felt a solemn presentiment, first that the red bag was mislaid, and next that the striped bag had been stolen, and then that the brown paper parcel had come untied. At length, when he had received ocular demonstration of the groundless nature of each and every of these suspicions, he consented to climb up to the roof of the coach, observing that now he had taken everything off his mind he felt quite comfortable and happy. "You're given to nervousness, ain't you, sir?" inquired Mr. Weller, senior, eyeing the stranger askance as he mounted to his place. "Yes, I always am rather about these little matters," said the stranger, "but I am all right now, quite right." "Well, that's a blessin'," said Mr. Weller. "Sammy, help your master up to the box. T'other leg, sir. That's it. Give us your hand, sir. Up with you. You was a lighter weight when you was a boy, sir." "True enough that, Mr. Weller," said the breathless Mr. Pickwick good humoredly, as he took his seat on the box beside him. "Jump up in front, Sammy," said Mr. Weller. "Now, Willum, run 'em out. Take care of the archway, gentlemen. Heads, as the pieman says. That'll do, Willum. Let 'em alone." And away went the coach up Whitechapel, to the admiration of the whole population of that pretty densely populated quarter. "Not a werry nice neighborhood, this, sir," said Sam, with a touch of the hat, which always preceded his entering into conversation with his master. "It is not, indeed, Sam," replied Mr. Pickwick, surveying the crowded and filthy street through which they were passing. "It's a werry remarkable circumstance, sir," said Sam, "that poverty and oysters always seem to go together." "I don't understand you, Sam," said Mr. Pickwick. "What I mean, sir," said Sam, "is that the poorer a place is, the greater call there seems to be for oysters. Look here, sir. Here's a oyster stall to every half dozen houses. The street's lined with 'em. Blessed if I don't think that ven a man's werry poor he rushes out of his lodgings and eats oysters in reg'lar desperation." "To be sure he does," said Mr. Weller, senior, "and it's just the same with the pickled salmon." "Those are two very remarkable facts which never occurred to me before," said Mr. Pickwick. "The very first place we stop at I'll make a note of them." By this time they had reached the turnpike at Mile End. A profound silence prevailed until they had got 2 or 3 miles farther on, when Mr. Weller, senior, turning suddenly to Mr. Pickwick, said, "Werry queer life is a pike keeper's, sir." "A what?" said Mr. Pickwick. "A pike keeper." "What do you mean by a pike keeper?" inquired Mr. Peter Magnus. "The old 'un means a turnpike keeper, gentlemen," observed Mr. Samuel Weller in explanation. "Oh," said Mr. Pickwick, "I see. Yes, very curious life. Very uncomfortable." "They're all on 'em men as has met with some disappointment in life," said Mr. Weller, senior. "Ay, said Mr. Pickwick. "Yes. Consequence of which they retires from the world and shuts themselves up in pikes, partly with the view of being solitary, and partly to rewenge themselves on mankind by taking tolls." "Dear me," said Mr. Pickwick, "I never knew that before." "Fact, sir," said Mr. Weller. "If they was gentlemen you'd call 'em misanthropes, but as it is, they only takes to pike keeping." With such conversation, possessing the inestimable charm of blending amusement with instruction, did Mr. Weller beguile the tediousness of the journey during the greater part of the day. Topics of conversation were never wanting, for even when any pause occurred in Mr. Weller's loquacity, it was abundantly supplied by the desire evinced by Mr. Magnus to make himself acquainted with the whole of the personal history of his fellow travelers, and his loudly expressed anxiety at every stage respecting the safety and well-being of the 2 bags, the leather hat box, and the brown paper parcel. In the main street of Ipswich, on the left-hand side of the way, a short distance after you have passed through the open space fronting the town hall, stands an inn known far and wide by the appellation of the Great White Horse, rendered the more conspicuous by a stone statue of some rampacious animal with flowing mane and tail, distantly resembling an insane cart horse, which is elevated above the principal door. The Great White Horse is famous in the neighborhood, in the same degree as a prize ox, or a county paper chronicled turnip, or unwieldy pig, for its enormous size. Never was such labyrinths of uncarpeted passages, such clusters of moldy, ill-lighted rooms, such huge numbers of small dens for eating or sleeping in, beneath any one roof, as are collected together between the four walls of the Great White Horse at Ipswich. It was at the door of this overgrown tavern that the London coach stopped, at the same hour every evening. And it was from this same London coach that Mr. Pickwick, Sam Weller, and Mr. Peter Magnus dismounted on the particular evening to which this chapter of our history bears reference. "Do you stop here, sir?" inquired Mr. Peter Magnus, when the striped bag and the red bag, and the brown paper parcel, and the leather hat box had all been deposited in the passage. "Do you stop here, sir?" "I do," said Mr. Pickwick. "Dear me," said Mr. Magnus, "I never knew anything like these extraordinary coincidences. Why, I stop here, too. I hope we dine together." "With pleasure," replied Mr. Pickwick. "I am not quite certain whether I have any friends here or not, though. Is there any gentleman of the name of Tupman here, waiter?" A corpulent man, with a fortnight's napkin under his arm, and coeval stockings on his legs, slowly desisted from his occupation of staring down the street, on this question being put to him by Mr. Pickwick, and after minutely inspecting that gentleman's appearance, from the crown of his hat to the lowest button of his gaiters, replied emphatically, "No." "Nor any gentleman of the name of Snodgrass?" inquired Mr. Pickwick. "No." "Nor Winkle?" "No." "My friends have not arrived to day, sir," said Mr. Pickwick. "We will dine alone, then. Show us a private room, waiter." On this request being preferred, the corpulent man condescended to order the boots to bring in the gentlemen's luggage, and preceding them down a long, dark passage, ushered them into a large, badly furnished apartment with a dirty grate, in which a small fire was making a wretched attempt to be cheerful, but was fast sinking beneath the dispiriting influence of the place. After the lapse of an hour, a bit of fish and a steak was served up to the travelers, and when the dinner was cleared away, Mr. Pickwick and Mr. Peter Magnus drew their chairs up to the fire, and having ordered a bottle of the worst possible port wine at the highest possible price for the good of the house, drank brandy and water for their own. Mr. Peter Magnus was naturally of a very communicative disposition, and the brandy and water operated with wonderful effect in warming into life the deepest hidden secrets of his bosom. After sundry accounts of himself, his family, his connections, his friends, his jokes, his business, and his brothers most talkative men have a great deal to say about their brothers Mr. Peter Magnus took a view of Mr. Pickwick through his colored spectacles for several minutes, and then said, with an air of modesty, "And what do you think, Mr. Pickwick, I have come down here for?" "Upon my word," said Mr. Pickwick, "it is wholly impossible for me to guess. On business, perhaps?" "Partly right, sir," replied Mr. Peter Magnus, "but partly wrong at the same time. Try again, Mr. Pickwick." "Really," said Mr. Pickwick, "I must throw myself on your mercy, to tell me or not as you may think best, for I should never guess if I were to try all night." "Why, then," said Mr. Peter Magnus, with a bashful titter, "what should you think, Mr. Pickwick, if I had come down here to make a proposal, sir, eh?" "Think? That you are very likely to succeed," replied Mr. Pickwick, with one of his beaming smiles. "Ah," said Mr. Magnus, "but do you really think so, Mr. Pickwick? Do you, though?" "Certainly," said Mr. Pickwick. "No, but you're joking, though." "I am not, indeed." "Why, then," said Mr. Magnus, "to let you into a little secret, I think so, too. I don't mind telling you, Mr. Pickwick, although I'm dreadful jealous by nature, horrid, that the lady is in this house." Here Mr. Magnus took off his spectacles on purpose to wink, and then put them on again. "That's what you were running out of the room for before dinner, then, so often?" said Mr. Pickwick, archly. "Hush! Yes, you're right. That was it. Not such a fool as to see her, though." "No? No, wouldn't do, you know, after having just come off a journey. Wait till to morrow, sir. Double the chance then. Mr. Pickwick, sir, there is a suit of clothes in that bag and a hat in that box, which I expect, and the effect they will produce will be invaluable to me, sir." "Indeed!" said Mr. Pickwick. "Yes. You must have observed my anxiety about them to day. I do not believe that such another suit of clothes and such a hat could be bought for money, Mr. Pickwick." Mr. Pickwick congratulated the fortunate owner of the irresistible garments on their acquisition, and Mr. Peter Magnus remained a few moments apparently absorbed in contemplation. "She's a fine creature," said Mr. Magnus. "Is she?" said Mr. Pickwick. "Very," said Mr. Magnus, "very. She lives about 20 miles from here, Mr. Pickwick. I heard she would be here to night and all to morrow forenoon, and came down to seize the opportunity. I think an inn is a good sort of a place to propose to a single woman in, Mr. Pickwick. She is more likely to feel the loneliness of her situation in traveling, perhaps, than she would be at home. What do you think, Mr. Pickwick?" "I think it is very probable," replied that gentleman. "I beg your pardon, Mr. Pickwick," said Mr. Peter Magnus, "but I am naturally rather curious. What may you have come down here for?" "On a far less pleasant errand, sir," replied Mr. Pickwick, the color mounting to his face at the recollection. "I have come down here, sir, to expose the treachery and falsehood of an individual upon whose truth and honor I placed implicit reliance." "Dear me!" said Mr. Peter Magnus, "that's very unpleasant. It is a lady, I presume, eh? Ah? Sly, Mr. Pickwick, sly. Well, Mr. Pickwick, sir, I wouldn't probe your feelings for the world. Painful subjects, these, sir, very painful. Don't mind me, Mr. Pickwick, if you wish to give vent to your feelings. I know what it is to be jolted, sir. I have endured that sort of thing 3 or 4 times." "I am much obliged to you for your condolence on what you presume to be my melancholy case," said Mr. Pickwick, winding up his watch and laying it on the table. "But—" "No, no," said Mr. Peter Magnus, "not a word more. It's a painful subject. I see, I see. What's the time, Mr. Pickwick?" "Past 12." "Dear me, it's time to go to bed. It will never do sitting here. I shall be pale to morrow, Mr. Pickwick." At the bare notion of such a calamity, Mr. Peter Magnus rang the bell for the chambermaid, and the striped bag, the red bag, the leathern hat box, and the brown paper parcel having been conveyed to his bedroom, he retired in company with a japanned candlestick to one side of the house, while Mr. Pickwick and another japanned candlestick were conducted through a multitude of tortuous windings to another. "This is your room, sir," said the chambermaid. "Very well," replied Mr. Pickwick, looking round him. It was a tolerably large double-bedded room with a fire. Upon the whole, a more comfortable looking apartment than Mr. Pickwick's short experience of the accommodations of the Great White Horse had led him to expect. "Nobody sleeps in the other bed, of course?" said Mr. Pickwick. "Oh, no, sir." "Very good. Tell my servant to bring me up some hot water at 8:30 in the morning, and that I shall not want him any more to night." "Yes, sir." And bidding Mr. Pickwick good night, the chambermaid retired and left him alone. Mr. Pickwick sat himself down in a chair before the fire and fell into a train of rambling meditations. First he thought of his friends, and wondered when they would join him. Then his mind reverted to Mrs. Martha Bardell, and from that lady it wandered, by a natural process, to the dingy counting house of Dodson and Fogg. From Dodson and Fogg's it flew off at a tangent to the very center of the history of the queer client, and then it came back to the Great White Horse at Ipswich with sufficient clearness to convince Mr. Pickwick that he was falling asleep. So he roused himself and began to undress, when he recollected he had left his watch on the table downstairs. Now this watch was a special favorite with Mr. Pickwick, having been carried about, beneath the shadow of his waistcoat, for a greater number of years than we feel called upon to state at present. The possibility of going to sleep unless it were ticking gently beneath his pillow, or in the watch pocket over his head, had never entered Mr. Pickwick's brain. So, as it was pretty late now, and he was unwilling to ring his bell at that hour of the night, he slipped on his coat, of which he had just divested himself, and taking the japanned candlestick in his hand, walked quietly downstairs. The more stairs Mr. Pickwick went down, the more stairs there seemed to be to descend. And again, when Mr. Pickwick got into some narrow passage and began to congratulate himself on having gained the ground floor, did another flight of stairs appear before his astonished eyes. At last he reached a stone hall, which he remembered to have seen when he entered the house. Passage after passage did he explore, room after room did he peep into. At length, as he was on the point of giving up the search in despair, he opened the door of the identical room in which he had spent the evening, and beheld his missing property on the table. Mr. Pickwick seized the watch in triumph, and proceeded to retrace his steps to his bedchamber. If his progress downward had been attended with difficulties and uncertainty, his journey back was infinitely more perplexing. Rows of doors, garnished with boots of every shape, make, and size, branched off in every possible direction. A dozen times did he softly turn the handle of some bedroom door, which resembled his own, when a gruff cry from within of "Who the devil's that?" or "What do you want here?" caused him to steal away on tiptoe with a perfectly marvelous celerity. He was reduced to the verge of despair when an open door attracted his attention. He peeped in. Right at last. There were the two beds, whose situation he perfectly remembered, and the fire still burning. His candle, not a long one when he first received it, had flickered away in the draughts of air through which he had passed, and sank into the socket as he closed the door after him. "No matter," said Mr. Pickwick. "I can undress myself just as well by the light of the fire." The bedsteads stood one on each side of the door, and on the inner side of each was a little path, terminating in a rush-bottomed chair, just wide enough to admit of a person's getting into or out of bed on that side, if he or she thought proper. Having carefully drawn the curtains of his bed on the outside, Mr. Pickwick sat down on the rush-bottomed chair, and leisurely divested himself of his shoes and gaiters. He then took off and folded up his coat, waistcoat, and neckcloth, and slowly drawing on his tasseled nightcap, secured it firmly on his head, by tying beneath his chin the strings which he always had attached to that article of dress. It was at this moment that the absurdity of his recent bewilderment struck upon his mind. Throwing himself back in the rush-bottomed chair, Mr. Pickwick laughed to himself so heartily that it would have been quite delightful to any man of well-constituted mind to have watched the smiles that expanded his amiable features as they shone forth from beneath the nightcap. "It is the best idea," said Mr. Pickwick to himself, smiling till he almost cracked the nightcap strings. "It is the best idea, my losing myself in this place, and wandering about these staircases, that I ever heard of. Droll, droll, very droll." Here Mr. Pickwick smiled again, a broader smile than before, and was about to continue the process of undressing, in the best possible humor, when he was suddenly stopped by a most unexpected interruption. To wit, the entrance into the room of some person with a candle, who, after locking the door, advanced to the dressing-table and set down the light upon it. The smile that played on Mr. Pickwick's features was instantaneously lost in a look of the most unbounded and wonder-stricken surprise. The person, whoever it was, had come in so suddenly and with so little noise that Mr. Pickwick had had no time to call out or oppose their entrance. Who could it be? A robber? Some evil-minded person who had seen him come upstairs with a handsome watch in his hand, perhaps? What was he to do? The only way in which Mr. Pickwick could catch a glimpse of his mysterious visitor with the least danger of being seen himself was by creeping onto the bed and peeping out from between the curtains on the opposite side. To this maneuver he accordingly resorted. Keeping the curtains carefully closed with his hand, so that nothing more of him could be seen than his face and nightcap, and putting on his spectacles, he mustered up courage and looked out. Mr. Pickwick almost fainted with horror and dismay. Standing before the dressing-glass was a middle-aged lady in yellow curl-papers, busily engaged in brushing what ladies call their back hair. However the unconscious middle-aged lady came into that room, it was quite clear that she contemplated remaining there for the night, for she had brought a rushlight and shade with her, which, with praiseworthy precaution against fire, she had stationed in a basin on the floor, where it was glimmering away like a gigantic lighthouse in a particularly small piece of water. "Bless my soul!" thought Mr. Pickwick. "What a dreadful thing!" "Hum!" said the lady, and in went Mr. Pickwick's head with automaton-like rapidity. "I never met with anything so awful as this," thought poor Mr. Pickwick, the cold perspiration starting in drops upon his nightcap. "Never! This is fearful!" It was quite impossible to resist the urgent desire to see what was going forward. So out went Mr. Pickwick's head again. The prospect was worse than before. The middle-aged lady had finished arranging her hair, had carefully enveloped it in a muslin nightcap with a small plaited border, and was gazing pensively on the fire. "This matter is growing alarming," reasoned Mr. Pickwick with himself. "I can't allow things to go on in this way. By the self-possession of that lady it is clear to me that I must have come into the wrong room. If I call out, she'll alarm the house, but if I remain here the consequences will be still more frightful." Mr. Pickwick, it is quite unnecessary to say, was one of the most modest and delicate-minded of mortals. The very idea of exhibiting his nightcap to a lady overpowered him. But he had tied those confounded strings in a knot, and do what he would he couldn't get it off. The disclosure must be made. There was only one other way of doing it. He shrunk behind the curtains and called out, very loudly, "Ha-hum!" That the lady started at this unexpected sound was evident by her falling up against the rushlight shade. That she persuaded herself it must have been the effect of imagination was equally clear, for when Mr. Pickwick, under the impression that she had fainted away stone dead with fright, ventured to peep out again, she was gazing pensively on the fire as before. "Most extraordinary female, this," thought Mr. Pickwick, popping in again. "Ha-hum!" These last sounds, so like those in which, as legends inform us, the ferocious giant Blunderbore was in the habit of expressing his opinion that it was time to lay the cloth, were too distinctly audible to be again mistaken for the workings of fancy. "Gracious heaven!" said the middle-aged lady. "What's that?" "It's only a gentleman, ma'am," said Mr. Pickwick from behind the curtains. "A gentleman!" said the lady with a terrific scream. "It's all over," thought Mr. Pickwick. "A strange man!" shrieked the lady. Another instant and the house would be alarmed. Her garments rustled as she rushed towards the door. "Ma'am," said Mr. Pickwick, thrusting out his head in the extremity of his desperation, "ma'am!" Now, although Mr. Pickwick was not actuated by any definite object in putting out his head, it was instantaneously productive of a good effect. The lady, as we have already stated, was near the door. She must pass it to reach the staircase, and she would most undoubtedly have done so by this time, had not the sudden apparition of Mr. Pickwick's nightcap driven her back into the remotest corner of the apartment, where she stood staring wildly at Mr. Pickwick, while Mr. Pickwick, in his turn, stared wildly at her. "Wretch!" said the lady, covering her eyes with her hands, "what do you want here?" "Nothing, ma'am, nothing whatever, ma'am," said Mr. Pickwick earnestly. "Nothing!" said the lady, looking up. "Nothing, ma'am, upon my honor," said Mr. Pickwick, nodding his head so energetically that the tassel of his nightcap danced again. "I am almost ready to sink, ma'am, beneath the confusion of addressing a lady in my nightcap." Here the lady hastily snatched off hers. "But I can't get it off, ma'am." Here Mr. Pickwick gave it a tremendous tug in proof of the statement. "It is evident to me, ma'am, now, that I have mistaken this bedroom for my own. I had not been here 5 minutes, ma'am, when you suddenly entered it." "If this improbable story be really true, sir," said the lady, sobbing violently, "you will leave it instantly." "I will, ma'am, with the greatest pleasure," replied Mr. Pickwick. "Instantly, sir," said the lady. "Certainly, ma'am," interposed Mr. Pickwick, very quickly. "Certainly, ma'am. I am very sorry, ma'am," said Mr. Pickwick, making his appearance at the bottom of the bed, "to have been the innocent occasion of this alarm and emotion. Deeply sorry, ma'am." The lady pointed to the door. One excellent quality of Mr. Pickwick's character was beautifully displayed at this moment, under the most trying circumstances. Although he had hastily put on his hat over his nightcap, after the manner of the old patrol, although he carried his shoes and gaiters in his hand, and his coat and waistcoat over his arm, nothing could subdue his native politeness. "I am exceedingly sorry, ma'am," said Mr. Pickwick, bowing very low. "If you are, sir, you will at once leave the room," said the lady. "Immediately, ma'am. This instant, ma'am," said Mr. Pickwick, opening the door and dropping both his shoes with a crash in so doing. "I trust, ma'am," resumed Mr. Pickwick, gathering up his shoes and turning round to bow again, "I trust, ma'am, that my unblemished character and the devoted respect I entertain for your sex will plead as some slight excuse for this." But before Mr. Pickwick could conclude the sentence, the lady had thrust him into the passage and locked and bolted the door behind him. Whatever grounds of self-congratulation Mr. Pickwick might have for having escaped so quietly from his late awkward situation, his present position was by no means enviable. He was alone, in an open passage, in a strange house in the middle of the night, half dressed. It was not to be supposed that he could find his way in perfect darkness to a room which he had been wholly unable to discover with a light, and if he made the slightest noise in his fruitless attempts to do so, he stood every chance of being shot at, and perhaps killed, by some wakeful traveller. He had no resource but to remain where he was until daylight appeared. So, after groping his way a few paces down the passage, and to his infinite alarm stumbling over several pairs of boots in so doing, Mr. Pickwick crouched into a little recess in the wall to wait for morning as philosophically as he might. He was not destined, however, to undergo this additional trial of patience, for he had not been long ensconced in his present concealment when, to his unspeakable horror, a man, bearing a light, appeared at the end of the passage. His horror was suddenly converted into joy, however, when he recognized the form of his faithful attendant. It was indeed Mr. Samuel Weller, who, after sitting up thus late, in conversation with the boots, who was sitting up for the mail, was now about to retire to rest. "Sam!" said Mr. Pickwick, suddenly appearing before him, "where's my bedroom?" Mr. Weller stared at his master with the most emphatic surprise, and it was not until the question had been repeated 3 several times that he turned round and led the way to the long-sought apartment. "Sam," said Mr. Pickwick, as he got into bed, "I have made one of the most extraordinary mistakes to-night that ever were heard of." "Wery likely, sir," replied Mr. Weller, dryly. "But of this I am determined, Sam," said Mr. Pickwick, "that if I were to stop in this house for 6 months I would never trust myself about it alone again." "That's the wery prudentest resolution as you could come to, sir," replied Mr. Weller. "You rayther want somebody to look arter you, sir, when your judgment goes out a-wisitin'." "What do you mean by that, Sam?" said Mr. Pickwick. He raised himself in bed and extended his hand as if he were about to say something more, but suddenly checking himself, turned round and bade his valet good night. "Good night, sir," replied Mr. Weller. He paused when he got outside the door, shook his head, walked on, stopped, snuffed the candle, shook his head again, and finally proceeded slowly to his chamber, apparently buried in the profoundest meditation. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of the Pickwick Papers by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Debra Lynn. The Pickwick Papers by Charles Dickens. Chapter 23, in which Mr. Samuel Weller begins to devote his energies to the return match between himself and Mr. Trotter. In a small room in the vicinity of the stable yard, betimes in the morning, which was ushered in by Mr. Pickwick's adventure with the middle-aged lady in the yellow curl papers, sat Mr. Weller senior, preparing himself for his journey to London. He was sitting in an excellent attitude for having his portrait taken, and here it is. It is very possible that at some earlier period of his career Mr. Weller's profile might have presented a bold and determined outline. His face, however, had expanded under the influence of good living, and a disposition remarkable for resignation, and its bold fleshy curves had so far extended beyond the limits originally assigned them, that unless you took a full view of his countenance in front, it was difficult to distinguish more than the extreme tip of a very rubicund nose. His chin, from the same cause, had acquired the grave and imposing form which is generally described by prefixing the word double to that expressive feature, and his complexion exhibited that peculiarly mottled combination of colours which is only to be seen in gentlemen of his profession and in underdone roast beef. Round his neck he wore a crimson travelling shawl, which merged into his chin by such imperceptible gradations that it was difficult to distinguish the folds of the one from the folds of the other. Over this he mounted a long waistcoat of a broad pink-striped pattern, and over that again a wide-skirted green coat, ornamented with large brass buttons, whereof the two which garnished the waist were so far apart that no man had ever beheld them both at the same time. His hair, which was short, sleek, and black, was just visible beneath the capacious brim of a low-crowned brown hat. His legs were encased in knee-cord breeches and painted top boots, and a copper watch chain terminating in one seal, and a key of the same material, dangled loosely from his capacious waistband. We have said that Mr. Weller was engaged in preparing for his journey to London. He was taking sustenance, in fact. On the table before him stood a pot of ale, a cold round of beef, and a very respectable-looking loaf, to each of which he distributed his favours in turn, with the most rigid impartiality. He had just cut a mighty slice from the latter, when the footsteps of somebody entering the room caused him to raise his head, and he beheld his son. "Mornin', Sammy," said the father. The son walked up to the pot of ale, and nodding significantly to his parent, took a long draught by way of reply. "Wery good power o' suction, Sammy," said Mr. Weller the elder, looking into the pot, when his firstborn had set it down half empty. "You'd 'a made an uncommon fine oyster, Sammy, if you'd been born in that station o' life." "Yes, I dessay I should 'a managed to pick up a respectable livin'," replied Sam, applying himself to the cold beef with considerable vigour. "I'm wery sorry, Sammy," said the elder Mr. Weller, shaking up the ale by describing small circles with the pot, preparatory to drinking. "I'm wery sorry, Sammy, to hear from your lips as you let yourself be gammoned by that 'ere Mulberry man. I always thought up to 3 days ago that the names of Veller and Gammon could never come into contract, Sammy, never." "Always except in the case of a widder, of course," said Sam. "Widders, Sammy," replied Mr. Weller, slightly changing colour. "Widders are 'ceptions to every rule. I have heerd how many ordinary women one widder's equal to in pint o' comin' over you. I think it's 25, but I don't rightly know vether it ain't more." "Well, that's pretty well," said Sam. "Besides," continued Mr. Weller, not noticing the interruption, "that's a wery different thing. You know what the counsel said, Sammy, as defended the gentleman as beat his wife with the poker venever he got jolly. 'And arter all, my lord,' says he, 'it's a amiable weakness.' So I says respectin' widders, Sammy, and so you'll say ven you gets as old as me." "I ought to ha' knowed better, I know," said Sam. "Ought to ha' knowed better," repeated Mr. Weller, striking the table with his fist. "Ought to ha' knowed better! Why, I know a young un as hasn't had half nor quarter your eddication, as hasn't slept about the markets, no, not 6 months, who'd ha' scorned to be let in such a way, scorned it, Sammy." In the excitement of feeling produced by this agonizing reflection, Mr. Weller rang the bell and ordered an additional pint of ale. "Well, it's no use talking about it now," said Sam. "It's over and can't be helped, and that's one consolation, as they always says in Turkey ven they cuts the wrong man's head off. It's my innings now, guv'nor, and as soon as I catches hold of this here trotter, I'll have a good un." "I hope you will, Sammy, I hope you will," returned Mr. Weller. "Here's your health, Sammy, and may you speedily wipe off the disgrace as you've inflicted on the family name." In honour of this toast, Mr. Weller imbibed at a draught at least 2/3 of a newly arrived pint, and handed it over to his son to dispose of the remainder, which he instantaneously did. "And now, Sammy," said Mr. Weller, consulting a large double-faced silver watch that hung at the end of the copper chain, "now it's time I was up at the office to get my vaybill and see the coach loaded. For coaches, Sammy, is like guns, they requires to be loaded with wery great care afore they go off." At this parental and professional joke, Mr. Weller junior smiled a filial smile. His revered parent continued in a solemn tone: "I'm a-goin' to leave you, Samivel, my boy, and there's no tellin' ven I shall see you again. Your mother-in-law may ha' been too much for me, or 1,000 things may have happened by the time you next hears any news of the celebrated Mr. Veller of the Bell Savage. The family name depends wery much upon you, Samivel, and I hope you'll do what's right by it. Upon all little pints of readin', I know I may trust you as vell as if it was my own self. So I've only this here one little bit of adwice to give you. If ever you gets to up'ards of 50 and feels disposed to go a marryin' anybody, no matter who, just you shut yourself up in your own room, if you've got one, and pison yourself off hand. Hangin's wulgar, so don't you have nothin' to say to that. Pison yourself, Samivel, my boy, pison yourself, and you'll be glad on it arterwards."
With these affecting words Mr. Weller looked steadfastly on his son, and turning slowly upon his heel, disappeared from his sight. In the contemplative mood which these words had awakened, Mr. Samuel Weller walked forth from the Great White Horse when his father had left him, and bending his steps towards St. Clement's Church, endeavoured to dissipate his melancholy by strolling among its ancient precincts. He had loitered about for some time when he found himself in a retired spot, a kind of courtyard of venerable appearance, which he discovered had no other outlet than the turning by which he had entered. He was about retracing his steps, when he was suddenly transfixed to the spot by a sudden appearance, and the mode and manner of this appearance we now proceed to relate. Mr. Samuel Weller had been staring up at the old brick houses now and then in his deep abstraction, bestowing a wink upon some healthy-looking servant girl as she drew up a blind or threw open a bedroom window, when the green gate of a garden at the bottom of the yard opened, and a man having emerged therefrom closed the green gate very carefully after him, and walked briskly towards the very spot where Mr. Weller was standing. Now, taking this as an isolated fact, unaccompanied by any attendant circumstances, there was nothing very extraordinary in it, because in many parts of the world men do come out of gardens, close green gates after them, and even walk briskly away, without attracting any particular share of public observation. It is clear, therefore, that there must have been something in the man, or in his manner, or both, to attract Mr. Weller's particular notice. Whether there was or not, we must leave the reader to determine when we have faithfully recorded the behaviour of the individual in question. When the man had shut the green gate after him, he walked, as we have said twice already, with a brisk pace up the courtyard. But he no sooner caught sight of Mr. Weller than he faltered, and stopped, as if uncertain for the moment what course to adopt. As the green gate was closed behind him, and there was no other outlet but the one in front, however, he was not long in perceiving that he must pass Mr. Samuel Weller to get away. He therefore resumed his brisk pace, and advanced, staring straight before him. The most extraordinary thing about the man was, that he was contorting his face into the most fearful and astonishing grimaces that ever were beheld. Nature's handiwork never was disguised with such extraordinary artificial carving as the man had overlaid his countenance with in one moment. "Well," said Mr. Weller to himself as the man approached, "this is wery odd. I could have swore it was him." Up came the man, and his face became more frightfully distorted than ever as he drew nearer. "I could take my oath to that 'ere black hair and mulberry suit," said Mr. Weller, "only I never see such a face as that afore." As Mr. Weller said this, the man's features assumed an unearthly twinge, perfectly hideous. He was obliged to pass very near Sam, however, and the scrutinizing glance of that gentleman enabled him to detect, under all these appalling twists of feature, something too like the small eyes of Mr. Job Trotter to be easily mistaken. "Hullo, you, sir!" shouted Sam fiercely. The stranger stopped. "Hullo!" repeated Sam, still more gruffly. The man with the horrible face looked with the greatest surprise up the court and down the court, and in at the windows of the houses, everywhere but at Sam Weller, and took another step forward, when he was brought to again by another shout. "Hullo, you, sir!" said Sam for the third time. There was no pretending to mistake where the voice came from now, so the stranger, having no other resource, at last looked Sam Weller full in the face. "It won't do, Job Trotter," said Sam. "Come, none of that 'ere nonsense. You ain't so wery 'andsome that you can afford to throw avay many o' your good looks. Bring them 'ere eyes o' yourn back into their proper places, or I'll knock 'em out of your head, d'ye hear?" As Mr. Weller appeared fully disposed to act up to the spirit of this address, Mr. Trotter gradually allowed his face to resume its natural expression, and then, giving a start of joy, exclaimed, "What do I see? Mr. Walker!" "Ah," replied Sam, "you're wery glad to see me, ain't you?" "Glad!" exclaimed Job Trotter. "Oh, Mr. Walker, if you had but known how I have looked forward to this meeting! It is too much, Mr. Walker. I cannot bear it, indeed I cannot." And with these words Mr. Trotter burst into a regular inundation of tears, and flinging his arms around those of Mr. Weller, embraced him closely in an ecstasy of joy. "Get off!" cried Sam, indignant at this process, and vainly endeavouring to extricate himself from the grasp of his enthusiastic acquaintance. "Get off, I tell you! What are you crying over me for, you portable engine?" "'Cause I am so glad to see you," replied Job Trotter, gradually releasing Mr. Weller as the first symptoms of his pugnacity disappeared. "Oh, Mr. Walker, this is too much." "Too much!" echoed Sam. "I think it is too much, rayther. Now what have you got to say to me, eh?" Mr. Trotter made no reply, for the little pink pocket handkerchief was in full force. "What have you got to say to me afore I knock your head off?" repeated Mr. Weller in a threatening manner. "Eh?" said Mr. Trotter, with a look of virtuous surprise. "What have you got to say to me?" Mr. Walker." "Don't call me Walker. My name's Veller. You know that well enough. What have you got to say to me?" "Bless you, Mr. Walker, Weller, I mean a great many things. If you will come away somewhere where we can talk comfortably. If you knew how I have looked for you, Mr. Weller." "Wery hard indeed, I suppose," said Sam dryly. "Very, very, sir," replied Mr. Trotter, without moving a muscle of his face. "But shake hands, Mr. Weller." Sam eyed his companion for a few seconds, and then, as if actuated by a sudden impulse, complied with his request. "How," said Job Trotter, as they walked away, "how is your dear good master? Oh, he is a worthy gentleman, Mr. Weller. I hope he didn't catch cold that dreadful night, sir." There was a momentary look of deep slyness in Job Trotter's eye as he said this, which ran a thrill through Mr. Weller's clenched fist, as he burned with the desire to make a demonstration on his ribs. Sam constrained himself, however, and replied that his master was extremely well. "Oh, I am so glad," replied Mr. Trotter. "Is he here?" "Is yourn?" asked Sam, by way of reply. "Oh, yes, he is here, and I grieve to say, Mr. Weller, he is going on worse than ever." Ah," said Sam. "Oh, shocking, terrible." "At a boarding school?" said Sam. "No, not at a boarding school," replied Job Trotter, with the same sly look which Sam had noticed before. "Not at a boarding school." "At the house with the green gate?" said Sam, eyeing his companion closely. "No, oh, not there," replied Job, with a quickness very unusual to him. "Not there." "What was you a doing there?" asked Sam, with a sharp glance. "Got inside the gate by accident, perhaps?" "Why, Mr. Weller," replied Job, "I don't mind telling you my little secrets, because, you know, we took such a fancy for each other when we first met. You recollect how pleasant we were that morning?" "Oh, yes," said Sam impatiently, "I remember. Well?" "Well," replied Job, speaking with great precision, and in the low tone of a man who communicates an important secret, "in that house with the green gate, Mr. Weller, they keep a good many servants." "So I should think, from the look in it," interposed Sam. "Yes," continued Mr. Trotter, "and one of them is a cook, who has saved up a little money, Mr. Weller, and is desirous, if she can establish herself in life, to open a little shop in the chandlery way, you see." "Yes." "Yes, Mr. Weller. Well, sir, I met her at a chapel that I go to, a very neat little chapel in this town, Mr. Weller, where they sing the No. 4 collection of hymns, which I generally carry about with me in a little book, which you may perhaps have seen in my hand, and I got a little intimate with her, Mr. Weller, and from that an acquaintance sprung up between us, and I may venture to say, Mr. Weller, that I am to be the chandler." "Ah, and a wery amiable chandler you'll make," replied Sam, eyeing Job with a side look of intense dislike. "The great advantage of this, Mr. Weller," continued Job, his eyes filling with tears as he spoke, "will be that I shall be able to leave my present disgraceful service with that bad man, and to devote myself to a better and more virtuous life, more like the way in which I was brought up, Mr. Weller." "You must have been wery nicely brought up," said Sam. "Oh, very, Mr. Weller, very," replied Job. At the recollection of the purity of his youthful days, Mr. Trotter pulled forth the pink handkerchief and wept copiously. "You must have been an uncommon nice boy to go to school with," said Sam. "I was, sir," replied Job, heaving a deep sigh. "I was the idol of the place." "Ah," said Sam, "I don't wonder at it. What a comfort you must have been to your blessed mother." At these words Mr. Job Trotter inserted an end of the pink handkerchief into the corner of each eye, one after the other, and began to weep copiously. "What's the matter with the man?" said Sam indignantly. "Chelsea Waterworks is nothing to you. What are you melting with now, the consciousness of willainy?" "I cannot keep my feelings down, Mr. Weller," said Job, after a short pause. "To think that my master should have suspected the conversation I had with yours, and so dragged me away in a post chaise, and after persuading the sweet young lady to say she knew nothing of him, and bribing the schoolmistress to do the same, deserted her for a better speculation. Oh, Mr. Weller, it makes me shudder." "Oh, that was the way, was it?" said Mr. Weller. "To be sure it was," replied Job. "Vell," said Sam, as they had now arrived near the hotel, "I want to have a little bit of talk with you, Job, so if you're not particular engaged, I should like to see you at the Great White Horse to night, somewheres about 8 o'clock." "I shall be sure to come," said Job. "Yes, you'd better," replied Sam, with a very meaning look, "or else I shall perhaps be asking arter you at the other side of the green gate, and then I might cut you out, you know." "I shall be sure to be with you, sir," said Mr. Trotter, and wringing Sam's hand with the utmost fervour, he walked away. "Take care, Job Trotter, take care," said Sam, looking after him, "or I shall be one too many for you this time. I shall indeed." Having uttered this soliloquy, and looked after Job till he was to be seen no more, Mr. Weller made the best of his way to his master's bedroom. "It's all in training, sir," said Sam. "What's in training, Sam?" inquired Mr. Pickwick. "I've found 'em out, sir," said Sam. "Found out who?" "That 'ere queer customer and the melancholy chap with the black hair." "Impossible, Sam," said Mr. Pickwick with the greatest energy. "Where are they, Sam, where are they?" "Hush, hush," replied Mr. Weller, and as he assisted Mr. Pickwick to dress, he detailed the plan of action on which he proposed to enter. "But when is this to be done, Sam?" inquired Mr. Pickwick. "All in good time, sir," replied Sam. Whether it was done in good time or not will be seen hereafter. End of chapter 23.
Chapter 24 of the Pickwick Papers by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Debra Lynn. The Pickwick Papers by Charles Dickens. Chapter 24. Wherein Mr. Peter Magnus grows jealous, and the middle-aged lady apprehensive, which brings the Pickwickians within the grasp of the law. When Mr. Pickwick descended to the room in which he and Mr. Peter Magnus had spent the preceding evening, he found that gentleman, with the major part of the contents of the 2 bags, the leathern hat box, and the brown paper parcel, displaying to all possible advantage on his person, while he himself was pacing up and down the room in a state of the utmost excitement and agitation. "Good morning, sir," said Mr. Peter Magnus. "What do you think of this, sir?" "Very effective indeed," replied Mr. Pickwick, surveying the garments of Mr. Peter Magnus with a good-natured smile. "Yes, I think it'll do," said Mr. Magnus. "Mr. Pickwick, sir, I have sent up my card." "Have you?" said Mr. Pickwick. "And the waiter brought back word that she would see me at 11. At 11, sir. It only wants a quarter now." "Very near the time," said Mr. Pickwick. "Yes, it is rather near," replied Mr. Magnus. "Rather too near to be pleasant, eh, Mr. Pickwick, sir?" "Confidence is a great thing in these cases," observed Mr. Pickwick. "I believe it is, sir," said Mr. Peter Magnus. "I am very confident, sir. Really, Mr. Pickwick, I do not see why a man should feel any fear in such a case as this, sir." "What is it, sir? There's nothing to be ashamed of. It's a matter of mutual accommodation, nothing more. Husband on one side, wife on the other. That's my view of the matter, Mr. Pickwick." "It is a very philosophical one," replied Mr. Pickwick. "But breakfast is waiting, Mr. Magnus. Come." Down they sat to breakfast, but it was evident, notwithstanding the boasting of Mr. Peter Magnus, that he laboured under a very considerable degree of nervousness, of which loss of appetite, a propensity to upset the tea things, a spectral attempt at drollery, and an irresistible inclination to look at the clock every other second, were among the principal symptoms. Tittered Mr. Magnus, affecting cheerfulness and gasping with agitation. "It only wants 2 minutes, Mr. Pickwick. Am I pale, sir?" "Not very," replied Mr. Pickwick. There was a brief pause. "I beg your pardon, Mr. Pickwick, but have you ever done this sort of thing in your time?" said Mr. Magnus. "You mean proposing?" said Mr. Pickwick. "Yes." "Never," said Mr. Pickwick, with great energy. "Never." "You have no idea, then, how it's best to begin?" said Mr. Magnus. "Why," said Mr. Pickwick, "I may have formed some ideas upon the subject, but as I have never submitted them to the test of experience, I should be sorry if you were induced to regulate your proceedings by them." "I should feel very much obliged to you for any advice, sir," said Mr. Magnus, taking another look at the clock, the hand of which was verging on the 5 minutes past. "Well, sir," said Mr. Pickwick, with the profound solemnity with which that great man could, when he pleased, render his remarks so deeply impressive, "I should commence, sir, with a tribute to the lady's beauty and excellent qualities. From them, sir, I should diverge to my own unworthiness." "Very good," said Mr. Magnus. "Unworthiness for her only, mind, sir," resumed Mr. Pickwick. "For to show that I was not wholly unworthy, sir, I should take a brief review of my past life and present condition. I should argue, by analogy, that to anybody else I must be a very desirable object. I should then expatiate on the warmth of my love and the depth of my devotion. Perhaps I might then be tempted to seize her hand." "Yes, I see," said Mr. Magnus. "That would be a very great point." "I should then, sir," continued Mr. Pickwick, growing warmer as the subject presented itself in more glowing colours before him, "I should then, sir, come to the plain and simple question, will you have me? I think I am justified in assuming that upon this she would turn away her head." "You think that may be taken for granted?" said Mr. Magnus. "Because if she did not do that at the right place it would be embarrassing." "I think she would," said Mr. Pickwick. "Upon this, sir, I should squeeze her hand, and I think, Mr. Magnus, that after I had done that, supposing there was no refusal, I should gently draw away the handkerchief, which my slight knowledge of human nature leads me to suppose the lady would be applying to her eyes at the moment, and steal a respectful kiss. I think I should kiss her, Mr. Magnus, and at this particular point I am decidedly of opinion that if the lady were going to take me at all, she would murmur into my ears a bashful acceptance." Mr. Magnus started, gazed on Mr. Pickwick's intelligent face for a short time in silence, and then, the dial pointing to the 10 minutes past, shook him warmly by the hand and rushed desperately from the room. Mr. Pickwick had taken a few strides to and fro, and the small hand of the clock, following the latter part of his example, had arrived at the figure which indicates the half hour, when the door suddenly opened. He turned round to meet Mr. Peter Magnus, and encountered in his stead the joyous face of Mr. Tupman, the serene countenance of Mr. Winkle, and the intellectual lineaments of Mr. Snodgrass. As Mr. Pickwick greeted them, Mr. Peter Magnus tripped into the room. "My friends, the gentleman I was speaking of, Mr. Magnus," said Mr. Pickwick. "Your servant, gentlemen," said Mr. Magnus, evidently in a high state of excitement. "Mr. Pickwick, allow me to speak to you one moment, sir." As he said this, Mr. Magnus harnessed his forefinger to Mr. Pickwick's buttonhole, and drawing him to a window recess, said, "Congratulate me, Mr. Pickwick. I followed your advice to the very letter." "And it was all correct, was it?" inquired Mr. Pickwick. "It was, sir. Could not possibly have been better," replied Mr. Magnus. "Mr. Pickwick, she is mine." "I congratulate you with all my heart," replied Mr. Pickwick, warmly shaking his new friend by the hand. "You must see her, sir," said Mr. Magnus. "This way, if you please. Excuse us for one instant, gentlemen." Hurrying on in this way, Mr. Peter Magnus drew Mr. Pickwick from the room. He paused at the next door in the passage, and tapped gently thereat. "Come in," said a female voice, and in they went. "Miss Witherfield," said Mr. Magnus, "allow me to introduce my very particular friend, Mr. Pickwick. Mr. Pickwick, I beg to make you known to Miss Witherfield." The lady was at the upper end of the room. As Mr. Pickwick bowed, he took his spectacles from his waistcoat pocket and put them on, a process which he had no sooner gone through than, uttering an exclamation of surprise, Mr. Pickwick retreated several paces, and the lady, with a half-suppressed scream, hid her face in her hands and dropped into a chair. Whereupon Mr. Peter Magnus was stricken motionless on the spot, and gazed from one to the other with a countenance expressive of the extremities of horror and surprise. This certainly was, to all appearance, very unaccountable behaviour, but the fact is that Mr. Pickwick no sooner put on his spectacles than he at once recognized in the future Mrs. Magnus the lady into whose room he had so unwarrantably intruded on the previous night. and the spectacles had no sooner crossed Mr. Pickwick's nose than the lady at once identified the countenance which she had seen surrounded by all the horrors of a nightcap. So the lady screamed, and Mr. Pickwick started. "Mr. Pickwick!" exclaimed Mr. Magnus, lost in astonishment. "What is the meaning of this, sir? What is the meaning of it, sir?" added Mr. Magnus in a threatening and a louder tone. "Sir," said Mr. Pickwick, somewhat indignant at the very sudden manner in which Mr. Peter Magnus had conjugated himself into the imperative mood, "I decline answering that question." "You decline it, sir?" said Mr. Magnus. "I do, sir," replied Mr. Pickwick. "I object to say anything which may compromise that lady, or awaken unpleasant recollections in her breast, without her consent and permission." "Miss Witherfield," said Mr. Peter Magnus, "do you know this person?" "Know him?" repeated the middle-aged lady, hesitating. "Yes, know him, ma'am. I said know him," replied Mr. Magnus, with ferocity. "I have seen him," replied the middle-aged lady. "Where?" inquired Mr. Magnus. "Where?" "That," said the middle-aged lady, rising from her seat and averting her head, "that I would not reveal for worlds." "I understand you, ma'am," said Mr. Pickwick, "and respect your delicacy. It shall never be revealed by me, depend upon it." "Upon my word, ma'am," said Mr. Magnus, "considering the situation in which I am placed with regard to yourself, you carry this matter off with tolerable coolness. Tolerable coolness, ma'am." "Cruel Mr. Magnus!" said the middle-aged lady. Here she wept very copiously indeed. "Address your observations to me, sir," interposed Mr. Pickwick. "I alone am to blame if anybody be." "Oh! You alone are to blame, are you, sir?" said Mr. Magnus. I see through this, sir. You repent of your determination now, do you?" "My determination?" said Mr. Pickwick. "Your determination, sir. Oh, don't stare at me, sir," said Mr. Magnus. "I recollect your words last night, sir. You came down here, sir, to expose the treachery and falsehood of an individual on whose truth and honor you had placed implicit reliance, eh?" Here Mr. Peter Magnus indulged in a prolonged sneer, and taking off his green spectacles, which he probably found superfluous in his fit of jealousy, rolled his little eyes about in a manner frightful to behold. "Eh?" said Mr. Magnus, and then he repeated the sneer with increased effect. "But you shall answer it, sir." "Answer what?" said Mr. Pickwick. "Never mind, sir," replied Mr. Magnus, striding up and down the room. "Never mind." There must be something very comprehensive in this phrase of "never mind," for we do not recollect to have ever witnessed a quarrel in the street, at a theatre, public room, or elsewhere, in which it has not been the standard reply to all belligerent inquiries. "Do you call yourself a gentleman, sir?" "Never mind, sir." "Did I offer to say anything to the young woman, sir?" "Never mind, sir." "Do you want your head knocked up against that wall, sir?" "Never mind, sir." It is observable, too, that there would appear to be some hidden taunt in this universal "never mind," which rouses more indignation in the bosom of the individual addressed than the most lavish abuse could possibly awaken. We do not mean to assert that the application of this brevity to himself struck exactly that indignation to Mr. Pickwick's soul which it would infallibly have roused in a vulgar breast. We merely record the fact that Mr. Pickwick opened the room door and abruptly called out, "Tupman, come here." Mr. Tupman immediately presented himself, with a look of very considerable surprise. "Tupman," said Mr. Pickwick, "a secret of some delicacy, in which that lady is concerned, is the cause of a difference which has just arisen between this gentleman and myself. When I assure him, in your presence, that it has no relation to himself, and is not in any way connected with his affairs, I need hardly beg you to take notice that, if he continue to dispute it, he expresses a doubt of my veracity, which I shall consider extremely insulting." As Mr. Pickwick said this, he looked encyclopedias at Mr. Peter Magnus. Mr. Pickwick's upright and honorable bearing, coupled with that force and energy of speech which so eminently distinguished him, would have carried conviction to any reasonable mind; but, unfortunately, at that particular moment, the mind of Mr. Peter Magnus was in anything but reasonable order. Consequently, instead of receiving Mr. Pickwick's explanation as he ought to have done, he forthwith proceeded to work himself into a red-hot, scorching, consuming passion, and to talk about what was due to his own feelings, and all that sort of thing, adding force to his declamation by striding to and fro and pulling his hair, amusements which he would vary occasionally by shaking his fist in Mr. Pickwick's philanthropic countenance. Mr. Pickwick, in his turn, conscious of his own innocence and rectitude, and irritated by having unfortunately involved the middle-aged lady in such an unpleasant affair, was not so quietly disposed as was his wont. The consequence was, that words ran high, and voices higher, and at length Mr. Magnus told Mr. Pickwick he should hear from him. To which Mr. Pickwick replied, with laudable politeness, that the sooner he heard from him the better. Whereupon the middle-aged lady rushed in terror from the room, out of which Mr. Tupman dragged Mr. Pickwick, leaving Mr. Peter Magnus to himself and meditation. If the middle-aged lady had mingled much with the busy world, or had profited at all by the manners and customs of those who make the laws and set the fashions, she would have known that this sort of ferocity is the most harmless thing in nature. But as she had lived for the most part in the country, and never read the parliamentary debates, she was little versed in these particular refinements of civilized life. Accordingly, when she had gained her bedchamber, bolted herself in, and began to meditate on the scene she had just witnessed, the most terrific pictures of slaughter and destruction presented themselves to her imagination, among which a full-length portrait of Mr. Peter Magnus, borne home by 4 men, with the embellishment of a whole barrelful of bullets in his left side, was among the very least. The more the middle-aged lady meditated, the more terrified she became, and at length she determined to repair to the house of the principal magistrate of the town, and request him to secure the persons of Mr. Pickwick and Mr. Tupman without delay. To this decision the middle-aged lady was impelled by a variety of considerations, the chief of which was the incontestable proof it would afford of her devotion to Mr. Peter Magnus, and her anxiety for his safety. She was too well acquainted with his jealous temperament to venture the slightest allusion to the real cause of her agitation on beholding Mr. Pickwick, and she trusted to her own influence and power of persuasion with the little man to quell his boisterous jealousy, supposing that Mr. Pickwick were removed and no fresh quarrel could arise. Filled with these reflections, the middle-aged lady arrayed herself in her bonnet and shawl, and repaired to the mayor's dwelling straightway. Now George Nupkins, Esquire, the principal magistrate aforesaid, was as grand a personage as the fastest walker would find out between sunrise and sunset on the 21st of June, which being, according to the almanacs, the longest day in the whole year, would naturally afford him the longest period for his search. On this particular morning Mr. Nupkins was in a state of the utmost excitement and irritation, for there had been a rebellion in the town. All the day scholars at the largest day school had conspired to break the windows of an obnoxious apple seller, and had hooted the beadle and pelted the constabulary, an elderly gentleman in top boots, who had been called out to repress the tumult, and who had been a peace officer, man and boy, for half a century at least. And Mr. Nupkins was sitting in his easy chair, frowning with majesty and boiling with rage, when a lady was announced on pressing, private, and particular business. Mr. Nupkins looked calmly terrible, and commanded that the lady should be shown in, which command, like all the mandates of emperors and magistrates and other great potentates of the earth, was forthwith obeyed, and Miss Witherfield, interestingly agitated, was ushered in accordingly. "Muzzle?" said the magistrate. Muzzle was an undersized footman with a long body and short legs. "Muzzle!" "Yes, your worship." "Place a chair and leave the room." "Yes, your worship." "Now, ma'am, will you state your business?" said the magistrate. "It is of a very painful kind, sir," said Miss Witherfield. "Very likely, ma'am," said the magistrate. "Compose your feelings, ma'am." Here Mr. Nupkins looked benignant. "And then tell me what legal business brings you here, ma'am." Here the magistrate triumphed over the man, and he looked stern again. "It is very distressing to me, sir, to give this information," said Miss Witherfield, "but I fear a duel is going to be fought here." "Here, ma'am?" said the magistrate. "Where, ma'am?" "In Ipswich." "In Ipswich, ma'am? A duel in Ipswich?" said the magistrate, perfectly aghast at the notion. "Impossible, ma'am. Nothing of the kind can be contemplated in this town, I am persuaded. Bless my soul, ma'am, are you aware of the activity of our local magistracy? Do you happen to have heard, ma'am, that I rushed into a prize ring on the 4th of May last, attended by only 60 special constables, and, at the hazard of falling a sacrifice to the angry passions of an infuriated multitude, prohibited a pugilistic contest between the Middlesex dumpling and the Suffolk bantam? A duel in Ipswich, ma'am! I do not think, said the magistrate, reasoning with himself, that any two men can have had the hardihood to plan such a breach of the peace in this town. My information is, unfortunately, but too correct, said the middle-aged lady. I was present at the quarrel. It's a most extraordinary thing, said the astounded magistrate. Muzzle! Yes, your worship? Send Mr. Jinks here directly, instantly. Yes, your worship. Muzzle retired, and a pale, sharp-nosed, half-fed, shabbily clad clerk of middle age entered the room. Mr. Jinks, said the magistrate. Mr. Jinks? Sir, said Mr. Jinks. This lady, Mr. Jinks, has come here to give information of an intended duel in this town. Mr. Jinks, not knowing exactly what to do, smiled a dependent's smile. What are you laughing at, Mr. Jinks? Said the magistrate. Mr. Jinks looked serious instantly. Mr. Jinks, said the magistrate, you're a fool. Mr. Jinks looked humbly at the great man, and bit the top of his pen. You may see something very comical in this information, sir, but I can tell you this, Mr. Jinks, that you have very little to laugh at, said the magistrate. The hungry-looking Jinks sighed, as if he were quite aware of the fact of his having very little indeed to be merry about, and being ordered to take the lady's information, shambled to a seat and proceeded to write it down. This man Pickwick is the principal, I understand, said the magistrate when the statement was finished. He is, said the middle-aged lady. And the other rioter, what's his name, Mr. Jinks? Tupman, sir. Tupman is the second? Yes. The other principal, you say, has absconded, ma'am? Yes, replied Miss Witherfield with a short cough. Very well, said the magistrate. These are two cutthroats from London, who have come down here to destroy His Majesty's population, thinking that at this distance from the capital the arm of the law is weak and paralyzed. They shall be made an example of. Draw up the warrants, Mr. Jinks. Muzzle! Yes, your worship? Is Grummer downstairs? Yes, your worship. Send him up. The obsequious Muzzle retired, and presently returned, introducing the elderly gentleman in the top boots, who was chiefly remarkable for a bottle nose, a hoarse voice, a snuff-colored surtout, and a wandering eye. Grummer, said the magistrate, your washup? Is the town quiet now? Pretty well, your waship, replied Grummer. Popular feeling has in a measure subsided, consequence of the boys having dispersed to cricket. Nothing but vigorous measures will do in these times, Grummer, said the magistrate in a determined manner. If the authority of the king's officers is set at naught, we must have the riot act read. If the civil power cannot protect these windows, Grummer, the military must protect the civil power and the windows too. I believe that is a maxim of the Constitution. Mr. Jinks? Certainly, sir, said Jinks. Very good, said the magistrate, signing the warrants. Grummer, you will bring these persons before me this afternoon. You will find them at the Great White Horse. You recollect the case of the Middlesex dumpling and the Suffolk bantam, Grummer? Mr. Grummer intimated by a retrospective shake of the head that he should never forget it, as indeed it was not likely he would so long as it continued to be cited daily. This is even more unconstitutional, said the magistrate. This is even a greater breach of the peace and a grosser infringement of His Majesty's prerogative. I believe duelling is one of His Majesty's most undoubted prerogatives. Mr. Jinks? Expressly stipulated in Magna Carta, sir, said Mr. Jinks. One of the brightest jewels in the British crown, wrung from His Majesty by the barons, I believe, Mr. Jinks, said the magistrate. Just so, sir, replied Mr. Jinks. Very well, said the magistrate, drawing himself up proudly. It shall not be violated in this portion of his dominions. Grummer, procure assistance and execute these warrants with as little delay as possible. Muzzle? Yes, your worship. Show the lady out. Miss Witherfield retired, deeply impressed with the magistrate's learning and research. Mr. Nupkins retired to lunch. Mr. Jinks retired within himself, that being the only retirement he had, except the sofa bedstead in the small parlour, which was occupied by his landlady's family in the daytime, and Mr. Grummer retired to wipe out by his mode of discharging his present commission the insult which had been fastened upon himself and the other representative of His Majesty, the beadle, in the course of the morning. While these resolute and determined preparations for the conservation of the king's peace were pending, Mr. Pickwick and his friends, wholly unconscious of the mighty events in progress, had sat quietly down to dinner, and very talkative and companionable they all were. Mr. Pickwick was in the very act of relating his adventure of the preceding night, to the great amusement of his followers, Mr. Tupman especially, when the door opened and a somewhat forbidding countenance peeped into the room. The eyes in the forbidding countenance looked very earnestly at Mr. Pickwick for several seconds, and were, to all appearance, satisfied with their investigation; for the body to which the forbidding countenance belonged slowly brought itself into the apartment, and presented the form of an elderly individual in top boots. Not to keep the reader any longer in suspense, in short, the eyes were the wandering eyes of Mr. Grummer, and the body was the body of the same gentleman. Mr. Grummer's mode of proceeding was professional but peculiar. His first act was to bolt the door on the inside; his second, to polish his head and countenance very carefully with a cotton handkerchief; his third, to place his hat, with the cotton handkerchief in it, on the nearest chair; and his fourth, to produce from the breast pocket of his coat a short truncheon, surmounted by a brazen crown, with which he beckoned to Mr. Pickwick with a grave and ghost-like air. Mr. Snodgrass was the first to break the astonished silence. He looked steadily at Mr. Grummer for a brief space, and then said emphatically, "This is a private room, sir, a private room." Mr. Grummer shook his head and replied, "No room's private to his majesty when the street door's once passed. That's law. Some people maintains that an Englishman's house is his castle. That's gammon." The Pickwickians gazed on each other with wondering eyes. "Which is Mr. Tupman?" inquired Mr. Grummer. He had an intuitive perception of Mr. Pickwick. He knew him at once. "My name's Tupman," said that gentleman. "My name's Law," said Mr. Grummer. "What?" said Mr. Tupman. "Law," replied Mr. Grummer. "Law, civil power, and executive. Them's my titles. Here's my authority. Blank Tupman, blank Pickwick, against the peace of our suff'rin lord the king. Stat it in the case made and perwided, and all regular. I apprehend you, Pickwick. Tupman, the aforesaid." "What do you mean by this insolence?" said Mr. Tupman, starting up. "Leave the room." "Hullo!" said Mr. Grummer, retreating very expeditiously to the door, and opening it an inch or two. "Dubbley?" "Well?" said a deep voice from the passage. "Come for'ard, Dubbley." At the word of command, a dirty-faced man, something over 6 feet high, and stout in proportion, squeezed himself through the half-open door, making his face very red in the process, and entered the room. "Is the other specials outside, Dubbley?" inquired Mr. Grummer. Mr. Dubbley, who was a man of few words, nodded assent. "Order in the diwision under your charge, Dubbley," said Mr. Grummer. Mr. Dubbley did as he was desired, and half a dozen men, each with a short truncheon and a brass crown, flocked into the room. Mr. Grummer pocketed his staff and looked at Mr. Dubbley. Mr. Dubbley pocketed his staff and looked at the division. The division pocketed their staves and looked at Messrs. Tupman and Pickwick. Mr. Pickwick and his followers rose as one man. "What is the meaning of this atrocious intrusion upon my privacy?" said Mr. Pickwick. "Who dares apprehend me?" said Mr. Tupman. "What do you want here, scoundrels?" said Mr. Snodgrass. Mr. Winkle said nothing, but he fixed his eyes on Grummer, and bestowed a look upon him which, if he had had any feeling, must have pierced his brain. As it was, however, it had no visible effect on him whatever. When the executive perceived that Mr. Pickwick and his friends were disposed to resist the authority of the law, they very significantly turned up their coat sleeves, as if knocking them down in the first instance and taking them up afterwards were a mere professional act, which had only to be thought of to be done, as a matter of course. This demonstration was not lost upon Mr. Pickwick. He conferred a few moments with Mr. Tupman apart, and then signified his readiness to proceed to the mayor's residence, merely begging the parties then and there assembled to take notice that it was his firm intention to resent this monstrous invasion of his privileges as an Englishman the instant he was at liberty. Whereat the parties then and there assembled laughed very heartily, with the single exception of Mr. Grummer, who seemed to consider that any slight cast upon the divine right of magistrates was a species of blasphemy not to be tolerated. But when Mr. Pickwick had signified his readiness to bow to the laws of his country, and just when the waiters and hostlers and chambermaids and postboys who had anticipated a delightful commotion from his threatened obstinacy, began to turn away, disappointed and disgusted, a difficulty arose which had not been foreseen. With every sentiment of veneration for the constituted authorities, Mr. Pickwick resolutely protested against making his appearance in the public streets, surrounded and guarded by the officers of justice, like a common criminal. Mr. Grummer, in the then disturbed state of public feeling, for it was half holiday and the boys had not yet gone home, as resolutely protested against walking on the opposite side of the way, and taking Mr. Pickwick's parole that he would go straight to the magistrates. And both Mr. Pickwick and Mr. Tupman as strenuously objected to the expense of a post-coach, which was the only respectable conveyance that could be obtained. The dispute ran high, and the dilemma lasted long, and just as the executive were on the point of overcoming Mr. Pickwick's objection to walking to the magistrates by the trite expedient of carrying him thither, it was recollected that there stood in the inn-yard an old sedan chair, which, having been originally built for a gouty gentleman with funded property, would hold Mr. Pickwick and Mr. Tupman at least as conveniently as a modern post-chaise. The chair was hired and brought into the hall. Mr. Pickwick and Mr. Tupman squeezed themselves inside and pulled down the blinds. A couple of chairmen were speedily found, and the procession started in grand order. The specials surrounded the body of the vehicle. Mr. Grummer and Mr. Dudley marched triumphantly in front. Mr. Snodgrass and Mr. Winkle walked arm in arm behind, and the unsoaped of Ipswich brought up the rear. The shopkeepers of the town, although they had a very indistinct notion of the nature of the offence, could not but be much edified and gratified by this spectacle. Here was the strong arm of the law, coming down with 20 gold-beater force upon two offenders from the metropolis itself. The mighty engine was directed by their own magistrate and worked by their own officers, and both the criminals, by their united efforts, were securely shut up in the narrow compass of one sedan chair. Many were the expressions of approval and admiration which greeted Mr. Grummer as he headed the cavalcade, staff in hand. Loud and long were the shouts raised by the unsoaped, and amidst these united testimonials of public approbation the procession moved slowly and majestically along. Mr. Weller, habited in his mourning jacket with the black calico sleeves, was returning in a rather desponding state from an unsuccessful survey of the mysterious house with the green gate, when, raising his eyes, he beheld a crowd pouring down the street, surrounding an object which had very much the appearance of a sedan chair. Willing to divert his thoughts from the failure of his enterprise, he stepped aside to see the crowd pass, and finding that they were cheering away, very much to their own satisfaction, forthwith began, by way of raising his spirits, to cheer, too, with all his might and main. Mr. Grummer passed, and Mr. Dudley passed, and the sedan passed, and the bodyguard of specials passed, and Sam was still responding to the enthusiastic cheers of the mob, and waving his hat about as if he were in the very last extreme of the wildest joy, though of course he had not the faintest idea of the matter in hand, when he was suddenly stopped by the unexpected appearance of Mr. Winkle and Mr. Snodgrass. "What's the row, gentlemen?" cried Sam. "Who have they got in this here watch box in mournin'?" Both gentlemen replied together, but their words were lost in the tumult. "Who is it?" cried Sam again. Once more was a joint reply returned, and though the words were inaudible, Sam saw by the motion of the two pairs of lips that they had uttered the magic word Pickwick. This was enough. In another minute Mr. Weller had made his way through the crowd, stopped the chairman, and confronted the portly Grummer. "Hullo, old gentleman," said Sam, "who have you got in this here conweyance?" "Stand back," said Mr. Grummer, whose dignity, like the dignity of a great many other men, had been wondrously augmented by a little popularity. "Knock him down if he don't," said Mr. Dudley. "I'm wery much obliged to you, old gentleman," replied Sam, "for consulting my conwenience, and I'm still more obliged to the other gentleman, who looks as if he'd just escaped from a giant's carawan, for his wery handsome suggestion. But I should prefer your giving me a answer to my question, if it's all the same to you. How are you, sir?" This last observation was addressed with a patronizing air to Mr. Pickwick, who was peeping through the front window. Mr. Grummer, perfectly speechless with indignation, dragged the truncheon with the brass crown from its particular pocket, and flourished it before Sam's eyes. "Ah," said Sam, It's wery pretty, especially the crown, which is uncommon like the real one." "Stand back!" said the outraged Mr. Grummer. By way of adding force to the command, he thrust the brass emblem of royalty into Sam's neckcloth with one hand, and seized Sam's collar with the other, a compliment which Mr. Weller returned by knocking him down out of hand, having previously, with the utmost consideration, knocked down a chairman for him to lie upon. Whether Mr. Winkle was seized with the temporary attack of that species of insanity which originates in a sense of injury, or animated by this display of Mr. Weller's valor, is uncertain. But certain it is, that he no sooner saw Mr. Grummer fall, than he made a terrific onslaught on a small boy who stood next him. Whereupon Mr. Snodgrass, in a truly Christian spirit, and in order that he might take no one unawares, announced in a very loud tone that he was going to begin, and proceeded to take off his coat with the utmost deliberation. He was immediately surrounded and secured, and it is but common justice, both to him and Mr. Winkle, to say that they did not make the slightest attempt to rescue either themselves or Mr. Weller, who, after a most vigorous resistance, was overpowered by numbers and taken prisoner. The procession then reformed, the chairmen resumed their stations, and the march was recommenced. Mr. Pickwick's indignation during the whole of this proceeding was beyond all bounds. He could just see Sam upsetting the specials and flying about in every direction, and that was all he could see, for the sedan doors wouldn't open and the blinds wouldn't pull up. At length, with the assistance of Mr. Tupman, he managed to push open the roof, and mounting on the seat, and steadying himself as well as he could by placing his hand on that gentleman's shoulder, Mr. Pickwick proceeded to address the multitude, to dwell upon the unjustifiable manner in which he had been treated, and to call upon them to take notice that his servant had been first assaulted. In this order they reached the magistrate's house, the chairman trotting, the prisoners following, Mr. Pickwick oratorizing, and the crowd shouting. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of the Pickwick Papers by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Debra Lynn. The Pickwick Papers by Charles Dickens. Chapter 25. Showing, among a variety of pleasant matters, how majestic and impartial Mr. Nupkins was, and how Mr. Weller returned Mr. Job Trotter's shuttlecock as heavily as it came, with another matter which will be found in its place.
Violent was Mr. Weller's indignation as he was borne along, numerous were the allusions to the personal appearance and demeanour of Mr. Grummer and his companion, and valorous were the defiances to any sixth of the gentlemen present in which he vented his dissatisfaction. Mr. Snodgrass and Mr. Winkle listened with gloomy respect to the torrent of eloquence which their leader poured forth from the sedan chair, and the rapid course of which not all Mr. Tupman's earnest entreaties to have the lid of the vehicle closed were able to check for an instant. But Mr. Weller's anger quickly gave way to curiosity when the procession turned down the identical courtyard in which he had met with the runaway Job Trotter, and curiosity was exchanged for a feeling of the most gleeful astonishment when the all-important Mr. Grummer, commanding the sedan bearers to halt, advanced with dignified and portentous steps to the very green gate from which Job Trotter had emerged, and gave a mighty pull at the bell handle which hung at the side thereof. The ring was answered by a very smart and pretty-faced servant girl, who, after holding up her hands in astonishment at the rebellious appearance of the prisoners and the impassioned language of Mr. Pickwick, summoned Mr. Muzzle. Mr. Muzzle opened one half of the carriage gate to admit the sedan, the captured ones, and the specials, and immediately slammed it in the faces of the mob, who, indignant at being excluded and anxious to see what followed, relieved their feelings by kicking at the gate and ringing the bell for an hour or two afterwards. In this amusement they all took part by turns, except 3 or 4 fortunate individuals who, having discovered a grating in the gate, which commanded a view of nothing, stared through it with the indefatigable perseverance with which people will flatten their noses against the front windows of a chemist's shop when a drunken man who has been run over by a dog cart in the street is undergoing a surgical inspection in the back parlour. At the foot of a flight of steps leading to the house door, which was guarded on either side by an American aloe in a green tub, the sedan chair stopped, Mr. Pickwick and his friends were conducted into the hall, whence, having been previously announced by Muzzle, and ordered in by Mr. Nupkins, they were ushered into the worshipful presence of that public-spirited officer. The scene was an impressive one, well calculated to strike terror to the hearts of culprits, and to impress them with an adequate idea of the stern majesty of the law. In front of a big bookcase, in a big chair, behind a big table, and before a big volume, sat Mr. Nupkins, looking a full size larger than any one of them, big as they were. The table was adorned with piles of papers, and above the farther end of it appeared the head and shoulders of Mr. Jinks, who was busily engaged in looking as busy as possible. The party having all entered, Muzzle carefully closed the door, and placed himself behind his master's chair to await his orders. Mr. Nupkins threw himself back with thrilling solemnity, and scrutinized the faces of his unwilling visitors. "Now, Grummer, who is that person?" said Mr. Nupkins, pointing to Mr. Pickwick, who, as the spokesman of his friends, stood hat in hand, bowing with the utmost politeness and respect. "This here's Pickwick, your wash-up," said Grummer. "Come, none of that 'ere, old strike-a-light," interposed Mr. Weller, elbowing himself into the front rank. "Beg your pardon, sir, but this here officer o' yourn and the gamboge tops'll never earn a decent livin' as a master of the ceremonies anywhere. This here, sir," continued Mr. Weller, thrusting Grummer aside, and addressing the magistrate with pleasant familiarity, "this here is S. Pickwick, Esquire. This here's Mr. Tupman, that 'ere's Mr. Snodgrass, and farder on, next him on t'other side, Mr. Winkle. All wery nice gentlemen, sir, as you'll be wery happy to have the acquaintance on, so the sooner you commits these here officers o' yourn to the treadmill for a month or two, the sooner we shall begin to be on a pleasant understanding. Business first, pleasure arterwards, as King Richard the Third said when he stabbed t'other king in the Tower afore he smothered the babies." At the conclusion of this address, Mr. Weller brushed his hat with his right elbow, and nodded benignly to Jinks, who had heard him throughout with unspeakable awe. "Who is this man, Grummer?" said the magistrate. "Wery desperate character, your wash-up," replied Grummer. "He attempted to rescue the prisoners, and assaulted the officers, so we took him into custody and brought him here." "You did quite right," replied the magistrate. "He is evidently a desperate ruffian." "He is my servant, sir," said Mr. Pickwick angrily. "Oh, he is your servant, is he?" said Mr. Nupkins. "A conspiracy to defeat the ends of justice and murder its officers. Pickwick's servant. Put that down, Mr. Jinks." Mr. Jinks did so. "What's your name, fellow?" thundered Mr. Nupkins. "Veller," replied Sam. "A very good name for the Newgate Calendar," said Mr. Nupkins. This was a joke. So Jinks, Grummer, Dudley, all the specials, and Muzzle went into fits of laughter of 5 minutes' duration. "Put down his name, Mr. Jinks," said the magistrate. "2 L's, old feller," said Sam. Here an unfortunate special laughed again, whereupon the magistrate threatened to commit him instantly. It is a dangerous thing to laugh at the wrong man in these cases. "Where do you live?" said the magistrate. "Wherever I can," replied Sam. "Put down that, Mr. Jinks," said the magistrate, who was fast rising into a rage. "Score it under," said Sam. "He is a vagabond, Mr. Jinks," said the magistrate. "He is a vagabond on his own statement, is he not, Mr. Jinks?" "Certainly, sir." "Then I'll commit him. I'll commit him as such," said Mr. Nupkins. "This is a wery impartial country for justice," said Sam. "There ain't a magistrate going as don't commit himself twice as he commits other people." At this sally another special laughed, and then tried to look so supernaturally solemn that the magistrate detected him immediately. "Grummer," said Mr. Nupkins, reddening with passion, "how dare you select such an inefficient and disreputable person for a special constable as that man? How dare you do it, sir?" "I am very sorry, your wash-up," stammered Grummer. "Very sorry," said the furious magistrate. "You shall repent of this neglect of duty, Mr. Grummer. You shall be made an example of. Take that fellow's staff away. He's drunk. You're drunk, fellow." "I am not drunk, your worship," said the man. "You are drunk," returned the magistrate. "How dare you say you are not drunk, sir, when I say you are? Doesn't he smell of spirits, Grummer?" "Horrid, your wash-up," replied Grummer, who had a vague impression that there was a smell of rum somewhere. "I knew he did," said Mr. Nupkins. "I saw he was drunk when he first came into the room by his excited eye. Did you observe his excited eye, Mr. Jinks?" "Certainly, sir." "I haven't touched a drop of spirits this morning," said the man, who was as sober a fellow as need be. "How dare you tell me a falsehood?" said Mr. Nupkins. "Isn't he drunk at this moment, Mr. Jinks?" "Certainly, sir," replied Jinks. "Mr. Jinks," said the magistrate, "I shall commit that man for contempt. Make out his committal, Mr. Jinks." And committed the special would have been, only Jinks, who was the magistrate's adviser, having had a legal education of 3 years in a country attorney's office, whispered the magistrate that he thought it wouldn't do. So the magistrate made a speech and said that in consideration of the special's family he would merely reprimand and discharge him. Accordingly the special was abused vehemently for a quarter of an hour and sent about his business, and Grummer, Dudley, Muzzle, and all the other specials murmured their admiration of the magnanimity of Mr. Nupkins. "Now, Mr. Jinks," said the magistrate, "swear Grummer." Grummer was sworn directly, but as Grummer wandered, and Mr. Nupkins's dinner was nearly ready, Mr. Nupkins cut the matter short by putting leading questions to Grummer, which Grummer answered as nearly in the affirmative as he could. So the examination went off, all very smooth and comfortable, and 2 assaults were proved against Mr. Weller, and a threat against Mr. Winkle, and a push against Mr. Snodgrass. When all this was done to the magistrate's satisfaction, the magistrate and Mr. Jinks consulted in whispers. The consultation having lasted about 10 minutes, Mr. Jinks retired to his end of the table, and the magistrate, with a preparatory cough, drew himself up in his chair, and was proceeding to commence his address, when Mr. Pickwick interposed. "I beg your pardon, sir, for interrupting you," said Mr. Pickwick, "but before you proceed to express and act upon any opinion you may have formed on the statements which have been made here, I must claim my right to be heard so far as I am personally concerned." "Hold your tongue, sir," said the magistrate peremptorily. "I must submit to you, sir," said Mr. Pickwick. "Hold your tongue, sir," interposed the magistrate, "or I shall order an officer to remove you." "You may order your officers to do whatever you please, sir," said Mr. Pickwick, "and I have no doubt, from the specimen I have had of the subordination preserved amongst them, that whatever you order they will execute, sir. But I shall take the liberty, sir, of claiming my right to be heard until I am removed by force." "Pickwick and principle!" exclaimed Mr. Weller in a very audible voice. "Sam, be quiet," said Mr. Pickwick. "Dumb as a drum with a hole in it, sir," replied Sam. Mr. Nupkins looked at Mr. Pickwick with a gaze of intense astonishment at his displaying such unwonted temerity, and was apparently about to return a very angry reply, when Mr. Jinks pulled him by the sleeve and whispered something in his ear. To this the magistrate returned a half audible answer, and then the whispering was renewed. Jinks was evidently remonstrating. At length the magistrate, gulping down with a very bad grace his disinclination to hear anything more, turned to Mr. Pickwick and said sharply, "What do you want to say?" "First," said Mr. Pickwick, sending a look through his spectacles, under which even Nupkins quailed, "first, I wish to know what I and my friend have been brought here for." "Must I tell him?" whispered the magistrate to Jinks. "I think you had better, sir," whispered Jinks to the magistrate. "An information has been sworn before me," said the magistrate, "that it is apprehended you are going to fight a duel, and that the other man, Tupman, is your aider and abettor in it. Therefore, Mr. Jinks?" "Certainly, sir." "Therefore, I call upon you both to—" "I think that's the course, Mr. Jinks." "Certainly, sir." To what, Mr. Jinks?" said the magistrate pettishly. "To find bail, sir." "Yes. Therefore, I call upon you both, as I was about to say when I was interrupted by my clerk, to find bail." "Good bail," whispered Mr. Jinks. "I shall require good bail," said the magistrate. "Townspeople," whispered Jinks. "They must be townspeople," said the magistrate. £50 each," whispered Jinks, "and householders, of course." "I shall require 2 sureties of £50 each," said the magistrate aloud, with great dignity, "and they must be householders, of course." "But bless my heart, sir," said Mr. Pickwick, who, together with Mr. Tupman, was all amazement and indignation, "we are perfect strangers in this town. I have as little knowledge of any householders here as I have intention of fighting a duel with anybody." "I dare say," replied the magistrate. "I dare say, don't you, Mr. Jinks?" "Certainly, sir." "Have you anything more to say?" inquired the magistrate. Mr. Pickwick had a great deal more to say, which he would no doubt have said, very little to his own advantage or the magistrate's satisfaction, if he had not, the moment he ceased speaking, been pulled by the sleeve by Mr. Weller, with whom he was immediately engaged in so earnest a conversation that he suffered the magistrate's inquiry to pass wholly unnoticed. Mr. Nupkins was not the man to ask a question of the kind twice over, and so, with another preparatory cough, he proceeded, amidst the reverential and admiring silence of the constables, to pronounce his decision. He should fine Weller £2 for the first assault, and £3 for the second. He should fine Winkle £2 and Snodgrass £1, besides requiring them to enter into their own recognizances to keep the peace towards all his Majesty's subjects, and especially towards his liege servant Daniel Grummer. Pickwick and Tupman he had already held to bail. Immediately on the magistrate ceasing to speak, Mr. Pickwick, with a smile mantling on his again good-humoured countenance, stepped forward and said, "I beg the magistrate's pardon, but may I request a few minutes' private conversation with him on a matter of deep importance to himself?" "What?" said the magistrate. Mr. Pickwick repeated his request. "This is a most extraordinary request," said the magistrate. "A private interview?" "A private interview," replied Mr. Pickwick firmly. "Only, as a part of the information which I wish to communicate is derived from my servant, I should wish him to be present." The magistrate looked at Mr. Jinks. Mr. Jinks looked at the magistrate. The officers looked at each other in amazement. Mr. Nupkins turned suddenly pale. Could the man Weller, in a moment of remorse, have divulged some secret conspiracy for his assassination? It was a dreadful thought. He was a public man, and he turned paler as he thought of Julius Caesar and Mr. Percival. The magistrate looked at Mr. Pickwick again, and beckoned Mr. Jinks. "What do you think of this request, Mr. Jinks?" murmured Mr. Nupkins. Mr. Jinks, who didn't exactly know what to think of it, and was afraid he might offend, smiled feebly after a dubious fashion, and screwing up the corners of his mouth, shook his head slowly from side to side. "Mr. Jinks," said the magistrate gravely, "you are an ass." At this little expression of opinion, Mr. Jinks smiled again, rather more feebly than before, and edged himself by degrees back into his own corner. Mr. Nupkins debated the matter within himself for a few seconds, and then, rising from his chair, and requesting Mr. Pickwick and Sam to follow him, led the way into a small room which opened into the justice parlour. Desiring Mr. Pickwick to walk to the upper end of the little apartment, and holding his hand upon the half-closed door that he might be able to effect an immediate escape in case there was the least tendency to a display of hostilities, Mr. Nupkins expressed his readiness to hear the communication, whatever it might be. "I will come to the point at once, sir," said Mr. Pickwick. "It affects yourself and your credit materially. I have every reason to believe, sir, that you are harbouring in your house a gross impostor." "Two," interrupted Sam. "Mulberry agin all nater for tears and willainy." "Sam," said Mr. Pickwick, "if I am to render myself intelligible to this gentleman, I must beg you to control your feelings." "Wery sorry, sir," replied Mr. Weller, "but when I think of that 'ere Job, I can't help opening the walve a inch or two." "In one word, sir," said Mr. Pickwick, "is my servant right in suspecting that a certain Captain Fitzmarshall is in the habit of visiting here? Because," added Mr. Pickwick, as he saw that Mr. Nupkins was about to offer a very indignant interruption, "because, if he be, I know that person to be a—" "Hush, hush!" said Mr. Nupkins, closing the door. "Know him to be what, sir?" "An unprincipled adventurer, a dishonourable character, a man who preys upon society and makes easily deceived people his dupes, sir, his absurd, his foolish, his wretched dupes, sir," said the excited Mr. Pickwick. "Dear me," said Mr. Nupkins, turning very red and altering his whole manner directly. "Dear me, Mr. Pickwick," said Sam. "Pickwick," said the magistrate. "Dear me, Mr. Pickwick, pray take a seat. You cannot mean this. Captain Fitzmarshall?" "Don't call him a cap'n," said Sam, "nor Fitzmarshall neither. He ain't neither one nor t'other. He's a strolling actor, he is, and his name's Jingle, and if ever there was a wolf in a mulberry suit, that 'ere Job Trotter's him." "It is very true, sir," said Mr. Pickwick, replying to the magistrate's look of amazement. "My only business in this town is to expose the person of whom we now speak." Mr. Pickwick proceeded to pour into the horror-stricken ear of Mr. Nupkins an abridged account of all Mr. Jingle's atrocities. He related how he had first met him, how he had eloped with Miss Wardle, how he had cheerfully resigned the lady for a pecuniary consideration, how he had entrapped himself into a ladies' boarding school at midnight, and how he, Mr. Pickwick, now felt it his duty to expose his assumption of his present name and rank. As the narrative proceeded, all the warm blood in the body of Mr. Nupkins tingled up into the very tips of his ears. He had picked up the captain at a neighbouring race-course. Charmed with his long list of aristocratic acquaintance, his extensive travel, and his fashionable demeanour, Mrs. Nupkins and Miss Nupkins had exhibited Captain Fitzmarshall, and quoted Captain Fitzmarshall, and hurled Captain Fitzmarshall at the devoted heads of their select circle of acquaintance, until their bosom friends, Mrs. Porkenham and the Misses Porkenhams, and Mr. Sidney Porkenham, were ready to burst with jealousy and despair. And now to hear, after all, that he was a needy adventurer, a strolling player, and if not a swindler, something so very like it that it was hard to tell the difference. Heavens, what would the Porkenhams say? What would be the triumph of Mr. Sidney Porkenham when he found that his addresses had been slighted for such a rival? How should he, Nupkins, meet the eye of old Porkenham at the next quarter sessions? And what a handle would it be for the opposition magisterial party if the story got abroad? But after all, said Mr. Nupkins, brightening for a moment after a long pause, after all, this is a mere statement. Captain Fitzmarshall is a man of very engaging manners, and I dare say has many enemies. What proof have you of the truth of these representations? Confront me with him, said Mr. Pickwick. That is all I ask and all I require. Confront him with me and my friends here. You will want no further proof. Why, said Mr. Nupkins, that might be very easily done, for he will be here to-night. And then there would be no occasion to make the matter public. Just for the young man's own sake, you know. I should like to consult Mrs. Nupkins on the propriety of the step in the first instance, though. At all events, Mr. Pickwick, we must dispatch this legal business before we can do anything else. Pray step back into the next room. Into the next room they went. Grummer, said the magistrate in an awful voice. Your wash-up, replied Grummer with the smile of a favourite. Come, come, sir, said the magistrate sternly. Don't let me see any of this levity here. It is very unbecoming, and I can assure you that you have very little to smile at. Was the account you gave me just now strictly true? Now be careful, sir. Your wash-up, stammered Grummer. Oh, you are confused, are you? said the magistrate. Mr. Jinks, you observe this confusion? Certainly, sir, replied Jinks. Now, said the magistrate, repeat your statement, Grummer, and again I warn you to be careful. Mr. Jinks, take his words down. The unfortunate Grummer proceeded to restate his complaint. But, what between Mr. Jinks's taking down his words and the magistrate's taking them up, his natural tendency to rambling, and his extreme confusion, he managed to get involved in something under 3 minutes in such a mess of entanglement and contradiction that Mr. Nupkins at once declared he didn't believe him. So the fines were remitted, and Mr. Jinks found a couple of bail in no time, and all these solemn proceedings having been satisfactorily concluded, Mr. Grummer was ignominiously ordered out, an awful instance of the instability of human greatness and the uncertain tenure of great men's favour. Mrs. Nupkins was a majestic female in a pink gauze turban and a light brown wig. Miss Nupkins possessed all her mamma's haughtiness without the turban, and all her ill nature without the wig, and whenever the exercise of these two amiable qualities involved mother and daughter in some unpleasant dilemma, as they not infrequently did, they both concurred in laying the blame on the shoulders of Mr. Nupkins. Accordingly, when Mr. Nupkins sought Mrs. Nupkins, and detailed the communication which had been made by Mr. Pickwick, Mrs. Nupkins suddenly recollected that she had always expected something of the kind, that she had always said it would be so, that her advice was never taken, that she really did not know what Mr. Nupkins supposed she was, and so forth. The idea, said Miss Nupkins, forcing a tear of very scanty proportions into the corner of each eye, the idea of my being made such a fool of. Ah, you may thank your papa, my dear, said Mrs. Nupkins. How I have implored and begged that man to inquire into the captain's family connections, how I have urged and entreated him to take some decisive step. I am quite certain nobody would believe it, quite. But, my dear, said Mr. Nupkins, don't talk to me, you aggravating thing, don't, said Mrs. Nupkins. My love, said Mr. Nupkins, you professed yourself very fond of Captain Fitzmarshall. You have constantly asked him here, my dear, and you have lost no opportunity of introducing him elsewhere. Didn't I say so, Henrietta? cried Mrs. Nupkins, appealing to her daughter with the air of a much injured female. Didn't I say that your papa would turn round and lay all this at my door? Didn't I say so? Here Mrs. Nupkins sobbed. Oh, Pa! remonstrated Miss Nupkins, and here she sobbed too. Isn't it too much, when he has brought all this disgrace and ridicule upon us, to taunt me with being the cause of it?" exclaimed Mrs. Nupkins. "How can we ever show ourselves in society?" said Miss Nupkins. "How can we face the Porkenhams?" cried Mrs. Nupkins. "Or the Griggs?" cried Miss Nupkins. "Or the Slummintowkins?" cried Mrs. Nupkins. "But what does your papa care? What is it to him?" At this dreadful reflection Mrs. Nupkins wept mental anguish, and Miss Nupkins followed on the same side. Mrs. Nupkins' tears continued to gush forth with great velocity until she had gained a little time to think the matter over, when she decided in her own mind that the best thing to do would be to ask Mr. Pickwick and his friends to remain until the captain's arrival, and then to give Mr. Pickwick the opportunity he sought. If it appeared that he had spoken truly, the captain could be turned out of the house without noising the matter abroad, and they could easily account to the Porkenhams for his disappearance by saying that he had been appointed, through the court influence of his family, to the Governor Generalship of Sierra Leone, of Saugur Point, or any other of those salubrious climates which enchant Europeans so much that when they once get there they can hardly ever prevail upon themselves to come back again. When Mrs. Nupkins dried up her tears, Miss Nupkins dried up hers, and Mr. Nupkins was very glad to settle the matter as Mrs. Nupkins had proposed. So Mr. Pickwick and his friends, having washed off all marks of their late encounter, were introduced to the ladies, and soon afterwards to their dinner. And Mr. Weller, whom the magistrate, with his peculiar sagacity, had discovered in half an hour to be one of the finest fellows alive, was consigned to the care and guardianship of Mr. Muzzle, who was specially enjoined to take him below and make much of him. "How de do, sir?" said Mr. Muzzle, as he conducted Mr. Weller down the kitchen stairs. "Why, no considerable change has taken place in the state of my system since I see you cocked up behind your governor's chair in the parlour a little while ago," replied Sam. "You will excuse my not taking more notice of you then," said Mr. Muzzle. "You see, master hadn't introduced us then. Lord, how fond he is of you, Mr. Weller, to be sure." "Ah," said Sam, "what a pleasant chap he is." "Ain't he?" replied Mr. Muzzle. "So much humour," said Sam. "And such a man to speak," said Mr. Muzzle. "How his ideas flow, don't they?" "Wonderful," replied Sam. "There comes a pouring out, knocking each other's heads so fast that they seems to stun one another. You hardly know what he's arter, do you?" "That's the great merit of his style of speaking," rejoined Mr. Muzzle. "Take care of the last step, Mr. Weller. Would you like to wash your hands, sir, before we join the ladies? Here's a sink with the water laid on, sir, and a clean jack towel behind the door." "Ah, perhaps I may as well have a rinse," replied Mr. Weller, applying plenty of yellow soap to the towel and rubbing away till his face shone again. "How many ladies are there?" "Only 2 in our kitchen," said Mr. Muzzle. "Cook and 'ousemaid. We keep a boy to do the dirty work, and a gal besides, but they dine in the washus." "Oh, they dines in the washus, do they?" said Mr. Weller. "Yes," replied Mr. Muzzle. "We tried 'em at our table when they first come, but we couldn't keep 'em. The gal's manners is dreadful vulgar, and the boy breathes so very hard while he's eating that we found it impossible to sit at table with him." "Young grampus," said Mr. Weller. "Oh, dreadful," rejoined Mr. Muzzle. "But that is the worst of country service, Mr. Weller. The juniors is always so very savage. This way, sir, if you please, this way." Preceding Mr. Weller with the utmost politeness, Mr. Muzzle conducted him into the kitchen. "Mary," said Mr. Muzzle to the pretty servant girl, "this is Mr. Weller, a gentleman as master has sent down to be made as comfortable as possible." "And your master's a knowing hand, and has just sent me to the right place," said Mr. Weller, with a glance of admiration at Mary. "If I was master of this here house, I should always find the materials for comfort where Mary was." "Lor, Mr. Weller," said Mary, blushing. "Well, I never!" ejaculated the cook. "Bless me, cook, I forgot you," said Mr. Muzzle. "Mr. Weller, let me introduce you." "How are you, ma'am?" said Mr. Weller. "Wery glad to see you indeed, and hope our acquaintance may be a long un, as the gentleman said to the 5 pund note." When this ceremony of introduction had been gone through, the cook and Mary retired into the back kitchen to titter for 10 minutes, then returning, all giggles and blushes, they sat down to dinner. Mr. Weller's easy manners and conversational powers had such irresistible influence with his new friends that before the dinner was half over they were on a footing of perfect intimacy, and in possession of a full account of the delinquency of Job Trotter. "I never could a-bear that Job," said Mary. "No more you never ought to, my dear," replied Mr. Weller. "Why not?" inquired Mary. "'Cause ugliness and svindlin' never ought to be formiliar with elegance and wirtue," replied Mr. Weller. "Ought they, Mr. Muzzle?" "Not by no means," replied that gentleman. Here Mary laughed and said the cook had made her, and the cook laughed and said she hadn't. "I ha'n't got a glass," said Mary. "Drink with me, my dear," said Mr. Weller. "Put your lips to this here tumbler, and then I can kiss you by deputy." "For shame, Mr. Weller," said Mary. "What's a shame, my dear?" "Talking in that way." "Nonsense, it ain't no harm. It's nater, ain't it, cook?" "Don't ask me, imperence," replied the cook in a high state of delight, and hereupon the cook and Mary laughed again, till what between the beer and the cold meat and the laughter combined, the latter young lady was brought to the verge of choking, an alarming crisis from which she was only recovered by sundry pats on the back and other necessary attentions, most delicately administered by Mr. Samuel Weller. In the midst of all this jollity and conviviality, a loud ring was heard at the garden gate, to which the young gentleman, who took his meals in the wash-house, immediately responded. Mr. Weller was in the height of his attentions to the pretty housemaid. Mr. Muzzle was busy doing the honours of the table, and the cook had just paused to laugh, in the very act of raising a huge morsel to her lips, when the kitchen door opened, and in walked Mr. Job Trotter. We have said in walked Mr. Job Trotter, but the statement is not distinguished by our usual scrupulous adherence to fact. The door opened, and Mr. Trotter appeared. He would have walked in, and was in the very act of doing so indeed, when catching sight of Mr. Weller, he involuntarily shrank back a pace or two, and stood gazing on the unexpected scene before him, perfectly motionless with amazement and terror. "Here he is," said Sam, rising with great glee. "Why, we were that wery moment a speaking of you. How are you? Where have you been? Come in." Laying his hand on the mulberry collar of the unresisting Job, Mr. Weller dragged him into the kitchen, and locking the door, handed the key to Mr. Muzzle, who very coolly buttoned it up in a side pocket. "Well, here's a game!" cried Sam. "Only think o' my master having the pleasure o' meeting yourn upstairs, and me having the joy o' meeting you down here. How are you getting on, and how is the chandlery business likely to do? Well, I am so glad to see you. How happy you look! It's quite a treat to see you. Ain't it, Mr. Muzzle?" "Quite," said Mr. Muzzle. "So cheerful he is," said Sam. "In such good spirits," said Muzzle. "And so glad to see us, that makes it so much more comfortable," said Sam. "Sit down, sit down." Mr. Trotter suffered himself to be forced into a chair by the fireside. He cast his small eyes first on Mr. Weller and then on Mr. Muzzle, but said nothing. "Well, now," said Sam, "afore these here ladies, I should just like to ask you, as a sort of curiosity, whether you don't consider yourself as nice and well behaved a young gentleman as ever used a pink check pocket handkerchief in the number 4 collection." "And as was ever a going to be married to a cook," said that lady indignantly. "The willain! And leave off his evil ways and set up in the chandlery line arterwards," said the housemaid. "Now, I'll tell you what it is, young man," said Mr. Muzzle solemnly, enraged at the last 2 allusions. "This here lady," pointing to the cook, "keeps company with me, and when you presume, sir, to talk of keeping chandlers' shops with her, you injure me in one of the most delicatest points in which one man can injure another. Do you understand that, sir?" Here Mr. Muzzle, who had a great notion of his eloquence, in which he imitated his master, paused for a reply. But Mr. Trotter made no reply, so Mr. Muzzle proceeded in a solemn manner. "It's very probable, sir, that you won't be wanted upstairs for several minutes, sir, because my master is at this moment particularly engaged in settling the hash of your master, sir, and therefore you'll have leisure, sir, for a little private talk with me, sir. Do you understand that, sir?" Mr. Muzzle again paused for a reply, and again Mr. Trotter disappointed him. "Well, then," said Mr. Muzzle, "I'm very sorry to have to explain myself before ladies, but the urgency of the case will be my excuse. The back kitchen's empty, sir. If you will step in there, sir, Mr. Weller will see fair, and we can have mutual satisfaction till the bell rings. Follow me, sir." As Mr. Muzzle uttered these words, he took a step or 2 towards the door, and by way of saving time began to pull off his coat as he walked along. Now the cook no sooner heard the concluding words of this desperate challenge, and saw Mr. Muzzle about to put it into execution, than she uttered a loud and piercing shriek, and rushing on Mr. Job Trotter, who rose from his chair on the instant, tore and buffeted his large flat face with an energy peculiar to excited females, and twining her hands in his long black hair, tore therefrom about enough to make 5 or 6 dozen of the very largest sized mourning rings. Having accomplished this feat with all the ardour which her devoted love for Mr. Muzzle inspired, she staggered back, and being a lady of very excitable and delicate feelings, she instantly fell under the dresser and fainted away. At this moment the bell rang. "That's for you, Job Trotter," said Sam, and before Mr. Trotter could offer remonstrance or reply, even before he had time to staunch the wounds inflicted by the insensible lady, Sam seized one arm and Mr. Muzzle the other, and one pulling before and the other pushing behind, they conveyed him upstairs and into the parlour. It was an impressive tableau. Alfred Jingle, Esquire, alias Captain Fitzmarshall, was standing near the door with his hat in his hand and a smile on his face, wholly unmoved by his very unpleasant situation. Confronting him stood Mr. Pickwick, who had evidently been inculcating some high moral lesson, for his left hand was beneath his coat-tail, and his right extended in air, as was his wont when delivering himself of an impressive address. At a little distance stood Mr. Tupman, with indignant countenance, carefully held back by his two younger friends. At the farther end of the room were Mr. Nupkins, Mrs. Nupkins, and Miss Nupkins, gloomily grand and savagely vexed. "What prevents me," said Mr. Nupkins, with magisterial dignity, as Job was brought in, "what prevents me from detaining these men as rogues and impostors? It is a foolish mercy. What prevents me?" "Pride, old fellow, pride," replied Jingle, quite at his ease. "Wouldn't do, no go. Caught a captain, eh? Ha, ha, very good. Husband for daughter, bite her bit, make it public, not for worlds, look stupid very." "Wretch," said Mr. Nupkins, "we scorn your base insinuations." "I always hated him," added Henrietta. "Oh, of course," said Jingle. "Tall young man, old lover, Sidney Porkenham, rich. Fine fellow. Not so rich as Captain, though, eh? Turn him away, off with him, anything for Captain, nothing like Captain anywhere. All the girls raving mad, eh, Job, eh?" Here Mr. Jingle laughed very heartily, and Job, rubbing his hands with delight, uttered the first sound he had given vent to since he entered the house, a low, noiseless chuckle, which seemed to intimate that he enjoyed his laugh too much to let any of it escape in sound. "Mr. Nupkins," said the elder lady, "this is not a fit conversation for the servants to overhear. Let these wretches be removed." "Certainly, my dear," said Mr. Nupkins. "Muzzle." "Your worship." "Open the front door." "Yes, your worship." "Leave the house," said Mr. Nupkins, waving his hand emphatically. Jingle smiled and moved towards the door. "Stay," said Mr. Pickwick. Jingle stopped. "I might," said Mr. Pickwick, "have taken a much greater revenge for the treatment I have experienced at your hands, and that of your hypocritical friend there." Job Trotter bowed with great politeness and laid his hand upon his heart. "I say," said Mr. Pickwick, growing gradually angry, "that I might have taken a greater revenge, but I content myself with exposing you, which I consider a duty I owe to society. This is a leniency, sir, which I hope you will remember." When Mr. Pickwick arrived at this point, Job Trotter, with facetious gravity, applied his hand to his ear, as if desirous not to lose a syllable he uttered. "And I have only to add, sir," said Mr. Pickwick, now thoroughly angry, "that I consider you a rascal, and a ruffian, and worse than any man I ever saw or heard of, except that pious and sanctified vagabond in the mulberry livery." "Ha, ha," said Jingle. "Good fellow, Pickwick, fine heart, stout old boy, but must not be passionate, bad thing, very. Bye-bye, see you again some day, keep up your spirits. Now, Job, trot." With these words Mr. Jingle stuck on his hat in his old fashion, and strode out of the room. Job Trotter paused, looked round, smiled, and then, with a bow of mock solemnity to Mr. Pickwick and a wink to Mr. Weller, the audacious slyness of which baffles all description, followed the footsteps of his hopeful master. "Sam," said Mr. Pickwick, as Mr. Weller was following. "Sir." "Stay here." Mr. Weller seemed uncertain. "Stay here," repeated Mr. Pickwick. "Mayn't I polish that 'ere Job off in the front garden?" said Mr. Weller. "Certainly not," replied Mr. Pickwick. "Mayn't I kick him out of the gate, sir?" said Mr. Weller. "Not on any account," replied his master. For the first time since his engagement, Mr. Weller looked for a moment discontented and unhappy. But his countenance immediately cleared up, for the wily Mr. Muzzle, by concealing himself behind the street door, and rushing violently out at the right instant, contrived with great dexterity to overturn both Mr. Jingle and his attendant down the flight of steps into the American aloe tubs that stood beneath. "Having discharged my duty, sir," said Mr. Pickwick to Mr. Nupkins, "I will, with my friends, bid you farewell. While we thank you for such hospitality as we have received, permit me to assure you, in our joint names, that we should not have accepted it, or have consented to extricate ourselves in this way from our previous dilemma, had we not been impelled by a strong sense of duty. We return to London to-morrow. Your secret is safe with us." Having thus entered his protest against their treatment of the morning, Mr. Pickwick bowed low to the ladies, and, notwithstanding the solicitations of the family, left the room with his friends. "Get your hat, Sam," said Mr. Pickwick. "It's below stairs, sir," said Sam, and he ran down after it. Now there was nobody in the kitchen but the pretty housemaid, and as Sam's hat was mislaid he had to look for it, and the pretty housemaid lighted him. They had to look all over the place for the hat. The pretty housemaid, in her anxiety to find it, went down on her knees and turned over all the things that were heaped together in a little corner by the door. It was an awkward corner. You couldn't get at it without shutting the door first. "Here it is," said the pretty housemaid. "This is it, ain't it?" "Let me look," said Sam. The pretty housemaid had stood the candle on the floor, and as it gave a very dim light, Sam was obliged to go down on his knees before he could see whether it really was his own hat or not. It was a remarkably small corner, and so it was nobody's fault but the man's who built the house. Sam and the pretty housemaid were necessarily very close together. "Yes, this is it," said Sam. "Good-bye." "Good-bye," said the pretty housemaid. "Good-bye," said Sam, and as he said it he dropped the hat that had cost so much trouble in looking for. "How awkward you are," said the pretty housemaid. "You'll lose it again if you don't take care." So, just to prevent his losing it again, she put it on for him. Whether it was that the pretty housemaid's face looked prettier still when it was raised towards Sam's, or whether it was the accidental consequence of their being so near to each other, is matter of uncertainty to this day. But Sam kissed her. "You don't mean to say you did that on purpose?" said the pretty housemaid, blushing. "No, I didn't then," said Sam, "but I will now." So he kissed her again. "Sam!" said Mr. Pickwick, calling over the banisters. "Coming, sir," replied Sam, running upstairs. "How long you have been!" said Mr. Pickwick. "There was something behind the door, sir, which prevented our getting it open for ever so long, sir," replied Sam. And this was the first passage of Mr. Weller's first love. End of chapter 25.
Chapter 26 of the Pickwick Papers by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Debra Lynn. The Pickwick Papers by Charles Dickens. Chapter 26, which contains a brief account of the progress of the action of Bardell against Pickwick.
Having accomplished the main end and object of his journey by the exposure of Jingle, Mr. Pickwick resolved on immediately returning to London, with the view of becoming acquainted with the proceedings which had been taken against him in the meantime by Messrs. Dodson and Fogg. Acting upon this resolution with all the energy and decision of his character, he mounted to the back seat of the first coach which left Ipswich on the morning after the memorable occurrences detailed at length in the two preceding chapters, and accompanied by his three friends and Mr. Samuel Weller, arrived in the metropolis in perfect health and safety the same evening. Here the friends for a short time separated. Messrs. Tupman, Winkle, and Snodgrass repaired to their several homes to make such preparations as might be requisite for their forthcoming visit to Dingley Dell, and Mr. Pickwick and Sam took up their present abode in very good old-fashioned and comfortable quarters, to wit, the George and Vulture Tavern and Hotel, George Yard, Lombard Street. Mr. Pickwick had dined, finished his second pint of particular port, pulled his silk handkerchief over his head, put his feet on the fender, and thrown himself back in an easy-chair, when the entrance of Mr. Weller, with his carpet-bag, aroused him from his tranquil meditation. "Sam," said Mr. Pickwick. "Sir," said Mr. Weller. "I have just been thinking, Sam," said Mr. Pickwick, "that having left a good many things at Mrs. Bardell's in Goswell Street, I ought to arrange for taking them away before I leave town again." "Wery good, sir," replied Mr. Weller. "I could send them to Mr. Tupman's for the present, Sam," continued Mr. Pickwick, "but before we take them away it is necessary that they should be looked up and put together. I wish you would step up to Goswell Street, Sam, and arrange about it." "At once, sir?" inquired Mr. Weller. "At once," replied Mr. Pickwick. "And stay, Sam," added Mr. Pickwick, pulling out his purse, "there is some rent to pay. The quarter is not due till Christmas, but you may pay it and have done with it. A month's notice terminates my tenancy. Here it is written out. Give it, and tell Mrs. Bardell she may put a bill up as soon as she likes." "Wery good, sir," replied Mr. Weller. "Anything more, sir?" "Nothing more, Sam." Mr. Weller stepped slowly to the door, as if he expected something more, slowly opened it, slowly stepped out, and had slowly closed it within a couple of inches, when Mr. Pickwick called out, "Sam?" "Yes, sir," said Mr. Weller, stepping quickly back and closing the door behind him. "I have no objection, Sam, to your endeavouring to ascertain how Mrs. Bardell herself seems disposed towards me, and whether it is really probable that this vile and groundless action is to be carried to extremity. I say, I do not object to you doing this, if you wish it, Sam," said Mr. Pickwick. Sam gave a short nod of intelligence and left the room. Mr. Pickwick drew the silk handkerchief once more over his head, and composed himself for a nap. Mr. Weller promptly walked forth to execute his commission. It was nearly 9 o'clock when he reached Goswell Street. A couple of candles were burning in the little front parlour, and a couple of caps were reflected on the window blind. Mrs. Bardell had got company. Mr. Weller knocked at the door, and after a pretty long interval, occupied by the party without in whistling a tune, and by the party within in persuading a refractory flat candle to allow itself to be lighted, a pair of small boots pattered over the floor-cloth, and Master Bardell presented himself. "Well, young Townskip," said Sam, "how's mother?" "She's pretty well," replied Master Bardell. "So am I." "Well, that's a mercy," said Sam. "Tell her I want to speak to her, will you, my hinfant phenomenon?" Master Bardell, thus adjured, placed the refractory flat candle on the bottom stair, and vanished into the front parlour with his message. The two caps, reflected on the window blind, were the respective head dresses of a couple of Mrs. Bardell's most particular acquaintance, who had just stepped in to have a quiet cup of tea, and a little warm supper of a couple of sets of pettitoes and some toasted cheese. The cheese was simmering and browning away most delightfully in a little Dutch oven before the fire. The pettitoes were getting on deliciously in a little tin saucepan on the hob, and Mrs. Bardell and her two friends were getting on very well, also, in a little quiet conversation about and concerning all their particular friends and acquaintance, when Master Bardell came back from answering the door, and delivered the message entrusted to him by Mr. Samuel Weller. "Mr. Pickwick's servant!" said Mrs. Bardell, turning pale. "Bless my soul!" said Mrs. Cluppins. "Well, I really would not ha' believed it unless I ha' happened to ha' been here," said Mrs. Sanders. Mrs. Cluppins was a little, brisk, busy-looking woman. Mrs. Sanders was a big, fat, heavy-faced personage, and the two were the company. Mrs. Bardell felt it proper to be agitated, and as none of the three exactly knew whether, under existing circumstances, any communication, otherwise than through Dodson and Fogg, ought to be held with Mr. Pickwick's servant, they were all rather taken by surprise. In this state of indecision, obviously, the first thing to be done was to thump the boy for finding Mr. Weller at the door. So his mother thumped him, and he cried melodiously. "Hold your noise, do, you naughty creetur," said Mrs. Bardell. "Yes, don't worrit your poor mother," said Mrs. Sanders. "She's quite enough to worrit her as it is without you, Tommy," said Mrs. Cluppins, with sympathizing resignation. "Ah, worse luck, poor lamb," said Mrs. Sanders. At all which moral reflections Master Bardell howled the louder. "Now what shall I do?" said Mrs. Bardell to Mrs. Cluppins. "I think you ought to see him," replied Mrs. Cluppins, "but on no account without a witness." "I think 2 witnesses would be more lawful," said Mrs. Saunders, who, like the other friend, was bursting with curiosity. "Perhaps he'd better come in here," said Mrs. Bardell. "To be sure," replied Mrs. Cluppins, eagerly catching at the idea. "Walk in, young man, and shut the street door first, please." Mr. Weller immediately took the hint, and presenting himself in the parlour, explained his business to Mrs. Bardell thus: "Wery sorry to occasion any personal inconvenience, ma'am, as the housebreaker said to the old lady when he put her on the fire, but as me and my governor's only just come to town, and is just going away again, it can't be helped, you see." "Course the young man can't help the faults of his master," said Mrs. Cluppins, much struck by Mr. Weller's appearance and conversation. "Certainly not," chimed in Mrs. Saunders, who, from certain wistful glances at the little tin saucepan, seemed to be engaged in a mental calculation of the probable extent of the pettitoes in the event of Sam's being asked to stop to supper. "So all I've come about is just this here," said Sam, disregarding the interruption. "First, to give my governor's notice, there it is. Secondly, to pay the rent, here it is. Thirdly, to say as all his things is to be put together and give to anybody as we sends for 'em. Fourthly, that you may let the place as soon as you like. And that's all. Whatever has happened," said Mrs. Bardell, "I always have said and always will say that in every respect but one, Mr. Pickwick has always behaved himself like a perfect gentleman. His money always as good as the bank, always." As Mrs. Bardell said this, she applied her handkerchief to her eyes and went out of the room to get the receipt. Sam well knew that he had only to remain quiet, and the women were sure to talk, so he looked alternately at the tin saucepan, the toasted cheese, the wall, and the ceiling, in profound silence. "Poor dear," said Mrs. Cluppins. "Ah, poor thing," replied Mrs. Saunders. Sam said nothing. He saw they were coming to the subject. "I really cannot contain myself," said Mrs. Cluppins, "when I think of such perjury. I don't wish to say anything to make you uncomfortable, young man, but your master's an old brute, and I wish I had him here to tell him so." "I wish you had," said Sam. "To see how dreadful she takes on, going moping about, and taking no pleasure in nothing except when her friends comes in out of charity to sit with her and make her comfortable," resumed Mrs. Cluppins, glancing at the tin saucepan and the Dutch oven. "It's shocking." "Barbarous," said Mrs. Saunders. "And your master, young man, a gentleman with money, as could never feel the expense of a wife, no more than nothing," continued Mrs. Cluppins with great volubility. "Why, there ain't the faintest shade of an excuse for his behaviour. Why don't he marry her?" "Ah," said Sam, "to be sure, that's the question." "Question, indeed!" retorted Mrs. Cluppins. "She'd question him if she'd my spirit. Howsever, there is law for us women, miserable creatures as they make us, if they could, and that your master will find out, young man, to his cost, afore he's 6 months older." At this consolatory reflection Mrs. Cluppins bridled up and smiled at Mrs. Saunders, who smiled back again. "The action's going on, and no mistake," thought Sam, as Mrs. Bardell re-entered with the receipt. "Here's the receipt, Mr. Weller," said Mrs. Bardell, "and here's the change, and I hope you'll take a little drop of something to keep the cold out, if it's only for old acquaintance' sake, Mr. Weller." Sam saw the advantage he should gain, and at once acquiesced, whereupon Mrs. Bardell produced from a small closet a black bottle and a wine glass, and so great was her abstraction in her deep mental affliction, that after filling Mr. Weller's glass, she brought out 3 more wine glasses and filled them too. "Lauk, Mrs. Bardell," said Mrs. Cluppins, "see what you've been and done." "Well, that is a good one," ejaculated Mrs. Saunders. "On my poor head," said Mrs. Bardell with a faint smile. Sam understood all this, of course, so he said at once that he never could drink before supper unless a lady drank with him. A great deal of laughter ensued, and Mrs. Saunders volunteered to humour him, so she took a slight sip out of her glass. Then Sam said it must go all round, so they all took a slight sip. Then little Mrs. Cluppins proposed as a toast, "Success to Bardell agin Pickwick," and then the ladies emptied their glasses in honour of the sentiment, and got very talkative directly. "I suppose you've heard what's going forward, Mr. Weller," said Mrs. Bardell. "I've heerd something on it," replied Sam. "It's a terrible thing to be dragged before the public in that way, Mr. Weller," said Mrs. Bardell, "but I see now that it's the only thing I ought to do, and my lawyers, Mr. Dodson and Fogg, tell me that, with the evidence as we shall call, we must succeed. I don't know what I should do, Mr. Weller, if I didn't." The mere idea of Mrs. Bardell's failing in her action affected Mrs. Saunders so deeply that she was under the necessity of refilling and re-emptying her glass immediately, feeling, as she said afterwards, that if she hadn't had the presence of mind to do so, she must have dropped. "When is it expected to come on?" inquired Sam. "Either in February or March," replied Mrs. Bardell. "What a number of witnesses there'll be, won't there?" said Mrs. Cluppins. "Ah, won't there?" replied Mrs. Saunders. "And won't Mr. Dodson and Fogg be wild if the plaintiff shouldn't get it?" added Mrs. Cluppins, "when they do it all on speculation." "Ah, won't they?" said Mrs. Saunders. "But the plaintiff must get it," resumed Mrs. Cluppins. "I hope so," said Mrs. Bardell. "Oh, there can't be any doubt about it," rejoined Mrs. Saunders. "Vell," said Sam, rising and setting down his glass, "all I can say is that I vish you may get it." "Thank ye, Mr. Weller," said Mrs. Bardell fervently. "And of them Dodson and Foggs as does these sort of things on spec," continued Mr. Weller, "as vell as for the other kind and generous people of the same profession as sets people by the ears free gratis for nothing, and sets their clerks to work to find out little disputes among their neighbours and acquaintances as vants settling by means of lawsuits, all I can say of them is, that I vish they had the reward I'd give 'em." "Ah, I wish they had the reward that every kind and generous heart would be inclined to bestow upon them," said the gratified Mrs. Bardell. "Amen to that," replied Sam, "and a fat and happy living they'd get out of it. Wish you good night, ladies." To the great relief of Mrs. Saunders, Sam was allowed to depart without any reference on the part of the hostess to the pettitoes and toasted cheese, to which the ladies, with such juvenile assistance as Master Bardell could afford, soon afterwards rendered the amplest justice. Indeed, they wholly vanished before their strenuous exertions. Mr. Weller wended his way back to the George and Vulture, and faithfully recounted to his master such indications of the sharp practice of Dodson and Fogg as he had contrived to pick up in his visit to Mrs. Bardell's. An interview with Mr. Perker next day more than confirmed Mr. Weller's statement, and Mr. Pickwick was fain to prepare for his Christmas visit to Dingley Dell with the pleasant anticipation that some 2 or 3 months afterwards an action brought against him for damages sustained by reason of a breach of promise of marriage would be publicly tried in the Court of Common Pleas, the plaintiff having all the advantages derivable not only from the force of circumstances, but from the sharp practice of Dodson and Fogg to boot. End of chapter 26.
Chapter 27 of the Pickwick Papers by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Debra Lynn. The Pickwick Papers by Charles Dickens. Chapter 27. Samuel Weller makes a pilgrimage to Dorking and beholds his mother-in-law.
There still remaining an interval of 2 days before the time agreed upon for the departure of the Pickwickians to Dingley Dell, Mr. Weller sat himself down in a back room at the George and Vulture, after eating an early dinner, to muse on the best way of disposing of his time. It was a remarkably fine day, and he had not turned the matter over in his mind 10 minutes when he was suddenly stricken filial and affectionate, and it occurred to him so strongly that he ought to go down and see his father, and pay his duty to his mother-in-law, that he was lost in astonishment at his own remissness in never thinking of this moral obligation before. Anxious to atone for his past neglect without another hour's delay, he straightway walked upstairs to Mr. Pickwick, and requested leave of absence for this laudable purpose. "Certainly, Sam, certainly," said Mr. Pickwick, his eyes glistening with delight at this manifestation of filial feeling on the part of his attendant. "Certainly, Sam." Mr. Weller made a grateful bow. "I am very glad to see that you have so high a sense of your duties as a son, Sam," said Mr. Pickwick. "I always had, sir," replied Mr. Weller. "That's a very gratifying reflection, Sam," said Mr. Pickwick approvingly. "Wery, sir," replied Mr. Weller. "If ever I wanted anything of my father, I always asked for it in a wery respectful and obliging manner. If he didn't give it me, I took it, for fear I should be led to do anything wrong through not having it. I saved him a world of trouble this way, sir." "That's not precisely what I meant, Sam," said Mr. Pickwick, shaking his head with a slight smile. "All good feelin', sir, the werry best intentions, as the gentleman said when he run away from his wife 'cause she seemed unhappy with him," replied Mr. Weller. "You may go, Sam," said Mr. Pickwick. "Thank'ee, sir," replied Mr. Weller, and having made his best bow and put on his best clothes, Sam planted himself on the top of the Arundel coach and journeyed on to Dorking. The Marquis of Granby, in Mrs. Weller's time, was quite a model of a roadside public house of the better class, just large enough to be convenient, and small enough to be snug. On the opposite side of the road was a large signboard on a high post, representing the head and shoulders of a gentleman with an apoplectic countenance, in a red coat with deep blue facings, and a touch of the same blue over his three-cornered hat for a sky. Over that again were a pair of flags. Beneath the last button of his coat were a couple of cannon, and the whole formed an expressive and undoubted likeness of the Marquis of Granby of glorious memory. The bar window displayed a choice collection of geranium plants and a well-dusted row of spirit phials. The open shutters bore a variety of golden inscriptions, eulogistic of good beds and neat wines, and the choice group of countrymen and hostlers lounging about the stable door and horse trough afforded presumptive proof of the excellent quality of the ale and spirits which were sold within. Sam Weller paused, when he dismounted from the coach, to note all these little indications of a thriving business with the eye of an experienced traveller, and having done so, stepped in at once, highly satisfied with everything he had observed. "Now then," said a shrill female voice, the instant Sam thrust his head in at the door, "what do you want, young man?" Sam looked round in the direction whence the voice proceeded. It came from a rather stout lady of comfortable appearance, who was seated beside the fireplace in the bar, blowing the fire to make the kettle boil for tea. She was not alone, for on the other side of the fireplace, sitting bolt upright in a high-backed chair, was a man in threadbare black clothes, with a back almost as long and stiff as that of the chair itself, who caught Sam's most particular and especial attention at once. He was a prim-faced, red-nosed man with a long, thin countenance and a semi-rattlesnake sort of eye, rather sharp but decidedly bad. He wore very short trousers and black cotton stockings, which, like the rest of his apparel, were particularly rusty. His looks were starched, but his white neckerchief was not, and its long limp ends straggled over his closely buttoned waistcoat in a very uncouth and unpicturesque fashion. A pair of old worn beaver gloves, a broad-brimmed hat, and a faded green umbrella, with plenty of whalebone sticking through the bottom, as if to counterbalance the want of a handle at the top, lay on a chair beside him, and being disposed in a very tidy and careful manner, seemed to imply that the red-nosed man, whoever he was, had no intention of going away in a hurry. To do the red-nosed man justice, he would have been very far from wise if he had entertained any such intention, for, to judge from all appearances, he must have been possessed of a most desirable circle of acquaintance, if he could have reasonably expected to be more comfortable anywhere else. The fire was blazing brightly under the influence of the bellows, and the kettle was singing gaily under the influence of both. A small tray of tea things was arranged on the table. A plate of hot buttered toast was gently simmering before the fire, and the red-nosed man himself was busily engaged in converting a large slice of bread into the same agreeable edible through the instrumentality of a long brass toasting fork. Beside him stood a glass of reeking hot pineapple rum and water, with a slice of lemon in it, and every time the red-nosed man stopped to bring the round of toast to his eye, with the view of ascertaining how it got on, he imbibed a drop or two of the hot pineapple rum and water, and smiled upon the rather stout lady as she blew the fire. Sam was so lost in the contemplation of this comfortable scene that he suffered the first inquiry of the rather stout lady to pass unheeded. It was not until it had been twice repeated, each time in a shriller tone, that he became conscious of the impropriety of his behaviour. "Governor in?" inquired Sam, in reply to the question. "No, he isn't," replied Mrs. Weller, for the rather stout lady was no other than the quondam relict and sole executrix of the dead and gone Mr. Clark. "No, he isn't, and I don't expect him either." "I suppose he's driving up to day," said Sam. "He may be or he may not," replied Mrs. Weller, buttering a round of toast which the red-nosed man had just finished. "I don't know, and, what's more, I don't care. Ask a blessin', Mr. Stiggins." The red-nosed man did as he was desired, and instantly commenced on the toast with fierce veracity. The appearance of the red-nosed man had induced Sam, at first sight, to more than half suspect that he was the deputy shepherd of whom his estimable parent had spoken. The moment he saw him eat, all doubt on the subject was removed, and he perceived at once that if he purposed to take up his temporary quarters where he was, he must make his footing good without delay. He therefore commenced proceedings by putting his arm over the half door of the bar, coolly unbolting it, and leisurely walking in. "Mother-in-law," said Sam, "how are you?" "Why, I do believe he is a Weller," said Mrs. W., raising her eyes to Sam's face, with no very gratified expression of countenance. "I rayther think he is," said the imperturbable Sam, "and I hope this here reverend gentleman'll excuse me saying that I wish I was the Weller as owns you, mother-in-law." This was a double-barreled compliment. It implied that Mrs. Weller was a most agreeable female, and also that Mr. Stiggins had a clerical appearance. It made a visible impression at once, and Sam followed up his advantage by kissing his mother-in-law. "Get along with you," said Mrs. Weller, pushing him away. "For shame, young man," said the gentleman with the red nose. "No offence, sir, no offence," replied Sam. "You're werry right, though. It ain't the right sort of thing ven mothers-in-law is young and good-looking, is it, sir?" "It's all vanity," said Mr. Stiggins. "Ah, so it is," said Mrs. Weller, setting her cap to rights. Sam thought it was, too, but he held his peace. The deputy shepherd seemed by no means best pleased with Sam's arrival, and when the first effervescence of the compliment had subsided, even Mrs. Weller looked as if she could have spared him without the smallest inconvenience. However, there he was, and as he couldn't be decently turned out, they all three sat down to tea. "And how's father?" said Sam. At this inquiry Mrs. Weller raised her hands and turned up her eyes as if the subject were too painful to be alluded to. Mr. Stiggins groaned. "What's the matter with that 'ere gentleman?" inquired Sam. "He's shocked at the way your father goes on in," replied Mrs. Weller. "Oh, he is he?" said Sam. "And with too good reason," added Mrs. Weller gravely. Mr. Stiggins took up a fresh piece of toast and groaned heavily. "He is a dreadful reprobate," said Mrs. Weller. "A man of wrath," exclaimed Mr. Stiggins. He took a large semicircular bite out of the toast and groaned again. Sam felt very strongly disposed to give the Reverend Mr. Stiggins something to groan for, but he repressed his inclination and merely asked, "What's the old un up to now?" "Up to, indeed," said Mrs. Weller. "Oh, he has a hard heart. Night after night does this excellent man—" "Don't frown, Mr. Stiggins. I will say you are an excellent man. Come and sit here for hours together, and it has not the least effect upon him." "Well, that is odd," said Sam. "It'd have a werry considerable effect upon me, if I was in his place, I know that." "The fact is, my young friend," said Mr. Stiggins solemnly, "he has an obdurate bosom. Oh, my young friend, who else could have resisted the pleading of 16 of our fairest sisters, and withstood their exhortations to subscribe to our noble society for providing the infant negroes in the West Indies with flannel waistcoats and moral pocket handkerchiefs?" "What's a moral pocket handkercher?" said Sam. "I never see one of them articles of furnitur'." "Those which combine amusement with instruction, my young friend," replied Mr. Stiggins, "blending select tales with woodcuts." "Oh, I know," said Sam, "them as hangs up in the linen drapers' shops, with beggars' petitions and all that air upon 'em." Mr. Stiggins began a third round of toast and nodded assent. "And he wouldn't be persuaded by the ladies, wouldn't he?" said Sam. "Sat and smoked his pipe and said the infant negroes were—" "What did he say the infant negroes were?" said Mrs. Weller. "Little humbugs," replied Mr. Stiggins, deeply affected. "Said the infant negroes were little humbugs," repeated Mrs. Weller, and they both groaned at the atrocious conduct of the elder Mr. Weller. A great many more iniquities of a similar nature might have been disclosed, only the toast being all eaten, the tea having got very weak, and Sam holding out no indications of meaning to go, Mr. Stiggins suddenly recollected that he had a most pressing appointment with the shepherd, and took himself off accordingly. The tea things had been scarcely put away, and the hearth swept up, when the London coach deposited Mr. Weller senior at the door. His legs deposited him in the bar, and his eyes showed him his son. "What, Sammy!" exclaimed the father. "What, old Nobbs!" ejaculated the son, and they shook hands heartily. "Werry glad to see you, Sammy," said the elder Mr. Weller, "though how you've managed to get over your mother-in-law is a mystery to me. I only wish you'd write me out the receipt, that's all." "Hush," said Sam, "she's at home, old feller." "She ain't within hearin'," replied Mr. Weller. "She always goes and blows up downstairs for a couple of hours arter tea, so we'll just give ourselves a damp, Sammy." Saying this, Mr. Weller mixed 2 glasses of spirits and water, and produced a couple of pipes. The father and son sitting down opposite each other, Sam on one side of the fire in the high-backed chair, and Mr. Weller senior on the other in an easy ditto. They proceeded to enjoy themselves with all due gravity. "Anybody been here, Sammy?" asked Mr. Weller senior, dryly, after a long silence. Sam nodded an expressive assent. "Red-nosed chap?" inquired Mr. Weller. Sam nodded again. "Amiable man, that 'ere, Sammy," said Mr. Weller, smoking violently. "Seems so," observed Sam. "Good hand at accounts," said Mr. Weller. "Is he?" said Sam. "Borrows 18 pence on Monday, and comes on Tuesday for a shillin' to make it up half a crown. Calls again on Wednesday for another half crown to make it 5 shillins, and goes on doubling till he gets it up to a 5 pun note in no time, like them sums in the 'rithmetic book 'bout the nails in the horses' shoes, Sammy." Sam intimated by a nod that he recollected the problem alluded to by his parent. "So you wouldn't subscribe to the flannel veskits?" said Sam, after another interval of smoking. "Certainly not," replied Mr. Weller. "What's the good of flannel veskits to the young niggers abroad? But I'll tell you what it is, Sammy," said Mr. Weller, lowering his voice and bending across the fireplace. "I'd come down werry handsome towards straight veskits for some people at home." As Mr. Weller said this, he slowly recovered his former position, and winked at his firstborn in a profound manner. "It certainly seems a queer start to send out pocket handkerchers to people as don't know the use in 'em," observed Sam. "They're always a doing some gammon of that sort, Sammy," replied his father. "T'other Sunday I was walking up the road, when who should I see a standing at a chapel door with a blue soup plate in her hand but your mother-in-law. I warily believe there was change for a couple of sovereigns in it then, Sammy, all in halfpence, and as the people come out they rattled the pennies in it, till you'd ha' thought that no mortal plate as ever was baked could ha' stood the wear and tear. What do you think it was all for? For another tea drinking, perhaps?" said Sam. "Not a bit in it," replied the father. "For the shepherd's water rate, Sammy." "The shepherd's water rate!" said Sam. "Ay," replied Mr. Weller. "There was 3/4 owing, and the shepherd hadn't paid a farden, not he. Perhaps it might be on account that the water warn't of much use to him, for it's werry little of that tap he drinks, Sammy, werry. He knows a trick worth a good half dozen of that, he does. Howsoever, it warn't paid, and so they cuts the water off. Down goes the shepherd to chapel, gives out as he's a persecuted saint, and says he hopes the heart of the turncock as cut the water off will be softened and turned in the right way, but he rayther thinks he's booked for something uncomfortable. Upon this the women calls a meetin', sings a hymn, wotes your mother-in-law into the chair, wolunteers a collection next Sunday, and hands it all over to the shepherd. And if he ain't got enough out in him, Sammy, to make him free of the water company for life," said Mr. Weller in conclusion, "I'm one Dutchman and you're another, and that's all about it." Mr. Weller smoked for some minutes in silence, and then resumed. "The worst of these here shepherds is, my boy, that they reg'larly turns the heads of all the young ladies about here. Lord bless their little hearts, they thinks it's all right, and don't know no better, but they're the wictims of gammon, Samivel, they're the wictims of gammon." "I suppose they are," said Sam. "Nothin' else," said Mr. Weller, shaking his head gravely. "And what aggravates me, Samivel, is to see 'em a wasting all their time and labor in making clothes for copper-colored people as don't want 'em, and taking no notice of flesh-colored Christians as do. If I'd my vay, Samivel, I'd just stick some of these here lazy shepherds behind a heavy wheelbarrow, and run 'em up and down a 14-inch wide plank all day. That'd shake the nonsense out of 'em if anything would." Mr. Weller, having delivered this gentle recipe with strong emphasis, eked out by a variety of nods and contortions of the eye, emptied his glass at a draught, and knocked the ashes out of his pipe with native dignity. He was engaged in this operation when a shrill voice was heard in the passage. "Here's your dear relation, Sammy," said Mr. Weller, and Mrs. W. hurried into the room. "Oh, you've come back, have you?" said Mrs. Weller. "Yes, my dear," replied Mr. Weller, filling a fresh pipe. "Has Mr. Stiggins been back?" said Mrs. Weller. "No, my dear, he hasn't," replied Mr. Weller, lighting the pipe by the ingenious process of holding to the bowl thereof, between the tongs, a red-hot coal from the adjacent fire. "And what's more, my dear, I shall manage to surwive it if he don't come back at all." "Ugh, you wretch!" said Mrs. Weller. "Thank'ee, my love," said Mr. Weller. "Come, come, father," said Sam, "none of these little lovin's afore strangers. Here's the reverend gentleman a coming in now." At this announcement Mrs. Weller hastily wiped off the tears which she had just begun to force on, and Mr. W. drew his chair sullenly into the chimney corner. Mr. Stiggins was easily prevailed on to take another glass of the hot pineapple rum and water, and a second and a third, and then to refresh himself with a slight supper, previous to beginning again. He sat on the same side as Mr. Weller senior, and every time he could contrive to do so, unseen by his wife, that gentleman indicated to his son the hidden emotions of his bosom by shaking his fist over the deputy shepherd's head, a process which afforded his son the most unmingled delight and satisfaction, the more especially as Mr. Stiggins went on quietly drinking the hot pineapple rum and water, wholly unconscious of what was going forward. The major part of the conversation was confined to Mrs. Weller and the Reverend Mr. Stiggins, and the topics principally descanted on were the virtues of the shepherd, the worthiness of his flock, and the high crimes and misdemeanors of everybody beside, dissertations which the elder Mr. Weller occasionally interrupted by half-suppressed references to a gentleman of the name of Walker, and other running commentaries of the same kind. At length Mr. Stiggins, with several most indubitable symptoms of having quite as much pineapple rum and water about him as he could comfortably accommodate, took his hat and his leave, and Sam was, immediately afterwards, shown to bed by his father. The respectable old gentleman wrung his hand fervently, and seemed disposed to address some observation to his son; but on Mrs. Weller advancing towards him, he appeared to relinquish that intention, and abruptly bade him good night. Sam was up betimes next day, and having partaken of a hasty breakfast, prepared to return to London. He had scarcely set foot without the house when his father stood before him. "Goin', Sammy?" inquired Mr. Weller. "Off at once," replied Sam. "I vish you could muffle that 'ere Stiggins and take him vith you," said Mr. Weller. "I am ashamed on you," said Sam reproachfully. "What do you let him show his red nose in the Marquis of Granby at all for?" Mr. Weller the elder fixed on his son an earnest look, and replied, "'Cause I'm a married man, Samivel, 'cause I'm a married man. Ven you're a married man, Samivel, you'll understand a good many things as you don't understand now. But vether it's worth while going through so much to learn so little, as the charity boy said ven he got to the end of the alphabet, is a matter o' taste. I rayther think it isn't." "Well," said Sam, "good bye." "Tar, tar, Sammy," replied his father. "I've only got to say this here," said Sam, stopping short,
"that if I was the propuriator of the Marquis of Granby, and that 'ere Stiggins came and made toast in my bar, I'd—"
"What?" interposed Mr. Weller with great anxiety. "What?" "Pison his rum and water," said Sam. "No," said Mr. Weller, shaking his son eagerly by the hand. "Would you raly, Sammy, would you, though?" "I would," said Sam. "I wouldn't be too hard upon him at first. I'd drop him in the water butt and put the lid on, and if I found he was insensible to kindness, I'd try the other persvasion." The elder Mr. Weller bestowed a look of deep, unspeakable admiration on his son, and having once more grasped his hand, walked slowly away, revolving in his mind the numerous reflections to which his advice had given rise. Sam looked after him until he turned a corner of the road, and then set forward on his walk to London. He meditated at first on the probable consequences of his own advice, and the likelihood of his father's adopting it. He dismissed the subject from his mind, however, with the consolatory reflection that time alone would show, and this is the reflection we would impress upon the reader. End of chapter 27.
Chapter 28 of the Pickwick Papers by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Debra Lynn. The Pickwick Papers by Charles Dickens. Chapter 28. A good-humoured Christmas chapter, containing an account of a wedding and some other sports beside, which, although in their way even as good customs as marriage itself, are not quite so religiously kept up in these degenerate times. As brisk as bees, if not altogether as light as fairies, did the four Pickwickians assemble on the morning of the 22nd day of December, in the year of grace in which these, their faithfully recorded adventures, were undertaken and accomplished. Christmas was close at hand, in all his bluff and hearty honesty. It was the season of hospitality, merriment, and open-heartedness. The old year was preparing, like an ancient philosopher, to call his friends around him, and amidst the sound of feasting and revelry, to pass gently and calmly away. Gay and merry was the time, and right gay and merry were at least four of the numerous hearts that were gladdened by its coming. And numerous indeed are the hearts to which Christmas brings a brief season of happiness and enjoyment. How many families whose members have been dispersed and scattered far and wide in the restless struggles of life are then reunited and meet once again in that happy state of companionship and mutual goodwill which is a source of such pure and unalloyed delight, and one so incompatible with the cares and sorrows of the world that the religious belief of the most civilized nations and the rude traditions of the roughest savages alike number it among the first joys of a future condition of existence, provided for the blessed and happy. How many old recollections and how many dormant sympathies does Christmas time awaken! We write these words now, many miles distant from the spot at which, year after year, we met on that day, a merry and joyous circle. Many of the hearts that throbbed so gaily then have ceased to beat. Many of the looks that shone so brightly then have ceased to glow. The hands we grasped have grown cold, the eyes we sought have hid their luster in the grave, and yet the old house, the room, the merry voices and smiling faces, the jest, the laugh, the most minute and trivial circumstances connected with those happy meetings crowd upon our mind at each recurrence of the season, as if the last assemblage had been but yesterday. Happy, happy Christmas, that can win us back to the delusions of our childish days, that can recall to the old man the pleasures of his youth, that can transport the sailor and the traveler thousands of miles away, back to his own fireside and his quiet home. But we are so taken up and occupied with the good qualities of this Saint Christmas that we are keeping Mr. Pickwick and his friends waiting in the cold on the outside of the Muggleton coach, which they have just attained, well wrapped up in greatcoats, shawls, and comforters. The portmanteaus and carpet-bags have been stowed away, and Mr. Weller and the guard are endeavoring to insinuate into the fore-boot a huge codfish several sizes too large for it, which is snugly packed up in a long brown basket with a layer of straw over the top, and which has been left to the last in order that he may repose in safety on the half-dozen barrels of real native oysters, all the property of Mr. Pickwick, which have been arranged in regular order at the bottom of the receptacle. The interest displayed in Mr. Pickwick's countenance is most intense, as Mr. Weller and the guard try to squeeze the codfish into the boot, first head first, and then tail first, and then top upward, and then bottom upward, and then sideways, and then long ways, all of which artifices the implacable codfish sturdily resists, until the guard accidentally hits him in the very middle of the basket, whereupon he suddenly disappears into the boot, and with him the head and shoulders of the guard himself, who, not calculating upon so sudden a cessation of the passive resistance of the codfish, experiences a very unexpected shock, to the unsmotherable delight of all the porters and bystanders. Upon this, Mr. Pickwick smiles with great good humour, and drawing a shilling from his waistcoat pocket, begs the guard, as he picks himself out of the boot, to drink his health in a glass of hot brandy and water, at which the guard smiles too, and Messrs. Snodgrass, Winkle, and Tupman all smile in company. The guard and Mr. Weller disappear for 5 minutes, most probably to get the hot brandy and water, for they smell very strongly of it when they return. The coachman mounts to the box, Mr. Weller jumps up behind, the Pickwickians pull their coats round their legs and their shawls over their noses, The helpers pull the horse cloths off. The coachman shouts out a cheery "All right," and away they go. They have rumbled through the streets and jolted over the stones, and at length reach the wide and open country. The wheels skim over the hard and frosty ground, and the horses, bursting into a canter at a smart crack of the whip, step along the road as if the load behind them, coach, passengers, codfish, oyster barrels, and all, were but a feather at their heels. They have descended a gentle slope, and enter upon a level as compact and dry as a solid block of marble, 2 miles long. Another crack of the whip, and on they speed, at a smart gallop, the horses tossing their heads and rattling the harness, as if in exhilaration at the rapidity of the motion, while the coachman, holding whip and reins in one hand, takes off his hat with the other, and resting it on his knees, pulls out his handkerchief and wipes his forehead, partly because he has a habit of doing it, and partly because it's as well to show the passengers how cool he is, and what an easy thing it is to drive four in hand when you have had as much practice as he has. Having done this very leisurely, otherwise the effect would be materially impaired, he replaces his handkerchief, pulls on his hat, adjusts his gloves, squares his elbows, cracks the whip again, and on they speed, more merrily than before. A few small houses, scattered on either side of the road, betoken the entrance to some town or village. The lively notes of the guard's key bugle vibrate in the clear cold air, and wake up the old gentleman inside, who, carefully letting down the window sash half-way, and standing sentry over the air, takes a short peep out, and then, carefully pulling it up again, informs the other inside that they're going to change directly. On which the other inside wakes himself up, and determines to postpone his next nap until after the stoppage. Again the bugle sounds lustily forth, and rouses the cottager's wife and children, who peep out at the house door, and watch the coach till it turns the corner, when they once more crouch round the blazing fire, and throw on another log of wood against father comes home, while father himself, a full mile off, has just exchanged a friendly nod with the coachman, and turned round to take a good long stare at the vehicle as it whirls away. And now the bugle plays a lively air as the coach rattles through the ill-paved streets of a country town, and the coachman, undoing the buckle which keeps his ribbons together, prepares to throw them off the moment he stops. Mr. Pickwick emerges from his coat collar, and looks about him with great curiosity, perceiving which, the coachman informs Mr. Pickwick of the name of the town, and tells him it was market day yesterday, both of which pieces of information Mr. Pickwick retails to his fellow passengers, whereupon they emerge from their coat collars too, and look about them also. Mr. Winkle, who sits at the extreme edge, with one leg dangling in the air, is nearly precipitated into the street, as the coach twists round the sharp corner by the cheesemonger's shop, and turns into the market-place, and before Mr. Snodgrass, who sits next to him, has recovered from his alarm, they pull up at the inn-yard, where the fresh horses, with cloths on, are already waiting. The coachman throws down the reins and gets down himself, and the other outside passengers drop down also, except those who have no great confidence in their ability to get up again, and they remain where they are and stamp their feet against the coach to warm them, looking with longing eyes and red noses at the bright fire in the inn bar and the sprigs of holly with red berries which ornament the window. But the guard has delivered at the corn dealer's shop the brown paper packet he took out of the little pouch which hangs over his shoulder by a leathern strap, and has seen the horses carefully put to, and has thrown on the pavement the saddle which was brought from London on the coach roof, and has assisted in the conference between the coachman and the hostler about the grey mare that hurt her off foreleg last Tuesday, and he and Mr. Weller are all right behind, and the coachman is all right in front, and the old gentleman inside, who has kept the window down full 2 inches all this time, has pulled it up again, and the cloths are off, and they are all ready for starting, except the 2 stout gentlemen, whom the coachman inquires after with some impatience. Hereupon the coachman and the guard and Sam Weller and Mr. Winkle and Mr. Snodgrass and all the hostlers and every one of the idlers, who are more in number than all the others put together, shout for the missing gentleman as loud as they can bawl. A distant response is heard from the yard, and Mr. Pickwick and Mr. Tupman come running down it quite out of breath, for they have been having a glass of ale apiece, and Mr. Pickwick's fingers are so cold that he has been full 5 minutes before he could find the 6 pence to pay for it. The coachman shouts an admonitory Now then, gentlemen. The guard re-echoes it. The old gentleman inside thinks it a very extraordinary thing that people will get down when they know there isn't time for it. Mr. Pickwick struggles up on one side, Mr. Tupman on the other. Mr. Winkle cries, "All right," and off they start. Shawls are pulled up, coat collars are readjusted, the pavement ceases, the houses disappear, and they are once again dashing along the open road with the fresh, clear air blowing in their faces and gladdening their very hearts within them. Such was the progress of Mr. Pickwick and his friends by the Muggleton Telegraph on their way to Dingley Dell, and at 3 o'clock that afternoon they all stood high and dry, safe and sound, hale and hearty, upon the steps of the Blue Lion, having taken on the road quite enough of ale and brandy to enable them to bid defiance to the frost that was binding up the earth in its iron fetters, and weaving its beautiful network upon the trees and hedges. Mr. Pickwick was busily engaged in counting the barrels of oysters and superintending the disinterment of the codfish, when he felt himself gently pulled by the skirts of the coat. Looking round, he discovered that the individual who resorted to this mode of catching his attention was no other than Mr. Wardle's favourite page, better known to the readers of this unvarnished history by the distinguishing appellation of the Fat Boy. "Aha!" said Mr. Pickwick. "Aha!" said the fat boy. As he said it, he glanced from the codfish to the oyster barrels, and chuckled joyously. He was fatter than ever. "Well, you look rosy enough, my young friend," said Mr. Pickwick. "I've been asleep, right in front of the tap-room fire," replied the fat boy, who had heated himself to the colour of a new chimney-pot in the course of an hour's nap. "Master sent me over with the shay-cart to carry your luggage up to the house. He'd ha' sent some saddle-horses, but he thought you'd rather walk, being a cold day." "Yes, yes," said Mr. Pickwick, hastily, for he remembered how they had travelled over nearly the same ground on a previous occasion. "Yes, we would rather walk. Here, Sam." "Sir," said Mr. Weller. "Help Mr. Wardle's servant to put the packages into the cart, and then ride on with him. We will walk forward at once." Having given this direction, and settled with the coachman, Mr. Pickwick and his three friends struck into the footpath across the fields, and walked briskly away, leaving Mr. Weller and the fat boy confronted together for the first time. Sam looked at the fat boy with great astonishment, but without saying a word, and began to stow the luggage rapidly away in the cart, while the fat boy stood quietly by, and seemed to think it a very interesting sort of thing to see Mr. Weller working by himself. "There," said Sam, throwing in the last carpet-bag, "there they are." "Yes," said the fat boy, in a very satisfied tone, "there they are." "Vell, young 20-stun," said Sam, "you're a nice specimen of a prize boy, you are." "Thankee," said the fat boy. "You ain't got nothin' on your mind as makes you fret yourself, have you?" inquired Sam. "Not as I knows on," replied the fat boy. "I should rayther ha' thought, to look at you, that you was a labourin' under an unrequited attachment to some young 'ooman," said Sam. The fat boy shook his head. "Vell," said Sam, "I am glad to hear it. Do you ever drink anythin'?" "I likes eating better," replied the boy. "Ah," said Sam, "I should ha' s'posed that, but what I mean is, should you like a drop of anything as 'ud warm you? But I s'pose you never was cold with all them elastic fixtures, was you?" "Sometimes," replied the boy, "and I likes a drop of something when it's good." "Oh, you do you?" said Sam. "Come this way, then." The Blue Lion tap was soon gained, and the fat boy swallowed a glass of liquor without so much as winking, a feat which considerably advanced him in Mr. Weller's good opinion. Mr. Weller having transacted a similar piece of business on his own account, they got into the cart. "Can you drive?" said the fat boy. "I should rayther think so," replied Sam. "There, then," said the fat boy, putting the reins in his hand and pointing up a lane. "It's as straight as you can go. You can't miss it." With these words the fat boy laid himself affectionately down by the side of the codfish, and placing an oyster barrel under his head for a pillow, fell asleep instantaneously. "Well," said Sam, "of all the cool boys ever I set my eyes on, this here young gentleman is the coolest. Come, wake up, young dropsy." But as young dropsy evinced no symptoms of returning animation, Sam Weller sat himself down in front of the cart, and starting the old horse with a jerk of the rein, jogged steadily on towards the Manor Farm. Meanwhile, Mr. Pickwick and his friends, having walked their blood into active circulation, proceeded cheerfully on. The paths were hard, the grass was crisp and frosty, the air had a fine, dry, bracing coldness, and the rapid approach of the gray twilight slate colored is a better term in frosty weather made them look forward with pleasant anticipation to the comforts which awaited them at their hospitable entertainers. It was the sort of afternoon that might induce a couple of elderly gentlemen in a lonely field to take off their greatcoats and play at leap-frog in pure lightness of heart and gaiety, and we firmly believe that had Mr. Tupman at that moment proffered a back, Mr. Pickwick would have accepted his offer with the utmost avidity. However, Mr. Tupman did not volunteer any such accommodation, and the friends walked on, conversing merrily. As they turned into a lane they had to cross, the sound of many voices burst upon their ears, and before they had even had time to form a guess to whom they belonged, they walked into the very centre of the party who were expecting their arrival, a fact which was first notified to the Pickwickians by the loud "Hurrah!" which burst from old Wardle's lips when they appeared in sight. First there was Wardle himself, looking, if that were possible, more jolly than ever. Then there were Bella and her faithful Trundle, and lastly there were Emily and some 8 or 10 young ladies who had all come down to the wedding which was to take place next day, and who were in as happy and important a state as young ladies usually are on such momentous occasions. And they were, one and all, startling the fields and lanes far and wide with their frolic and laughter. The ceremony of introduction under such circumstances was very soon performed, or we should rather say that the introduction was soon over without any ceremony at all. In 2 minutes thereafter, Mr. Pickwick was joking with the young ladies who wouldn't come over the stile while he looked, or who, having pretty feet and unexceptionable ankles, preferred standing on the top rail for 5 minutes or so, declaring that they were too frightened to move, with as much ease and absence of reserve or constraint as if he had known them for life. It is worthy of remark, too, that Mr. Snodgrass offered Emily far more assistance than the absolute terrors of the stile, although it was full 3 feet high, and had only a couple of stepping stones, would seem to require. While one black-eyed young lady in a very nice little pair of boots with fur round the top was observed to scream very loudly when Mr. Winkle offered to help her over. All this was very snug and pleasant, and when the difficulties of the stile were at last surmounted, and they once more entered on the open field, old Wardle informed Mr. Pickwick how they had all been down in a body to inspect the furniture and fittings up of the house, which the young couple were to tenant after the Christmas holidays, at which communication Bella and Trundle both colored up as red as the fat boy after the tap-room fire, and the young lady with the black eyes and the fur round the boots whispered something in Emily's ear, and then glanced archly at Mr. Snodgrass, to which Emily responded that she was a foolish girl, but turned very red notwithstanding, and Mr. Snodgrass, who was as modest as all great geniuses usually are, felt the crimson rising to the crown of his head, and devoutly wished, in the inmost recesses of his own heart, that the young lady aforesaid, with her black eyes and her archness, and her boots with the fur round the top, were all comfortably deposited in the adjacent county. But if they were social and happy outside the house, what was the warmth and cordiality of their reception when they reached the farm? The very servants grinned with pleasure at sight of Mr. Pickwick, and Emma bestowed a half demure, half impudent, and all pretty look of recognition on Mr. Tupman, which was enough to make the statue of Bonaparte in the passage unfold his arms and clasp her within them. The old lady was seated with customary state in the front parlor, but she was rather cross, and by consequence most particularly deaf. She never went out herself, and like a great many other old ladies of the same stamp, she was apt to consider it an act of domestic treason if anybody else took the liberty of doing what she couldn't. So, bless her old soul, she sat as upright as she could in her great chair, and looked as fierce as might be, and that was benevolent after all. "Mother," said Wardle, "Mr. Pickwick, you recollect him." "Never mind," replied the old lady with great dignity. "Don't trouble Mr. Pickwick about an old creetur like me. Nobody cares about me now, and it's very natural they shouldn't." Here the old lady tossed her head and smoothed down her lavender-colored silk dress with trembling hands. "Come, come, ma'am," said Mr. Pickwick, "I can't let you cut an old friend in this way. I have come down expressly to have a long talk and another rubber with you, and we'll show these boys and girls how to dance a minuet before they're 48 hours older." The old lady was rapidly giving way, but she did not like to do it all at once, so she only said, "Ah, I can't hear him." "Nonsense, mother," said Wardle. "Come, come, don't be cross, there's a good soul. Recollect Bella. Come, you must keep her spirits up, poor girl." The good old lady heard this, for her lip quivered as her son said it. But age has its little infirmities of temper, and she was not quite brought round yet. So she smoothed down the lavender-coloured dress again, and turning to Mr. Pickwick, said, "Ah, Mr. Pickwick, young people was very different when I was a girl." "No doubt of that, ma'am," said Mr. Pickwick, "and that's the reason why I would make much of the few that have any traces of the old stock." In saying this, Mr. Pickwick gently pulled Bella towards him, and bestowing a kiss upon her forehead, bade her sit down on the little stool at her grandmother's feet. Whether the expression of her countenance, as it was raised towards the old lady's face, called up a thought of old times, or whether the old lady was touched by Mr. Pickwick's affectionate good nature, or whatever was the cause, she was fairly melted, so she threw herself on her granddaughter's neck, and all the little ill humour evaporated in a gush of silent tears. A happy party they were that night. Sedate and solemn were the score of rubbers in which Mr. Pickwick and the old lady played together. Uproarious was the mirth of the round table. Long after the ladies had retired, did the hot elder wine, well qualified with brandy and spice, go round and round and round again, and sound was the sleep, and pleasant were the dreams that followed. It is a remarkable fact that those of Mr. Snodgrass bore constant reference to Emily Wardle, and that the principal figure in Mr. Winkle's visions was a young lady with black eyes and arch smile, and a pair of remarkably nice boots with fur round the tops. Mr. Pickwick was awakened early in the morning by a hum of voices and a pattering of feet sufficient to rouse even the fat boy from his heavy slumbers. He sat up in bed and listened. The female servants and female visitors were running constantly to and fro, and there were such multitudinous demands for hot water, such repeated outcries for needles and thread, and so many half-suppressed entreaties of, "Oh, do come and tie me, there's a dear," that Mr. Pickwick in his innocence began to imagine that something dreadful must have occurred, when he grew more awake and remembered the wedding. The occasion being an important one, he dressed himself with peculiar care, and descended to the breakfast room. There were all the female servants in a brand new uniform of pink muslin gowns with white bows in their caps, running about the house in a state of excitement and agitation which it would be impossible to describe. The old lady was dressed out in a brocaded gown which had not seen the light for 20 years, saving and excepting such truant rays as had stolen through the chinks in the box in which it had been laid by during the whole time. Mr. Trundle was in high feather and spirits, but a little nervous withal. The hearty old landlord was trying to look very cheerful and unconcerned, but failing signally in the attempt. All the girls were in tears and white muslin, except a select 2 or 3 who were being honoured with a private view of the bride and bridesmaids upstairs. All the Pickwickians were in most blooming array, and there was a terrific roaring on the grass in front of the house, occasioned by all the men, boys, and hobbledehoys attached to the farm, each of whom had got a white bow in his buttonhole, and all of whom were cheering with might and main, being incited thereto, and stimulated therein, by the precept and example of Mr. Samuel Weller, who had managed to become mighty popular already, and was as much at home as if he had been born on the land. A wedding is a licensed subject to joke upon, but there really is no great joke in the matter after all. We speak merely of the ceremony, and beg it to be distinctly understood that we indulge in no hidden sarcasm upon a married life. Mixed up with the pleasure and joy of the occasion are the many regrets at quitting home, the tears of parting between parent and child, the consciousness of leaving the dearest and kindest friends of the happiest portion of human life, to encounter its cares and troubles with others still untried and little known, natural feelings which we would not render this chapter mournful by describing, and which we should be still more unwilling to be supposed to ridicule. Let us briefly say, then, that the ceremony was performed by the old clergyman in the parish church of Dingley Dell, and that Mr. Pickwick's name is attached to the register, still preserved in the vestry thereof; that the young lady with the black eyes signed her name in a very unsteady and tremulous manner; that Emily's signature, as the other bridesmaid, is nearly illegible; that it all went off in very admirable style; that the young ladies generally thought it far less shocking than they had expected, and that although the owner of the black eyes and the arch smile informed Mr. Wardle that she was sure she could never submit to anything so dreadful, we have the very best reasons for thinking she was mistaken. To all this we may add that Mr. Pickwick was the first who saluted the bride, and that in so doing he threw over her neck a rich gold watch and chain which no mortal eyes but the jeweller's had ever beheld before. Then the old church bell rang as gaily as it could, and they all returned to breakfast. "Where does the mince pies go, young opium eater?" said Mr. Weller to the fat boy, as he assisted in laying out such articles of consumption as had not been duly arranged on the previous night. The fat boy pointed to the destination of the pies. "Wery good," said Sam. "Stick a bit of Christmas in 'em. T'other dish opposite. There, now we look compact and comfortable, as the father said, when he cut his little boy's head off to cure him o' squintin'." As Mr. Weller made the comparison, he fell back a step or two to give full effect to it, and surveyed the preparations with the utmost satisfaction. "Wardle," said Mr. Pickwick, almost as soon as they were all seated, "a glass of wine in honor of this happy occasion." "I shall be delighted, my boy," said Wardle. "Joe, damn that boy, he's gone to sleep." "No, I ain't, sir," replied the fat boy, starting up from a remote corner, where, like the patron saint of fat boys, the immortal Horner, he had been devouring a Christmas pie, though not with the coolness and deliberation which characterized that young gentleman's proceedings. "Fill Mr. Pickwick's glass." "Yes, sir." The fat boy filled Mr. Pickwick's glass, and then retired behind his master's chair, from whence he watched the play of the knives and forks and the progress of the choice morsels from the dishes to the mouths of the company with a kind of dark and gloomy joy that was most impressive. "God bless you, old fellow," said Mr. Pickwick. "Same to you, my boy," replied Wardle, and they pledged each other heartily. "Mrs. Wardle," said Mr. Pickwick, "we old folks must have a glass of wine together in honor of this joyful event." The old lady was in a state of great grandeur just then, for she was sitting at the top of the table in the brocaded gown, with her newly married granddaughter on one side and Mr. Pickwick on the other, to do the carving. Mr. Pickwick had not spoken in a very loud tone, but she understood him at once, and drank off a full glass of wine to his long life and happiness, after which the worthy old soul launched forth into a minute and particular account of her own wedding, with a dissertation on the fashion of wearing high-heeled shoes, and some particulars concerning the life and adventures of the beautiful Lady Tollimglower, deceased, at all of which the old lady herself laughed very heartily indeed, and so did the young ladies too, for they were wondering among themselves what on earth Grandma was talking about. When they laughed, the old lady laughed 10 times more heartily, and said that these always had been considered capital stories, which caused them all to laugh again, and put the old lady into the very best of humours. Then the cake was cut and passed through the ring, the young ladies saved pieces to put under their pillows to dream of their future husbands on, and a great deal of blushing and merriment was thereby occasioned. "Mr. Miller," said Mr. Pickwick to his old acquaintance, the hard-headed gentleman, "a glass of wine?" "With great satisfaction, Mr. Pickwick," replied the hard-headed gentleman solemnly. "You'll take me in," said the benevolent old clergyman. "And me," interposed his wife. "And me," said a couple of poor relations at the bottom of the table, who had eaten and drunk very heartily and laughed at everything. Mr. Pickwick expressed his heartfelt delight at every additional suggestion, and his eyes beamed with hilarity and cheerfulness. "Ladies and gentlemen," said Mr. Pickwick, suddenly rising. "Hear, hear! Hear, hear! Hear, hear!" cried Mr. Weller in the excitement of his feelings. "Call in all the servants," cried old Wardle, interposing to prevent the public rebuke which Mr. Weller would otherwise most indubitably have received from his master. "Give them a glass of wine each to drink the toast in. Now, Pickwick." Amidst the silence of the company, the whispering of the women servants, and the awkward embarrassment of the men, Mr. Pickwick proceeded. "Ladies and gentlemen, no, I won't say ladies and gentlemen, I'll call you my friends, my dear friends, if the ladies will allow me to take so great a liberty." Here Mr. Pickwick was interrupted by immense applause from the ladies, echoed by the gentlemen, during which the owner of the eyes was distinctly heard to state that she could kiss that dear Mr. Pickwick. Whereupon Mr. Winkle gallantly inquired if it couldn't be done by deputy, to which the young lady with the black eyes replied, "Go away," and accompanied the request with a look which said as plainly as a look could do, "If you can." "My dear friends," resumed Mr. Pickwick, "I am going to propose the health of the bride and bridegroom, God bless 'em. Cheers and tears. My young friend Trundle I believe to be a very excellent and manly fellow, and his wife I know to be a very amiable and lovely girl, well qualified to transfer to another sphere of action the happiness which for 20 years she has diffused around her in her father's house." Here the fat boy burst forth into stentorian blubberings, and was led forth by the coat collar by Mr. Weller. "I wish," added Mr. Pickwick, "I wish I was young enough to be her sister's husband. Cheers! But failing that, I am happy to be old enough to be her father. For being so, I shall not be suspected of any latent designs when I say that I admire, esteem, and love them both. Cheers and sobs! The bride's father, our good friend there, is a noble person, and I am proud to know him. Great uproar! He is a kind, excellent, independent spirited, fine-hearted, hospitable, liberal man. Enthusiastic shouts from the poor relations at all the adjectives, and especially at the two last. That his daughter may enjoy all the happiness even he can desire, and that he may derive from the contemplation of her felicity all the gratification of heart and peace of mind which he so well deserves, is, I am persuaded, our united wish. So let us drink their healths, and wish them prolonged life and every blessing." Mr. Pickwick concluded amidst a whirlwind of applause, and once more were the lungs of the supernumeraries, under Mr. Weller's command, brought into active and efficient operation. Mr. Wardle proposed Mr. Pickwick, Mr. Pickwick proposed the old lady, Mr. Snodgrass proposed Mr. Wardle, Mr. Wardle proposed Mr. Snodgrass, one of the poor relations proposed Mr. Tupman, and the other poor relation proposed Mr. Winkle. All was happiness and festivity, until the mysterious disappearance of both the poor relations beneath the table warned the party that it was time to adjourn. At dinner they met again, after a 25-mile walk, undertaken by the males at Wardle's recommendation to get rid of the effects of the wine at breakfast. The poor relations had kept in bed all day, with the view of attaining the same happy consummation, but, as they had been unsuccessful, they stopped there. Mr. Weller kept the domestics in a state of perpetual hilarity, and the fat boy divided his time into small alternate allotments of eating and sleeping. The dinner was as hearty an affair as the breakfast, and was quite as noisy, without the tears. Then came the dessert, and some more toasts. Then came the tea and coffee, and then the ball. The best sitting-room at Manor Farm was a good, long, dark-panelled room, with a high chimney-piece and a capacious chimney, up which you could have driven one of the new patent cabs, wheels and all. At the upper end of the room, seated in a shady bower of holly and evergreens, were the two best fiddlers and the only harp in all Muggleton. In all sorts of recesses and on all kinds of brackets stood massive old silver candlesticks with 4 branches each. The carpet was up, the candles burned bright, the fire blazed and crackled on the hearth, and merry voices and light-hearted laughter rang through the room. If any of the old English yeomen had turned into fairies when they died, it was just the place in which they would have held their revels. If anything could have added to the interest of this agreeable scene, it would have been the remarkable fact of Mr. Pickwick's appearing without his gaiters for the first time within the memory of his oldest friends. "You mean to dance?" said Wardle. "Of course I do," replied Mr. Pickwick. "Don't you see I am dressed for the purpose?" Mr. Pickwick called attention to his speckled silk stockings and smartly tied pumps. "You in silk stockings!" exclaimed Mr. Tupman, jocosely. "And why not, sir, why not?" said Mr. Pickwick, turning warmly upon him. "Oh, of course there is no reason why you shouldn't wear them," responded Mr. Tupman. "I imagine not, sir, I imagine not," said Mr. Pickwick in a very peremptory tone. Mr. Tupman had contemplated a laugh, but he found it was a serious matter, so he looked grave, and said they were a pretty pattern. "I hope they are," said Mr. Pickwick, fixing his eyes upon his friend. "You see nothing extraordinary in the stockings as stockings, I trust, sir?" "Certainly not, oh, certainly not," replied Mr. Tupman. He walked away, and Mr. Pickwick's countenance resumed its customary benign expression. "We are all ready, I believe," said Mr. Pickwick, who was stationed with the old lady at the top of the dance, and had already made 4 false starts in his excessive anxiety to commence. "Then begin at once," said Wardle. "Now!" Up struck the 2 fiddles and the 1 harp, and off went Mr. Pickwick into Hands Across, when there was a general clapping of hands and a cry of "Stop! Stop!" "What's the matter?" said Mr. Pickwick, who was only brought to by the fiddles and harp desisting, and could have been stopped by no other earthly power if the house had been on fire. "Where's Arabella Allen?" cried a dozen voices. "And Winkle," added Mr. Tupman. "Here we are!" exclaimed that gentleman, emerging with his pretty companion from the corner. As he did so, it would have been hard to tell which was the redder in the face, he or the young lady with the black eyes. "What an extraordinary thing it is, Winkle," said Mr. Pickwick rather pettishly, "that you couldn't have taken your place before." "Not at all extraordinary," said Mr. Winkle. "Well," said Mr. Pickwick, with a very expressive smile, as his eyes rested on Arabella, "well, I don't know that it was extraordinary either, after all." However, there was no time to think more about the matter, for the fiddles and harp began in real earnest. Away went Mr. Pickwick, hands across, down the middle to the very end of the room, and half-way up the chimney, back again to the door, poussette everywhere, loud stamp on the ground, ready for the next couple, off again, all the figure over once more, another stamp to beat out the time, next couple, and the next again. Never was such going. At last, after they had reached the bottom of the dance, and full 14 couple after the old lady had retired in an exhausted state, and the clergyman's wife had been substituted in her stead, did that gentleman, when there was no demand whatever on his exertions, keep perpetually dancing in his place to keep time to the music, smiling on his partner all the while with a blandness of demeanor which baffles all description. Long before Mr. Pickwick was weary of dancing, the newly married couple had retired from the scene. There was a glorious supper downstairs, notwithstanding, and a good long sitting after it, and when Mr. Pickwick awoke, late the next morning, he had a confused recollection of having, severally and confidentially, invited somewhere about 45 people to dine with him at the George and Vulture, the very first time they came to London, which Mr. Pickwick rightly considered a pretty certain indication of his having taken something besides exercise on the previous night. "And so your family has games in the kitchen to-night, my dear, has they?" inquired Sam of Emma. "Yes, Mr. Weller," replied Emma, "we always have on Christmas Eve. Master wouldn't neglect to keep it up on any account." "Your master's a wery pretty notion of keeping anything up, my dear," said Mr. Weller. "I never see such a sensible sort of man as he is, or such a reg'lar gentleman." "Oh, that he is," said the fat boy, joining in the conversation. "Don't he breed nice pork?" The fat youth gave a semi-cannibalic leer at Mr. Weller as he thought of the roast legs and gravy. "Oh, you've woke up at last, have you?" said Sam. The fat boy nodded. "I'll tell you what it is, young boa constrictor," said Mr. Weller impressively. "If you don't sleep a little less, and exercise a little more, when you comes to be a man you'll lay yourself open to the same sort of personal inconwenience as was inflicted on the old gentleman as wore the pigtail." "What did they do to him?" inquired the fat boy in a faltering voice. "I'm a-going to tell you," replied Mr. Weller. "He was one of the largest patterns as was ever turned out, reg'lar fat man as hadn't caught a glimpse of his own shoes for 45 year." "Lor!" exclaimed Emma. "No, that he hadn't, my dear," said Mr. Weller, "and if you'd put an exact model of his own legs on the dinin' table afore him, he wouldn't ha' known 'em. Well, he always walks to his office with a wery handsome gold watch chain hanging out, about 1.25 foot, and a gold watch in his fob pocket as was worth, I'm afraid to say how much, but as much as a watch can be. A large, heavy, round manufactor, as stout for a watch as he was for a man, and with a big face in proportion. 'You'd better not carry that ar watch,' says the old gentleman's friends. 'You'll be robbed in it,' says they. 'Shall I?' says he. 'Yes, you will,' says they. 'Well,' says he, 'I should like to see the thief as could get this here watch out, for I'm blessed if I ever can, it's such a tight fit,' says he, 'and whenever I vants to know what's o'clock, I'm obliged to stare into the bakers' shops,' he says. Well, then he laughs as hearty as if he was a-going to pieces, and out he walks again with his powdered head and pigtail, and rolls down the Strand with the chain hanging out furder than ever, and the great round watch almost busting through his grey kersey smalls. There warn't a pickpocket in all London as didn't take a pull at that chain, but the chain 'ud never break, and the watch 'ud never come out, so they soon got tired of dragging such a heavy old gentleman along the pavement, and he'd go home and laugh till the pigtail wibrated like the pendulum of a Dutch clock." At last one day the old gentleman was a rolling along, and he sees a pickpocket, as he knowed by sight, a coming up, arm in arm with a little boy with a werry large head. "Here's a game," says the old gentleman to himself. "They're a going to have another try, but it won't do." So he begins a chuckling werry hearty, when, all of a sudden, the little boy leaves hold of the pickpocket's arm and rushes head foremost straight into the old gentleman's stomach, and for a moment doubles him right up with the pain. "Murder!" says the old gentleman. "All right, sir," says the pickpocket, a whispering in his ear, and when he comes straight agin, the watch and chain was gone, and what's worse than that, the old gentleman's digestion was all wrong ever afterwards, to the werry last day of his life. So just you look about you, young feller, and take care you don't get too fat. As Mr. Weller concluded this moral tale, with which the fat boy appeared much affected, they all three repaired to the large kitchen, in which the family were by this time assembled, according to annual custom on Christmas Eve, observed by old Wardle's forefathers from time immemorial. From the center of the ceiling of this kitchen, old Wardle had just suspended with his own hands a huge branch of mistletoe, and this same branch of mistletoe instantaneously gave rise to a scene of general and most delightful struggling and confusion, in the midst of which Mr. Pickwick, with a gallantry that would have done honor to a descendant of Lady Tollimglower herself, took the old lady by the hand, led her beneath the mystic branch, and saluted her in all courtesy and decorum. The old lady submitted to this piece of practical politeness with all the dignity which befitted so important and serious a solemnity, but the younger ladies, not being so thoroughly imbued with a superstitious veneration for the custom, or imagining that the value of a salute is very much enhanced if it cost a little trouble to obtain it, screamed and struggled and ran into corners, and threatened and remonstrated, and did everything but leave the room, until some of the less adventurous gentlemen were on the point of desisting, when they all at once found it useless to resist any longer, and submitted to be kissed with a good grace. Mr. Winkle kissed the young lady with the black eyes, and Mr. Snodgrass kissed Emily, and Mr. Weller, not being particular about the form of being under the mistletoe, kissed Emma and the other female servants just as he caught them. As to the poor relations, they kissed everybody, not even excepting the plainer portions of the young lady visitors, who, in their excessive confusion, ran right under the mistletoe as soon as it was hung up without knowing it. Wardle stood with his back to the fire, surveying the whole scene with the utmost satisfaction, and the fat boy took the opportunity of appropriating to his own use and summarily devouring a particularly fine mince pie that had been carefully put by for somebody else. Now the screaming had subsided, and faces were in a glow, and curls in a tangle, and Mr. Pickwick, after kissing the old lady, as before mentioned, was standing under the mistletoe, looking with a very pleased countenance on all that was passing around him, when the young lady with the black eyes, after a little whispering with the other young ladies, made a sudden dart forward, and putting her arm round Mr. Pickwick's neck, saluted him affectionately on the left cheek, and before Mr. Pickwick distinctly knew what was the matter, he was surrounded by the whole body and kissed by every one of them. It was a pleasant thing to see Mr. Pickwick in the center of the group, now pulled this way and then that, and first kissed on the chin, and then on the nose, and then on the spectacles, and to hear the peals of laughter which were raised on every side. But it was a still more pleasant thing to see Mr. Pickwick, blinded shortly afterwards with a silk handkerchief, falling up against the wall, and scrambling into corners, and going through all the mysteries of blind man's buff, with the utmost relish for the game, until at last he caught one of the poor relations, and then had to evade the blind man himself, which he did with a nimbleness and agility that elicited the admiration and applause of all beholders. The poor relations caught the people who they thought would like it, and when the game flagged, got caught themselves. When they all tired of blind man's buff, there was a great game at snapdragon, and when fingers enough were burned with that, and all the raisins were gone, they sat down by the huge fire of blazing logs to a substantial supper and a mighty bowl of wassail, something smaller than an ordinary wash-house copper, in which the hot apples were hissing and bubbling with a rich look and a jolly sound that were perfectly irresistible. "This," said Mr. Pickwick, looking round him, "this is indeed comfort." "Our invariable custom," replied Mr. Wardle. "Everybody sits down with us on Christmas Eve, as you see them now, servants and all, and here we wait until the clock strikes 12 to usher Christmas in and beguile the time with forfeits and old stories. Trundle, my boy, rake up the fire." Up flew the bright sparks in myriads as the logs were stirred. The deep red blaze sent forth a rich glow that penetrated into the farthest corner of the room and cast its cheerful tint on every face. "Come," said Wardle, "a song, a Christmas song." "I'll give you one in default of a better." "Bravo!" said Mr. Pickwick. "Fill up!" cried Wardle. "It will be 2 hours good before you see the bottom of the bowl through the deep rich color of the wassail. Fill up all round, and now for the song." Thus saying, the merry old gentleman, in a good round sturdy voice, commenced, without more ado, A Christmas Carol. "I care not for spring on his fickle wing, that the blossoms and buds be born. He woos them amain with his treacherous rein, and he scatters them ere the morn. An inconstant elf, he knows not himself, nor his own changing mind and hour. He'll smile in your face, and with wry grimace he'll wither your youngest flower. Let the summer sun to his bright home run, he shall never be sought by me. When he's dimmed by a cloud, I can laugh aloud, and care not how sulky he be. For his darling child is the madness wild, that sports in fierce fever's train, and when love is too strong it don't last long, as many have found to their pain. A mild harvest night by the tranquil light of the modest and gentle moon has a far sweeter sheen for me, I ween, than the broad and unblushing noon. But every leaf awakens my grief as it lieth beneath the tree, so let autumn air be never so fair, it by no means agrees with me. But my song I troll out for Christmas stout, the hearty, the true, and the bold. A bumper I drain, and with might and main give 3 cheers for this Christmas old. We'll usher him in with a merry din that shall gladden his joyous heart, and we'll keep him up while there's bite or sup, and in fellowship good we'll part. In his fine honest pride he scorns to hide one jot of his hard weather scars. They're no disgrace, for there's much the same trace on the cheeks of our bravest tars. Then again I sing till the roof doth ring, and it echoes from wall to wall, to the stout old wight fair welcome tonight, as the king of the seasons all. This song was tumultuously applauded, for friends and dependents make a capital audience, and the poor relations especially were in perfect ecstasies of rapture. Again was the fire replenished, and again went the wassail round. "How it snows!" said one of the men in a low tone. "Snows, does it?" said Wardle. "Rough, cold night, sir," replied the man, "and there's a wind got up that drifts it across the fields in a thick white cloud." "What does Jem say?" inquired the old lady. "There ain't anything the matter, is there?" "No, no, mother," replied Wardle. "He says there's a snowdrift, and a wind that's piercing cold. I should know that by the way it rumbles in the chimney." "Ah," said the old lady, "there was just such a wind and just such a fall of snow a good many years back, I recollect, just 5 years before your poor father died. It was a Christmas Eve, too, and I remember that on that very night he told us the story about the Goblins that carried away old Gabriel Grubb." "The story about what?" said Mr. Pickwick. "Oh, nothing, nothing," replied Wardle. "About an old Sexton that the good people down here suppose to have been carried away by goblins." "Suppose!" ejaculated the old lady. "Is there anybody hardy enough to disbelieve it? Suppose! Haven't you heard ever since you were a child that he was carried away by the goblins? And don't you know he was?" "Very well, mother, he was, if you like," said Wardle, laughing. "He was carried away by goblins, Pickwick, and there's an end of the matter." "No, no," said Mr. Pickwick, "not an end of it, I assure you, for I must hear how and why and all about it." Wardle smiled as every head was bent forward to hear, and filling out the wassail with no stinted hand, nodded a health to Mr. Pickwick and began as follows. But bless our editorial heart, what a long chapter we have been betrayed into. We had quite forgotten all such petty restrictions as chapters, we solemnly declare. So here goes, to give the goblin a fair start and a new one, a clear stage and no favor for the goblins, ladies and gentlemen, if you please. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of the Pickwick Papers by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Debra Lynn. The Pickwick Papers by Charles Dickens. Chapter 29. The Story of the Goblins Who Stole a Sexton.
In an old abbey town, down in this part of the country, a long, long while ago, so long that the story must be a true one, because our great-grandfathers implicitly believed it, there officiated as sexton and gravedigger in the churchyard one Gabriel Grubb. It by no means follows that because a man is a sexton, and constantly surrounded by the emblems of mortality, therefore he should be a morose and melancholy man. Your undertakers are the merriest fellows in the world, and I once had the honour of being on intimate terms with a mute who in private life and off duty was as comical and jocose a little fellow as ever chirped out a devil-may-care song without a hitch in his memory, or drained off a good stiff glass without stopping for breath. But notwithstanding these precedents to the contrary, Gabriel Grubb was an ill-conditioned, cross-grained, surly fellow, a morose and lonely man, who consorted with nobody but himself, and an old wicker bottle which fitted into his large deep waistcoat pocket, and who eyed each merry face as it passed him by with such a deep scowl of malice and ill humour as it was difficult to meet without feeling something the worse for. A little before twilight, one Christmas Eve, Gabriel shouldered his spade, lighted his lantern, and betook himself towards the old churchyard, for he had got a grave to finish by next morning, and, feeling very low, he thought it might raise his spirits, perhaps, if he went on with his work at once. As he went his way up the ancient street, he saw the cheerful light of the blazing fires gleam through the old casements, and heard the loud laugh and the cheerful shouts of those who were assembled around them. He marked the bustling preparations for next day's cheer, and smelled the numerous savoury odours consequent thereupon, as they steamed up from the kitchen windows in clouds. All this was gall and wormwood to the heart of Gabriel Grubb, and when groups of children bounded out of the houses, tripped across the road, and were met, before they could knock at the opposite door, by half a dozen curly-headed little rascals who crowded round them as they flocked upstairs to spend the evening in their Christmas games, Gabriel smiled grimly, and clutched the handle of his spade with a firmer grasp, as he thought of measles, scarlet fever, thrush, whooping cough, and a good many other sources of consolation besides. In this happy frame of mind, Gabriel strode along, returning a short sullen growl to the good-humoured greetings of such of his neighbours as now and then passed him, until he turned into the dark lane which led to the churchyard. Now Gabriel had been looking forward to reaching the dark lane, because it was, generally speaking, a nice, gloomy, mournful place, into which the townspeople did not much care to go, except in broad daylight and when the sun was shining. Consequently, he was not a little indignant to hear a young urchin roaring out some jolly song about a Merry Christmas in this very sanctuary which had been called Coffin Lane ever since the days of the old abbey and the time of the shaven-headed monks. As Gabriel walked on and the voice drew nearer, he found it proceeded from a small boy who was hurrying along to join one of the little parties in the old street, and who, partly to keep himself company, and partly to prepare himself for the occasion, was shouting out the song at the highest pitch of his lungs. So Gabriel waited until the boy came up, and then dodged him into a corner, and rapped him over the head with his lantern 5 or 6 times, just to teach him to modulate his voice. And as the boy hurried away with his hand to his head, singing quite a different sort of tune, Gabriel Grubb chuckled very heartily to himself, and entered the churchyard, locking the gate behind him. He took off his coat, set down his lantern, and getting into the unfinished grave, worked at it for an hour or so with right good will. But the earth was hardened with the frost, and it was no very easy matter to break it up and shovel it out. And although there was a moon, it was a very young one, and shed little light upon the grave, which was in the shadow of the church. At any other time these obstacles would have made Gabriel Grubb very moody and miserable, but he was so well pleased with having stopped the small boy's singing that he took little heed of the scanty progress he had made, and looked down into the grave, when he had finished work for the night, with grim satisfaction, murmuring, as he gathered up his things, "Brave lodgings for one, brave lodgings for one, a few feet of cold earth when life is done. A stone at the head, a stone at the feet, a rich juicy meal for the worms to eat. Rank grass overhead and damp clay around, brave lodgings for one, these in holy ground. Ho, ho, laughed Gabriel Grubb, as he sat himself down on a flat tombstone, which was a favourite resting place of his, and drew forth his wicker bottle. A coffin at Christmas! A Christmas box! Ho, ho, ho! Ho, ho, ho! Repeated a voice which sounded close behind him. Gabriel paused in some alarm in the act of raising the wicker bottle to his lips, and looked round. The bottom of the oldest grave about him was not more still and quiet than the churchyard in the pale moonlight. The cold hoar-frost glistened on the tombstones, and sparkled like rows of gems among the stone carvings of the old church. The snow lay hard and crisp upon the ground, and spread over the thickly strewn mounds of earth, so white and smooth a cover that it seemed as if corpses lay there, hidden only by their winding sheets. Not the faintest rustle broke the profound tranquillity of the solemn scene. Sound itself appeared to be frozen up, all was so cold and still. "It was the echoes," said Gabriel Grubb, raising the bottle to his lips again. "It was not," said a deep voice. Gabriel started up and stood rooted to the spot with astonishment and terror, for his eyes rested on a form that made his blood run cold. Seated on an upright tombstone close to him was a strange, unearthly figure whom Gabriel felt at once was no being of this world. His long, fantastic legs, which might have reached the ground, were cocked up and crossed after a quaint, fantastic fashion. His sinewy arms were bare, and his hands rested on his knees. On his short, round body he wore a close covering, ornamented with small slashes. A short cloak dangled at his back. The collar was cut into curious peaks, which served the goblin in lieu of ruff or neckerchief, and his shoes curled up at his toes into long points. On his head he wore a broad-brimmed sugar-loaf hat, garnished with a single feather. The hat was covered with the white frost, and the goblin looked as if he had sat on the same tombstone very comfortably for 200 or 300 years. He was sitting perfectly still, his tongue was put out as if in derision, and he was grinning at Gabriel Grubb with such a grin as only a goblin could call up. "It was not the echoes," said the goblin. Gabriel Grubb was paralyzed and could make no reply. "What do you do here on Christmas Eve?" said the goblin sternly. "I came to dig a grave, sir," stammered Gabriel Grubb. "What man wanders among graves and churchyards on such a night as this?" cried the goblin. "Gabriel Grubb! Gabriel Grubb!" screamed a wild chorus of voices that seemed to fill the churchyard. Gabriel looked fearfully round. Nothing was to be seen. "What have you got in that bottle?" said the goblin. "Hollands, sir," replied the sexton, trembling more than ever, for he had bought it of the smugglers, and he thought that perhaps his questioner might be in the excise department of the goblins. "Who drinks Hollands alone, and in a churchyard on such a night as this?" said the goblin. "Gabriel Grubb! Gabriel Grubb!" exclaimed the wild voices again. The goblin leered maliciously at the terrified sexton, and then raising his voice exclaimed, "And who, then, is our fair and lawful prize?" To this inquiry the invisible chorus replied in a strain that sounded like the voices of many choristers singing to the mighty swell of the old church organ, a strain that seemed borne to the sexton's ears upon a wild wind, and to die away as it passed onward. But the burden of the reply was still the same: "Gabriel Grubb! Gabriel Grubb!" The goblin grinned a broader grin than before as he said, "Well, Gabriel, what do you say to this?" The sexton gasped for breath. "What do you think of this, Gabriel?" said the goblin, kicking up his feet in the air on either side of the tombstone, and looking at the turned-up points with as much complacency as if he had been contemplating the most fashionable pair of Wellingtons in all Bond Street. It's very curious, sir," replied the sexton, half dead with fright. "Very curious, and very pretty. But I think I'll go back and finish my work, sir, if you please." "Work," said the goblin. "What work?" "The graves, sir, making the graves," stammered the sexton. "Oh, the grave, eh?" said the goblin. "Who makes graves at a time when all other men are merry, and takes a pleasure in it?" Again the mysterious voices replied, "Gabriel Grubb! Gabriel Grubb!" "I am afraid my friends want you, Gabriel," said the goblin, thrusting his tongue farther into his cheek than ever, and a most astonishing tongue it was. "I'm afraid my friends want you, Gabriel," said the goblin. "Under favour, sir," replied the horror-stricken sexton. "I don't think they can, sir. They don't know me, sir. I don't think the gentlemen have ever seen me, sir." "Oh, yes, they have," replied the goblin. "We know the man with the sulky face and grim scowl that came down the street tonight, throwing his evil looks at the children and grasping his burying spade the tighter. We know the man who struck the boy in the envious malice of his heart, because the boy could be merry and he could not. We know him. We know him." Here the goblin gave a loud shrill laugh, which the echoes returned 20-fold, and throwing his legs up in the air, stood upon his head, or rather upon the very point of his sugar-loaf hat, on the narrow edge of the tombstone, whence he threw a somerset with extraordinary agility right to the sexton's feet, at which he planted himself in the attitude in which tailors generally sit upon the shop-board. I'm afraid I must leave you, sir," said the sexton, making an effort to move. "Leave us?" said the goblin. "Gabriel Grubb going to leave us? Ho, ho, ho!" As the goblin laughed, the sexton observed for one instant a brilliant illumination within the windows of the church, as if the whole building were lighted up. It disappeared, the organ pealed forth a lively air, and whole troops of goblins, the very counterpart of the first one, poured into the churchyard and began playing at leap-frog with the tombstones, never stopping for an instant to take breath, but overing the highest among them, one after the other, with the most marvellous dexterity. The first goblin was a most astonishing leaper, and none of the others could come near him. Even in the extremity of his terror, the sexton could not help observing that while his friends were content to leap over the common-sized gravestones, the first one took the family vaults, iron railings and all, with as much ease as if they had been so many street-posts. At last the game reached to a most exciting pitch. The organ played quicker and quicker, and the goblins leaped faster and faster, coiling themselves up, rolling head over heels upon the ground, and bounding over the tombstones like footballs. The sexton's brain whirled round with the rapidity of the motion he beheld, and his legs reeled beneath him, as the spirits flew before his eyes, when the goblin king, suddenly darting towards him, laid his hand upon his collar and sank with him through the earth. When Gabriel Grubb had had time to fetch his breath, which the rapidity of his descent had for the moment taken away, he found himself in what appeared to be a large cavern, surrounded on all sides by crowds of goblins, ugly and grim. In the centre of the room, on an elevated seat, was stationed his friend of the churchyard, and close behind him stood Gabriel Grubb himself, without power of motion. "Cold to-night," said the king of the goblins, "very cold. A glass of something warm here." At this command half a dozen officious goblins, with a perpetual smile upon their faces, whom Gabriel Grubb imagined to be courtiers on that account, hastily disappeared, and presently returned with a goblet of liquid fire, which they presented to the king. "Ah!" cried the goblin, whose cheeks and throat were transparent, as he tossed down the flame, "this warms one indeed. Bring a bumper of the same for Mr. Grubb." It was in vain for the unfortunate sexton to protest that he was not in the habit of taking anything warm at night. One of the goblins held him, while another poured the blazing liquid down his throat. The whole assembly screeched with laughter as he coughed and choked and wiped away the tears which gushed plentifully from his eyes after swallowing the burning draught. "Now," said the king, fantastically poking the taper corner of his sugar-loaf hat into the sexton's eye, and thereby occasioning him the most exquisite pain, "and now show the man of misery and gloom a few of the pictures from our own great storehouse." As the goblin said this, a thick cloud, which obscured the remoter end of the cavern, rolled gradually away, and disclosed, apparently at a great distance, a small and scantily furnished but neat and clean apartment. A crowd of little children were gathered round a bright fire, clinging to their mother's gown, and gambolling around her chair. The mother occasionally rose and drew aside the window curtain, as if to look for some expected object. A frugal meal was ready spread upon the table, and an elbow chair was placed near the fire. A knock was heard at the door. The mother opened it, and the children crowded round her and clapped their hands for joy as their father entered. He was wet and weary, and shook the snow from his garments as the children crowded round him, and seizing his cloak, hat, stick, and gloves with busy zeal, ran with them from the room. Then, as he sat down to his meal before the fire, the children climbed about his knee, and the mother sat by his side, and all seemed happiness and comfort. But a change came upon the view almost imperceptibly. The scene was altered to a small bedroom, where the fairest and youngest child lay dying. The roses had fled from his cheek, and the light from his eye, and even as the sexton looked upon him with an interest he had never felt or known before, he died. His young brothers and sisters crowded round his little bed, and seized his tiny hand, so cold and heavy, but they shrank back from its touch, and looked with awe on his infant face, for calm and tranquil as it was, and sleeping in rest and peace as the beautiful child seemed to be, they saw that he was dead, and they knew that he was an angel looking down upon and blessing them from a bright and happy heaven. Again the light cloud passed across the picture, and again the subject changed. The father and mother were old and helpless now, and the number of those about them was diminished more than half, but content and cheerfulness sat on every face and beamed in every eye as they crowded round the fireside and told and listened to old stories of earlier and bygone days. Slowly and peacefully the father sank into the grave, and soon after the sharer of all his cares and troubles followed him to a place of rest. The few who yet survived them kneeled by their tomb and watered the green turf which covered it with their tears, then rose and turned away, sadly and mournfully, but not with bitter cries or despairing lamentations, for they knew that they should one day meet again, and once more they mixed with the busy world, and their content and cheerfulness were restored. The cloud settled upon the picture and concealed it from the sexton's view. "What do you think of that?" said the goblin, turning his large face towards Gabriel Grubb. Gabriel murmured out something about its being very pretty, and looked somewhat ashamed as the goblin bent his fiery eyes upon him. "You miserable man!" said the goblin in a tone of excessive contempt. "You!" He appeared disposed to add more, but indignation choked his utterance, so he lifted up one of his very pliable legs, and flourishing it above his head a little, to ensure his aim, administered a good sound kick to Gabriel Grubb, immediately after which all the goblins in waiting crowded round the wretched sexton, and kicked him without mercy, according to the established and invariable custom of courtiers upon earth, who kick whom royalty kicks, and hug whom royalty hugs. "Show him some more," said the king of the goblins. At these words the cloud was dispelled, and a rich and beautiful landscape was disclosed to view. There is just such another to this day within half a mile of the old abbey town. The sun shone from out the clear blue sky, the water sparkled beneath his rays, and the trees looked greener, and the flowers more gay beneath its cheering influence. The water rippled on with a pleasant sound, the trees rustled in the light wind that murmured among their leaves, the birds sang upon the boughs, and the lark caroled on high her welcome to the morning. Yes, it was morning, the bright, balmy morning of summer. The minutest leaf, the smallest blade of grass was instinct with life. The ant crept forth to her daily toil, the butterfly fluttered and basked in the warm rays of the sun, myriads of insects spread their transparent wings and revelled in their brief but happy existence. Man walked forth elated with the scene, and all was brightness and splendor. "You, a miserable man!" said the king of the goblins, in a more contemptuous tone than before. And again the king of the goblins gave his leg a flourish. Again it descended on the shoulders of the sexton, and again the attendant goblins imitated the example of their chief. Many a time the cloud went and came, and many a lesson it taught to Gabriel Grubb, who, although his shoulders smarted with pain from the frequent applications of the goblin's feet thereunto, looked on with an interest that nothing could diminish. He saw that men who worked hard and earned their scanty bread with lives of labor were cheerful and happy, and that to the most ignorant the sweet face of nature was a never-failing source of cheerfulness and joy. He saw those who had been delicately nurtured and tenderly brought up, cheerful under privations and superior to suffering that would have crushed many of a rougher grain, because they bore within their own bosoms the materials of happiness, contentment, and peace. He saw that women, the tenderest and most fragile of all God's creatures, were the oftenest superior to sorrow, adversity, and distress. And he saw that it was because they bore in their own hearts an inexhaustible wellspring of affection and devotion. Above all, he saw that men like himself, who snarled at the mirth and cheerfulness of others, were the foulest weeds on the fair surface of the earth, and setting all the good of the world against evil, he came to the conclusion that it was a very decent and respectable sort of world after all. No sooner had he formed it than the cloud which had closed over the last picture seemed to settle on his senses and lull him to repose. One by one the goblins faded from his sight, and as the last one disappeared he sank to sleep. The day had broken when Gabriel Grubb awoke, and found himself lying at full length on the flat gravestone in the churchyard, with the wicker bottle lying empty by his side, and his coat, spade, and lantern, all well whitened by the last night's frost, scattered on the ground. The stone on which he had first seen the goblins seated stood bolt upright before him, and the grave at which he had worked the night before was not far off. At first he began to doubt the reality of his adventures, but the acute pain in his shoulders when he attempted to rise assured him that the kicking of the goblins was certainly not ideal. He was staggered again by observing no traces of footsteps in the snow on which the goblins had played at leap-frog with the gravestones, but he speedily accounted for this circumstance when he remembered that, being spirits, they would leave no visible impression behind them. So Gabriel Grubb got on his feet as well as he could, for the pain in his back, and brushing the frost off his coat, put it on, and turned his face towards the town. But he was an altered man, and he could not bear the thought of returning to a place where his repentance would be scoffed at, and his reformation disbelieved. He hesitated for a few moments, and then turned away to wander where he might, and seek his bread elsewhere. The lantern, the spade, and the wicker bottle were found that day in the churchyard. There were a great many speculations about the sexton's fate at first, but it was speedily determined that he had been carried away by the goblins, and there were not wanting some very credible witnesses who had distinctly seen him whisked through the air on the back of a chestnut horse, blind of one eye, with the hind quarters of a lion and the tail of a bear. At length all this was devoutly believed, and the new sexton used to exhibit to the curious, for a trifling emolument, a good-sized piece of the church weathercock which had been accidentally kicked off by the aforesaid horse in his aerial flight, and picked up by himself in the churchyard a year or two afterwards. Unfortunately these stories were somewhat disturbed by the unlooked-for reappearance of Gabriel Grubb himself some 10 years afterward, a ragged, contented, rheumatic old man. He told his story to the clergyman and also to the mayor, and in course of time it began to be received as a matter of history, in which form it has continued down to this very day. The believers in the weathercock tale, having misplaced their confidence once, were not easily prevailed upon to part with it again, so they looked as wise as they could, shrugged their shoulders, touched their foreheads, and murmured something about Gabriel Grubb having drunk all the Hollands, and then fallen asleep on the flat tombstone. And they affected to explain what he supposed he had witnessed in the Goblins' cavern by saying that he had seen the world and grown wiser. But this opinion, which was by no means a popular one at any time, gradually died off. And be the matter how it may, as Gabriel Grubb was afflicted with rheumatism to the end of his days, this story has at least one moral, if it teach no better one, and that is, that if a man turn sulky and drink by himself at Christmas time, he may make up his mind to be not a bit the better for it. Let the spirits be never so good, or let them be even as many degrees beyond proof as those which Gabriel Grubb saw in the Goblins' cavern. End of chapter 29.
Chapter 30 of the Pickwick Papers by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Debra Lynn. The Pickwick Papers by Charles Dickens. Chapter 30. how the Pickwickians made and cultivated the acquaintance of a couple of nice young men belonging to one of the liberal professions, how they disported themselves on the ice, and how their visit came to a conclusion.
"Well, Sam," said Mr. Pickwick, as that favoured servitor entered his bedchamber with his warm water on the morning of Christmas Day, "still frosty?" "Water in the wash-hand basin's a mask o' ice, sir," responded Sam. "Severe weather, Sam," observed Mr. Pickwick. "Fine time for them as is well wropped up, as the polar bear said to himself when he was practising his skating," replied Mr. Weller. "I shall be down in a quarter of an hour, Sam," said Mr. Pickwick, untying his nightcap. "Wery good, sir," replied Sam. "There's a couple of sawbones downstairs." "A couple of what?" exclaimed Mr. Pickwick, sitting up in bed. "A couple of sawbones," said Sam. "What's a sawbones?" inquired Mr. Pickwick, not quite certain whether it was a live animal or something to eat. "What! Don't you know what a sawbones is, sir?" inquired Mr. Weller. "I thought everybody knowed as a sawbones was a surgeon." "Oh, a surgeon, eh?" said Mr. Pickwick with a smile. "Just that, sir," replied Sam. "These here ones as is below, though, ain't reg'lar thoroughbred sawbones. They're only in trainin'." "In other words, they're medical students, I suppose," said Mr. Pickwick. Sam Weller nodded assent. "I am glad of it," said Mr. Pickwick, casting his nightcap energetically on the counterpane. "They are fine fellows, very fine fellows, with judgments matured by observation and reflection, and tastes refined by reading and study. I am very glad of it." "They're a smoking cigars by the kitchen fire," said Sam. "Ah," observed Mr. Pickwick, rubbing his hands, "overflowing with kindly feelings and animal spirits. Just what I like to see." "And one on 'em," said Sam, not noticing his master's interruption, "one on 'em's got his legs on the table and is a drinking brandy neat, while t'other one, him in the barnacles, has got a barrel o' oysters atween his knees, which he's a opening like steam, and as fast as he eats 'em he takes a aim with the shells at young Dropsy, who's a sitting down fast asleep in the chimbley corner." "Eccentricities of genius, Sam," said Mr. Pickwick. "You may retire." Sam did retire accordingly. Mr. Pickwick, at the expiration of the quarter of an hour, went down to breakfast. "Here he is at last," said old Mr. Wardle. "Pickwick, this is Miss Allen's brother, Mr. Benjamin Allen. Ben we call him, and so may you, if you like. This gentleman is his very particular friend, Mr. Bob Sawyer," interposed Mr. Benjamin Allen, whereupon Mr. Bob Sawyer and Mr. Benjamin Allen laughed in concert. Mr. Pickwick bowed to Bob Sawyer, and Bob Sawyer bowed to Mr. Pickwick. Bob and his very particular friend then applied themselves most assiduously to the eatables before them, and Mr. Pickwick had an opportunity of glancing at them both. Mr. Benjamin Allen was a coarse, stout, thick-set young man, with black hair cut rather short, and a white face cut rather long. He was embellished with spectacles, and wore a white neckerchief. Below his single-breasted black surtout, which was buttoned up to his chin, appeared the usual number of pepper and salt coloured legs, terminating in a pair of imperfectly polished boots. Although his coat was short in the sleeves, it disclosed no vestige of a linen wristband, and although there was quite enough of his face to admit of the encroachment of a shirt collar, it was not graced by the smallest approach to that appendage. He presented, altogether, rather a mildewy appearance, and emitted a fragrant odour of full-flavoured Cubas. Mr. Bob Sawyer, who was habited in a coarse blue coat, which, without being either a great coat or a surtout, partook of the nature and qualities of both, had about him that sort of slovenly smartness and swaggering gait which is peculiar to young gentlemen who smoke in the streets by day, shout and scream in the same by night, call waiters by their Christian names, and do various other acts and deeds of an equally facetious description. He wore a pair of plaid trousers and a large, rough, double-breasted waistcoat. Out of doors he carried a thick stick with a big top. He eschewed gloves, and looked, upon the whole, something like a dissipated Robinson Crusoe. Such were the two worthies to whom Mr. Pickwick was introduced as he took his seat at the breakfast table on Christmas morning. "Splendid morning, gentlemen," said Mr. Pickwick. Mr. Bob Sawyer slightly nodded his assent to the proposition, and asked Mr. Benjamin Allen for the mustard. "Have you come far this morning, gentlemen?" inquired Mr. Pickwick. "Blue Lion at Muggleton," briefly responded Mr. Allen. "You should have joined us last night," said Mr. Pickwick. "So we should," replied Bob Sawyer, "but the brandy was too good to leave in a hurry, wasn't it, Ben?" "Certainly," said Mr. Benjamin Allen. "And the cigars were not bad, or the pork chops either, were they, Bob?" "Decidedly not," said Bob. The particular friends resumed their attack upon the breakfast more freely than before, as if the recollection of last night's supper had imparted a new relish to the meal. "Peg away, Bob," said Mr. Allen to his companion encouragingly. "So I do," replied Bob Sawyer. And so, to do him justice, he did. "Nothing like dissecting to give one an appetite," said Mr. Bob Sawyer, looking round the table. Mr. Pickwick slightly shuddered. "By the by, Bob," said Mr. Allen, "have you finished that leg yet?" "Nearly," replied Sawyer, helping himself to half a fowl as he spoke. "It's a very muscular one for a child's." "Is it?" inquired Mr. Allen carelessly. "Very," said Bob Sawyer with his mouth full. "I've put my name down for an arm at our place," said Mr. Allen. "We're clubbing for a subject, and the list is nearly full, only we can't get hold of any fellow that wants a head. I wish you'd take it." "No," replied Bob Sawyer, "can't afford expensive luxuries." "Nonsense," said Allen. "Can't indeed," rejoined Bob Sawyer. "I wouldn't mind a brain, but I couldn't stand a whole head." "Hush, hush, gentlemen, pray," said Mr. Pickwick. "I hear the ladies." As Mr. Pickwick spoke, the ladies, gallantly escorted by Messrs. Snodgrass, Winkle, and Tupman, returned from an early walk. "Why, Ben," said Arabella, in a tone which expressed more surprise than pleasure at the sight of her brother. "Come to take you home to morrow," replied Benjamin. Mr. Winkle turned pale. "Don't you see Bob Sawyer, Arabella?" inquired Mr. Benjamin Allen, somewhat reproachfully. Arabella gracefully held out her hand in acknowledgment of Bob Sawyer's presence. A thrill of hatred struck to Mr. Winkle's heart as Bob Sawyer inflicted on the proffered hand a perceptible squeeze. "Ben, dear," said Arabella, blushing, have you been introduced to Mr. Winkle?" "I have not been, but I shall be very happy to be, Arabella," replied her brother gravely. Here Mr. Allen bowed grimly to Mr. Winkle, while Mr. Winkle and Mr. Bob Sawyer glanced mutual distrust out of the corners of their eyes. The arrival of the two new visitors, and the consequent check upon Mr. Winkle and the young lady with the fur round her boots, would in all probability have proved a very unpleasant interruption to the hilarity of the party, had not the cheerfulness of Mr. Pickwick and the good humour of the host been exerted to the very utmost for the common weal. Mr. Winkle gradually insinuated himself into the good graces of Mr. Benjamin Allen, and even joined in a friendly conversation with Mr. Bob Sawyer, who, enlivened with the brandy and the breakfast and the talking, gradually ripened into a state of extreme facetiousness, and related with much glee an agreeable anecdote about the removal of a tumour on some gentleman's head, which he illustrated by means of an oyster knife and a half-quartern loaf, to the great edification of the assembled company. Then the whole train went to church, where Mr. Benjamin Allen fell fast asleep, while Mr. Bob Sawyer abstracted his thoughts from worldly matters by the ingenious process of carving his name on the seat of the pew in corpulent letters of 4 inches long. "Now," said Wardle, after a substantial lunch, with the agreeable items of strong beer and cherry brandy had been done ample justice to, "what say you to an hour on the ice? We shall have plenty of time." "Capital," said Mr. Benjamin Allen. "Prime," ejaculated Mr. Bob Sawyer. "You skate, of course, Winkle," said Wardle. Yes, oh yes," replied Mr. Winkle. "I am rather out of practice." "Oh, do skate, Mr. Winkle," said Arabella. "I like to see it so much." "Oh, it is so graceful," said another young lady. A third young lady said it was elegant, and a fourth expressed her opinion that it was swan-like. "I should be very happy, I'm sure," said Mr. Winkle, reddening, "but I have no skates." This objection was at once overruled. Trundle had a couple of pair, and the fat boy announced that there were half a dozen more downstairs, whereat Mr. Winkle expressed exquisite delight and looked exquisitely uncomfortable. Old Wardle led the way to a pretty large sheet of ice, and the fat boy and Mr. Weller, having shovelled and swept away the snow which had fallen on it during the night, Mr. Bob Sawyer adjusted his skates with a dexterity which to Mr. Winkle was perfectly marvellous, and described circles with his left leg, and cut figures of 8, and inscribed upon the ice, without once stopping for breath, a great many other pleasant and astonishing devices, to the excessive satisfaction of Mr. Pickwick, Mr. Tupman, and the ladies, which reached a pitch of positive enthusiasm, when old Wardle and Benjamin Allen, assisted by the aforesaid Bob Sawyer, performed some mystic evolutions which they called a reel. All this time Mr. Winkle, with his face and hands blue with the cold, had been forcing a gimlet into the sole of his feet, and putting his skates on, with the points behind, and getting the straps into a very complicated and entangled state, with the assistance of Mr. Snodgrass, who knew rather less about skates than a Hindoo. At length, however, with the assistance of Mr. Weller, the unfortunate skates were firmly screwed and buckled on, and Mr. Winkle was raised to his feet. "Now then, sir," said Sam, in an encouraging tone, "off with you, and show 'em how to do it." "Stop, Sam, stop," said Mr. Winkle, trembling violently, and clutching a hold of Sam's arms with the grasp of a drowning man. "How slippery it is, Sam!" "Not an uncommon thing upon ice, sir," replied Mr. Weller. "Hold up, sir." This last observation of Mr. Weller's bore reference to a demonstration Mr. Winkle made at the instant of a frantic desire to throw his feet in the air and dash the back of his head on the ice. These are very awkward skates, ain't they, Sam?" inquired Mr. Winkle, staggering. "I'm afeard there's a orkard gentleman in 'em, sir," replied Sam. "Now, Winkle," cried Mr. Pickwick, quite unconscious that there was anything the matter, "come, the ladies are all anxiety." "Yes, yes," replied Mr. Winkle with a ghastly smile, "I'm coming." "Just a-goin' to begin," said Sam, endeavouring to disengage himself. "Now, sir, start off." "Stop an instant, Sam," gasped Mr. Winkle, clinging most affectionately to Mr. Weller. "I find I've got a couple of coats at home that I don't want, Sam. You may have them, Sam." "Thank'ee, sir," replied Mr. Weller. "Never mind touching your hat, Sam," said Mr. Winkle hastily. "You needn't take your hat away to do that. I meant to have given you 5 shillings this morning for a Christmas box, Sam. I'll give it you this afternoon, Sam." "You're wery good, sir," replied Mr. Weller. "Just hold me at first, Sam, will you?" said Mr. Winkle. "There, that's right. I shall soon get in the way of it, Sam. Not too fast, Sam, not too fast." Mr. Winkle, stooping forward with his body half doubled up, was being assisted over the ice by Mr. Weller in a very singular and unswanlike manner, when Mr. Pickwick most innocently shouted from the opposite bank, "Sam!" "Sir?" "Here, I want you." "Let go, sir," said Sam. "Don't you hear the governor a-calling? Let go, sir." With a violent effort Mr. Weller disengaged himself from the grasp of the agonized Pickwickian, and in so doing administered a considerable impetus to the unhappy Mr. Winkle. With an accuracy which no degree of dexterity or practice could have ensured, that unfortunate gentleman bore swiftly down into the centre of the reel, at the very moment when Mr. Bob Sawyer was performing a flourish of unparalleled beauty. Mr. Winkle struck wildly against him, and with a loud crash they both fell heavily down. Mr. Pickwick ran to the spot. Bob Sawyer had risen to his feet, but Mr. Winkle was far too wise to do anything of the kind in skates. He was seated on the ice, making spasmodic efforts to smile, but anguish was depicted on every lineament of his countenance. "Are you hurt?" inquired Mr. Benjamin Allen, with great anxiety. "Not much," said Mr. Winkle, rubbing his back very hard. "I wish you'd let me bleed you," said Mr. Benjamin, with great eagerness. "No, thank you," replied Mr. Winkle hurriedly. "I really think you had better," said Allen. "Thank you," replied Mr. Winkle, "I'd rather not." "What do you think, Mr. Pickwick?" inquired Bob Sawyer. Mr. Pickwick was excited and indignant. He beckoned to Mr. Weller and said in a stern voice, "Take his skates off." "No, but really I had scarcely begun," remonstrated Mr. Winkle. "Take his skates off," repeated Mr. Pickwick firmly. The command was not to be resisted. Mr. Winkle allowed Sam to obey it in silence. "Lift him up," said Mr. Pickwick. Sam assisted him to rise. Mr. Pickwick retired a few paces apart from the bystanders, and beckoning his friend to approach, fixed a searching look upon him, and uttered, in a low but distinct and emphatic tone, these remarkable words: "You're a humbug, sir." "A what?" said Mr. Winkle, starting. "A humbug, sir. I will speak plainer if you wish it. An impostor, sir." With those words Mr. Pickwick turned slowly on his heel and rejoined his friends. While Mr. Pickwick was delivering himself of the sentiment just recorded, Mr. Weller and the fat boy, having by their joint endeavours cut out a slide, were exercising themselves thereupon in a very masterly and brilliant manner. Sam Weller in particular was displaying that beautiful feat of fancy sliding which is currently denominated knocking at the cobbler's door, and which is achieved by skimming over the ice on one foot and occasionally giving a postman's knock upon it with the other. It was a good long slide, and there was something in the motion which Mr. Pickwick, who was very cold with standing still, could not help envying. "It looks a nice warm exercise, that, doesn't it?" he inquired of Wardle,
when that gentleman was thoroughly out of breath by reason of the indefatigable manner in which he had converted his legs into a pair of compasses and drawn complicated problems on the ice.
"Ah, it does indeed," replied Wardle. "Do you slide?" "I used to do so on the gutters when I was a boy," replied Mr. Pickwick. "Try it now," said Wardle. "Oh, do, please, Mr. Pickwick," cried all the ladies. "I should be very happy to afford you any amusement," replied Mr. Pickwick, "but I haven't done such a thing these 30 years." "Pooh, pooh, nonsense," said Wardle, dragging off his skates with the impetuosity which characterized all his proceedings. "Here, I'll keep you company. Come along." And away went the good-tempered old fellow down the slide with a rapidity which came very close upon Mr. Weller, and beat the fat boy all to nothing. Mr. Pickwick paused, considered, pulled off his gloves and put them in his hat, took 2 or 3 short runs, balked himself as often, and at last took another run, and went slowly and gravely down the slide, with his feet about 1.25 yards apart, amidst the gratified shouts of all the spectators. "Keep the pot a bilin', sir," said Sam, and down went Wardle again, and then Mr. Pickwick, and then Sam, and then Mr. Winkle, and then Mr. Bob Sawyer, and then the fat boy, and then Mr. Snodgrass, following closely upon each other's heels, and running after each other with as much eagerness as if their future prospects in life depended on their expedition. It was the most intensely interesting thing to observe the manner in which Mr. Pickwick performed his share in the ceremony, to watch the torture of anxiety with which he viewed the person behind gaining upon him at the imminent hazard of tripping him up, to see him gradually expend the painful force he had put on at first, and turn slowly round on the slide with his face towards the point from which he had started, to contemplate the playful smile which mantled on his face when he had accomplished the distance, and the eagerness with which he turned round when he had done so, and ran after his predecessor, his black gaiters tripping pleasantly through the snow, and his eyes beaming cheerfulness and gladness through his spectacles. And when he was knocked down, which happened upon the average every 3rd round, it was the most invigorating sight that can possibly be imagined, to behold him gather up his hat, gloves, and handkerchief with a glowing countenance, and resume his station in the rank with an ardour and enthusiasm that nothing could abate. The sport was at its height, the sliding was at the quickest, the laughter was at the loudest, when a sharp, smart crack was heard. There was a quick rush towards the bank, a wild scream from the ladies, and a shout from Mr. Tupman. A large mass of ice disappeared, the water bubbled up over it. Mr. Pickwick's hat, gloves, and handkerchief were floating on the surface, and this was all of Mr. Pickwick that anybody could see. Dismay and anguish were depicted on every countenance. The males turned pale, and the females fainted. Mr. Snodgrass and Mr. Winkle grasped each other by the hand, and gazed at the spot where their leader had gone down with frenzied eagerness, while Mr. Tupman, by way of rendering the promptest assistance, and at the same time conveying to any persons who might be within hearing the clearest possible notion of the catastrophe, ran off across the country at his utmost speed, screaming "Fire!" with all his might. It was at this moment, when old Wardle and Sam Weller were approaching the hole with cautious steps, and Mr. Benjamin Allen was holding a hurried consultation with Mr. Bob Sawyer on the advisability of bleeding the company generally as an improving little bit of professional practice, it was at this very moment that a face, head, and shoulders emerged from beneath the water and disclosed the features and spectacles of Mr. Pickwick. "Keep yourself up for an instant, for only one instant," bawled Mr. Snodgrass. "Yes, do, let me implore you, for my sake," roared Mr. Winkle, deeply affected. The adjuration was rather unnecessary, the probability being that if Mr. Pickwick had declined to keep himself up for anybody else's sake, it would have occurred to him that he might as well do so for his own. "Do you feel the bottom there, old fellow?" said Wardle. "Yes, certainly," replied Mr. Pickwick, wringing the water from his head and face, and gasping for breath. "I fell upon my back. I couldn't get on my feet at first." The clay upon so much of Mr. Pickwick's coat as was yet visible bore testimony to the accuracy of this statement, and as the fears of the spectators were still further relieved by the fat boy's suddenly recollecting that the water was nowhere more than 5 feet deep, prodigies of valor were performed to get him out. After a vast quantity of splashing and cracking and struggling, Mr. Pickwick was at length fairly extricated from his unpleasant position, and once more stood on dry land. "Oh, he'll catch his death of cold," said Emily. "Dear old thing," said Arabella. "Let me wrap this shawl round you, Mr. Pickwick." "Ah, that's the best thing you can do," said Wardle, "and when you've got it on, run home as fast as your legs can carry you, and jump into bed directly." A dozen shawls were offered on the instant. 3 or 4 of the thickest having been selected, Mr. Pickwick was wrapped up and started off, under the guidance of Mr. Weller, presenting the singular phenomenon of an elderly gentleman, dripping wet and without a hat, with his arms bound down to his sides, skimming over the ground without any clearly defined purpose, at the rate of 6 good English miles an hour. But Mr. Pickwick cared not for appearances in such an extreme case, and urged on by Sam Weller, he kept at the very top of his speed until he reached the door of Manor Farm, where Mr. Tupman had arrived some 5 minutes before, and had frightened the old lady into palpitations of the heart by impressing her with the unalterable conviction that the kitchen chimney was on fire, a calamity which always presented itself in glowing colours to the old lady's mind when anybody about her evinced the smallest agitation. Mr. Pickwick paused not an instant until he was snug in bed. Sam Weller lighted a blazing fire in the room and took up his dinner. A bowl of punch was carried up afterwards, and a grand carouse held in honour of his safety. Old Wardle would not hear of his rising, so they made the bed the chair, and Mr. Pickwick presided. A second and a third bowl were ordered in, and when Mr. Pickwick awoke next morning, there was not a symptom of rheumatism about him, which proves, as Mr. Bob Sawyer very justly observed, that there is nothing like hot punch in such cases, and that if ever hot punch did fail to act as a preventive, it was merely because the patient fell into the vulgar error of not taking enough of it. The jovial party broke up next morning. Breakings up are capital things in our school days, but in after life they are painful enough. Death, self-interest, and fortune's changes are every day breaking up many a happy group, and scattering them far and wide, and the boys and girls never come back again. We do not mean to say that it was exactly the case in this particular instance. All we wish to inform the reader is, that the different members of the party dispersed to their several homes, that Mr. Pickwick and his friends once more took their seats on the top of the Muggleton coach, and that Arabella Allen repaired to her place of destination, wherever it might have been (we dare say Mr. Winkle knew, but we confess we don't), under the care and guardianship of her brother Benjamin, and his most intimate and particular friend, Mr. Bob Sawyer. Before they separated, however, that gentleman and Mr. Benjamin Allen drew Mr. Pickwick aside with an air of some mystery, and Mr. Bob Sawyer, thrusting his forefinger between two of Mr. Pickwick's ribs, and thereby displaying his native drollery and his knowledge of the anatomy of the human frame at one and the same time, inquired, "I say, old boy, where do you hang out?" Mr. Pickwick replied that he was at present suspended at the George and Vulture. "I wish you'd come and see me," said Bob Sawyer. "Nothing would give me greater pleasure," replied Mr. Pickwick. "There's my lodgings," said Mr. Bob Sawyer, producing a card. "Lant Street, Borough. It's near Guy's, and handy for me, you know. Little distance after you've passed St. George's Church. Turns out of the High Street on the right-hand side the way." "I shall find it," said Mr. Pickwick. "Come on Thursday fortnight, and bring the other chaps with you," said Mr. Bob Sawyer. "I'm going to have a few medical fellows that night." Mr. Pickwick expressed the pleasure it would afford him to meet the medical fellows, and after Mr. Bob Sawyer had informed him that he meant to be very cosy, and that his friend Ben was to be one of the party, they shook hands and separated. We feel that in this place we lay ourselves open to the inquiry whether Mr. Winkle was whispering, during this brief conversation, to Arabella Allen, and if so, what he said, and furthermore whether Mr. Snodgrass was conversing apart with Emily Wardle, and if so, what he said. To this we reply that whatever they might have said to the ladies, they said nothing at all to Mr. Pickwick or Mr. Tupman for 28 miles, and that they sighed very often, refused ale and brandy, and looked gloomy. If our observant lady readers can deduce any satisfactory inferences from these facts, we beg them by all means to do so. End of chapter 30.